that in 2012 he has become a professional victim. The preaching of victimization that has been pounded into the subconscious of the Afro-American Negro by paternalistic white liberals, charlatans, crooks, and thieves left over from the civil rights movement, and a conclave of ignorant and buffoonish Negro clergy who upon every waking moment convinces the American Negro that everything dysfunctional that takes place in Black America can be folded neatly and tucked away and placed at the doorstep of the ongoing legacy of slavery. When you have a conversation with an Afro-American and you ask them, what is it that the white man owes you after everything that he has already given you? What is it that you feel that you are lacking? What stone has the American white man left unturned that you feel needs to be uprooted that will balance the scales from this ongoing demonic legacy of slavery? The Negroes, most of them, have no answer. Because in hindsight, if you review the history and you understand what it is that the American white man gave the Negro, the fact that 80% of Black people hold dear to the Bible and Christianity can be placed at the doorstep of slavery. When the African slaves were brought here, they didn't speak English. They couldn't read the Bible. They weren't allowed to be Christians. It was only after the slave master realized that allowing the slaves to embrace Christianity, in fact, made better slaves of them, that large numbers of Negro slaves embraced this religion. The fact that many of your historically Black colleges and universities, your HBCUs, were in fact founded and financed ex-slave owners who took some of their wealth and placed it towards the creation of these Black colleges and universities. When you review the civil rights bills, the amendments to the Constitution, when you review affirmative action policies, government set-asides, outlawing discrimination in workforce and education and housing, and the fact that today in 2012, you Negroes can now eat rib tips and lobster that you purchase with your monthly allotment of food stamps. The remaining balance you then will go sell to some Lebanese or Arab-owned store that dots your community, gaining a few extra dollars that you will put towards your monthly payment for your SUV sitting on 40-inch chrome rims that, by the way, you have parked out in front of your government subsidized house or apartment. So upon further review, Negro, what is it that this white man owes you after all that he has given you? And everything that the white man has given you, Negro, you have still failed to position yourself into the mainstream of American culture. Ethnic groups that just got here yesterday are leapfrogging you. They're leaving you behind because you stand twiddling your thumbs with your hands out, expecting a government handout. What does the white man owe you, Negro? When you take into consideration that if he won't hire you, then why don't you take it upon yourself to be an entrepreneur and create wealth for you and your own people. Everybody else does it. Why is it that you must expect a handout at every turn? Negro, you have $850 billion, and these are conservative numbers, that flows through your community. That equals the GNP of some countries in Europe. This money you spend on cognac, liquor, bourbon, weed, spinning rims, strippers, and of course you pay a few pastor salaries, but you have done absolutely nothing with this wealth. But yet you consider and claim that you are poor and that you need a handout and that because of slavery you can't make it. Negro, you never picked any cotton. You never felt the lash or the sting of the lash. Negro, today in 2012, the black race has more college educated citizens that we've ever had in our sojourn in this nation. With all of your black colleges and universities, with all of your black college graduates, with all of your black entertainers and athletes, with all of this wealth that you have flowing through your community, Negro, you still stand pulling your thumbs, expecting a handout. And the only reason why that you do this is because you are a professional victim. And you have embraced a doctrine of victimization that has been preached to you by hypocritical white liberals who want to keep you on their democratic slave plantation. Preached to you by crooks from the civil rights movement, Messie Jackson, Al Sharpton, and a conclave of buffoonish, ignorant Negro pastors who don't even begin to understand the history of the Bible that they stand up and try to preach on Sunday morning. This is the condition of the American Negro. So in light of all these facts, what is it that the white man owes you? He's giving you his daughter. Well, he hasn't really given you his daughter, but he's not lynching you for dating his daughter. There's no lynch mob looking to accost you because you walk down one of the local malls holding the hands of Becky. They're not looking to lynch you, Negro, because you're producing half-breed babies with white women. So what is it that this white man has, what stone has he left unturned for you, homie? What is he not giving you? That today in 2012, you figured that if he only gave me that, the scales would be balanced. And when you, before you answer that question, Negro, keep in mind that $850 billion flows through the black community annually. You spend $250 on a pair of Air Jordan sneakers. You got all of this bling bling around your neck. You're riding around in the latest SUVs. All of this wealth, but somehow you still believe that he owes me something else. What is it that he owes you, Negro? And then what really puts a hole in this whole doctrine of victimization is the fact that not only were you not a slave, Negro, but these white people that you are expecting to pay you for slavery never owned any slaves. This is most baffling to me. But this only goes to show you the thinking of the Afro-American Negro in 2012 and how he refuses to do for himself what other cultures have done for themselves. The people that came through Ellis Island to this country came here with the clothes on their back, and they rolled up their sleeves and they got busy, and they tried to create a future for themselves and their children, not expecting a government handout, not looking for the government to pave their way. But you, Negro, with all of your bling bling, in 2012, you still sit.
Hello, everyone. Somebody in the chat room, let me know if you can hear me. I know you heard the audio. going to get started here right about now. Everybody, let me know if you can hear me in the chat room. I don't want to start talking and nobody be able to hear me. So I'm going to wait until I get confirmation that people can hear me. Okay, Rock One says loud and clear. So first of all, I'd like to welcome all of you who have come in. We currently have 65 people in the live stream, many of them chatting. Um, what you just heard, and forgive me, I'm a little sluggish. I just got up from a nap about an hour ago, but that's because I spent all day working on preparing this live stream. Unlike a lot of these niggas, I don't just get on a live stream and start talking. I set things up just like I do in my videos and major documentaries. But you just got done hearing the voice of the late great David Carroll, as we all knew him. His birth name was Michael D. or Michael David Carroll, born 1965. Um, to my knowledge, from what I'm hearing, he unfortunately left us and passed away sometime in mid-December. Uh, most indicators are that it was December 14th after he got done with battling an illness for about 3 weeks, and we're going to get into that a little bit later. Um, he was also known as the intellectual juggernaut. He came on to YouTube, to my knowledge, sometime in either 2011 or 2012. I think it wasn't just him talking about the black situation in America that made his channel so big and made him really such a notable character here on black social media, but also it was, just his signature makeup, the shades, the cigar, and he had a voice. I was discussing this with a brother earlier. He had a voice that was very easy to listen to. I don't know if you've ever heard, like, for example, Morgan Freeman or Lawrence Fishburne narrate a documentary, but if you listen to them, you actually have to go back and listen to realize that that's Lawrence Fishburne or Morgan Freeman or some of the other actors that are known in Tinseltown to be, hired and entrusted with narrating, like documentaries and stuff like that, doing like voiceovers. And he just had one of those voices where, you know, everything just kind of intermixed, and it was like listening to soothing music, you know, while listening to this brother speak what, you know, is really the truth about the current situation in black America. The video that you just heard was a video that a brother uploaded. Um, he uploaded that video like just a few days ago, and that was a re-upload of a old video of Mr. Carroll back when he was still showing himself in his shades, making recordings in like parks and doing his Man on the Street series. Um, that was a video that was made back in 2012, and he was talking about, you know, what does the white man owe black people. And a lot of slow minded stupid motherfuckers think that David Carroll was saying that, oh, the white man is good, and I'm cooning and I'm an Uncle Tom for the white man. But no, what David Carroll was trying to explain was that black people now are free and have the opportunities to build ourselves up and to develop ourselves, but we are not taking advantage of those opportunities because we are being programmed to be victims. What I called goldfish in a jar mentality a couple of years ago. We're pretending to be victims in a time period where we no longer have to pretend to be victims, because the opportunities for us, the the opportunities to excel are endless. Okay, both on an individual and a collective basis. So, um, you know, what we're gonna do, because I'm gonna have a lot of us. I think I personally probably endorse this brother. I mean, I first heard of him back in 2000. I think I watched the first David Carroll video. It was a classic. Uh, Why white women are better than black women. And that was a video that he made, I think, back in 2012. I think that was one of the videos that put him on the map. That was the first video of his that I ever watched, and I think I don't even think it was directly from his channel. I think somebody else had re-uploaded it after somebody had flagged it down. And from that was right around the time that I was also discovering Tommy Sotomayor. And I mean, from that video on, I was very captivated. If you've ever listened to my content, I came on the scene as Brian Solange. Even though I had a social media past before that, I came on the scene as Brian Solange back in 2014. So if you've ever listened to the thousands of videos that I've made over the years, I have referenced David Carroll in many of those videos. Okay. However, I did not know David Carroll like behind the scenes that well. We talked a little bit back in the year of 2018, and then we didn't really communicate that much. I'm going to bring a brother on who has done uh, a couple of live streams with me in the past, and I think he knew uh, brother David Carroll better than most any of us, as far at least here on the internet, on the World Wide Web, where we all kind of come together, um, and we all kind of find the community where we feel like we can receive some type of support for the trauma and the anger and the rage and the dejection and whatever else, the depression, the anxiety, whatever we're going through. um, you know I think in this community, in this in this environment, I think that brother Equazi 100, as he was formerly known, but now better known as the brother of logic and common sense, he could probably give more touching words and give us a more in-depth idea of who brother David Carroll was behind the scenes. How he really felt about things, because David Carroll would talk constantly about how he had all kinds of phone conversations with Aquasi, and he really, he didn't think he didn't. I don't think it's that he didn't think very highly of black men. I think that he didn't trust a lot of people, probably because of negative experiences that he had. And I've learned myself over the course of years to do the same thing. Not trust every nigga just because. I've heard of not all kinfolk or skinfolk. Well, for me, it's kind of like not all you know not all brown dudes are brothers. I forget the saying that I created, but not all brown skins are brothers. That's what I said. So, Aquasi was one of the people that he entrusted on the internet, um, with some of his more, I guess, his more internal thoughts and feelings about things. Not all of it shared on his videos. And so we're going to ask brother Quasi to come in and say a few words, um, you know, just with his experiences on David Carroll. We're also going to talk about what type of an impact David Carroll and his message had on black men in the course of the 9 years that he was on the black sector of YouTube and across the black sector of social media. We're going to touch on that in the first segment. And then in the second segment, I'm scheduled to bring two other brothers on who contacted me via email and told me that they would like to say a few words um, in memoriam to Brother David Carroll and express what he meant to them. But also in the second segment, we're going to address something that I know a lot of you have probably been aware of over the course of the last couple of weeks since we learned of well, actually, the last few days since we learned of Brother Carroll's passing. And one of those things is the amount of hatred and vitriol that this man has received in his death, much like Kobe Bryant, from the usual suspects, the bitter, angry black bitch crew, and then their more than willing ass kissing black simps. And I actually, in that second segment, I have a surprise for you guys because, and it's too bad that Brother Carroll has passed. That's one of the things that I think I'm gonna um, regret the most. That when major issues come up, we can't wait to see eagerly if David Carroll is going to speak on it and give his wisdom and his perspectives, because in addition to him giving his wisdom, he was also a very funny guy. And I mean, I can't count the number of videos where I would just sit up and just laugh. Like, he was so, I call it, indirectly sarcastic. It was crazy, man. It was crazy. But yeah, in the second segment, while all of these so-called swirlers and divestors and ass-kissing black simps are, trying to throw dirt on his name and, say that he's, dead because he talked down on black women and he trashed black men. you know, I got a little surprise for them, but we're gonna hold on to that in the second segment. So right now, oh, one thing before I because I'm gonna bring Brother Quasi on here in a minute. One thing I do need to do right quick is just share a couple of things with you guys. If you look in the description box, people were asking, if you look in the description box, what you will see is you will see the direct link. You're going to see the direct link to David Carroll's Rabbit Hole series. A lot of people were asking, where's David Carroll's Rabbit Hole? I guess a lot of people don't know about our site, fsavenger.com. If you look at the top link in the description box, and later I'm going to put it in the pinned post, you will see a direct link to his channel on our very own fsavenger.com, which is black owned, controlled, and managed. Okay. Um, and this contains all of the rabbit hole video. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Oh, God. I forgot this is David Carroll. I can't show you. I'm sorry, y'all. I'll get in trouble with YouTube. David Carroll's avatars, like mine, could be very graphic, but yeah, that's his rabbit hole series. Those are all the videos that he uploaded off of YouTube because of the censorship. And then here is his main channel, David Carroll. That link is also down in the description box. So yeah, if you want to listen to his rabbit holes, they're right there for you. Now, another thing, hold up. Okay, another thing I have to share with you guys. I'm only sharing this information with you because a lot of people have been asking how David Carroll passed away. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to respect what the family is saying that he died from. Okay, I have my differences with what's been being hyped up in the media, but I'm going to read for you verbatim what one of his sisters that goes by the name Mo Carroll on Facebook. I'm going to read for you verbatim what she said when asked what he passed away from. Okay, and mods, please, as I asked you in the community post, please do your jobs tonight. Okay, I can't. The reason why I have moderators is because I can't look. Some people can, but I'm not that type of commentator that can look at a computer screen and then look at, a chat box and police people in the chat box while I'm, giving a speech or giving a lecture. Okay, so mods, please do your jobs. We know we're gonna have those bitter, no life having, troll, beta male stalking, morons over here. Please do your job and get rid of idiots that need to be gotten rid of. Now, um, here, you will see here, I'm just going to read it verbatim. On her Instagram page, she says, "Who will I text now in the wee hours of the morning? Ready and willing to read whatever has me up at such a crazy hour. Miss you already, bro." And then somebody asks, "Oh my God, what happened to your brother, Monique SMH?" Her reply is complications of COVID 19. And then a person says, "Wow, I knew I got COVID right now." She says, "I pray for your health." And she says, "I got COVID pneumonia," the person who asked her. And then the last person says, "My condolences to you." So the family, I'm going to respect them. I'm at big odds with all of this COVID 19 propaganda, but the family member is saying that he passed away from complications of COVID 19. I do not know if he was partially vaccinated. I don't know if he was fully vaccinated. All we can go on is what the family is saying at this current time. Now, another thing I forgot to bring up about FS Avenger. I have to bring this up. This isn't about me, but this is about David Carroll's rabbit hole. There was an idiot yesterday that was actually supposed to be on tonight's memorial live stream, but he showed his true colors. I'm not going to bring up who he is because, again, it's not about him. It's not about me. It's about Mr. Carroll. He accused me of leeching off of David Carroll to sell the FS Avenger platform. The stupidity of this and really just shows you what David Carroll meant when he said that black men aren't the brightest bulb on the tree and neither are they the sharpest knife in the fucking drawer. Is that David Carroll, the man we know as David Carroll, entrusted our website, as I just showed and proved to you, fsavenger.com, with his rabbit hole productions. Okay, so all I'm going to say is, not going to ask for anything. I'm just going to say, when you support fsavenger.com, you are supporting Michael David Carroll's, the intellectual juggernauts, rabbit hole productions. When you support FS Avenger, you are supporting David Carroll's rabbit hole. And I'm going to leave that at that. Now, the other thing is this fundraiser. Okay, so another thing a lot of people were asking about, and me and Equasi and a couple of other people were trying to figure out over the course of the last couple of days is, as you know, I'm not going to click on it and show it directly because I don't. Well, you know what? Yeah, I am. I am going to show it because I'm just going to speak out about this right now. I'm going to show it. Okay, so as you know, this goofy ass Negro whose name is also not worth mentioning, he posted up this GoFundMe account on a stream that he did a few days ago about the passing of David Carroll. Okay. And he was posting it up and trying to make the argument that, all these black men in the manosphere and all this talk that David Carroll did, but he couldn't even afford to be properly buried and have a proper funeral, and so his family is asking for $1,200. I'm going to tell you right now, me and a couple of other brothers, we've done some investigating. Okay, I am not going to say affirmatively, but I have reason to believe that this GoFundMe is fake. And that's the reason why I said at first I wasn't going to show it. But no, I'm going to go ahead and show it because I want everyone to know that from my strong opinion which is backed up by certain facts that I'm about to share with you. Okay. I believe that this is a fake GoFundMe account that was created by one of these troll ass apes on the internet, male or female, but knowing how stupid these niggas are, it's probably a male that hated David Carroll, and he received a lot of hate since his passing. Okay. I think this is a fake GoFundMe account, and these are the reasons why I'm going to list. Me and a couple of other brothers have contacted his two sisters, Beatrice and Mo, um, both on Instagram and Facebook via private and instant messenger, and we sent them the link to this, and we asked them to verify this because, obviously, um, if this is a legitimate GoFundMe, then obviously we want to share it with people and tell them to go and donate to help the family. We have not received any response back, and I spoke to the other brother who was helping me investigate. None of us have received any response back from either Beatrice or Mo. Furthermore, if you look on, of course, don't bother the family because it looks like they just don't want to be bothered, and we need to respect that. But um, because Brother Equasi said he was trying to get in contact with the family as well, and I'm sure he'll go into detail about that when he comes on. But furthermore, Mo and Beatrice, the two that seem to be handling um, the entire issue with David Carroll's passing more than anybody in his family on social media. Neither one of them have posted this GoFundMe on their Facebooks or Instagrams. Okay. Furthermore, something else that I find particularly interesting. Let me just scroll down here so you can see for yourself what I'm talking about. It reads at the very beginning, sadly, the baby of our family, Michael David Carroll, passed away on December 14th due to complications of COVID-19. Now, this um, GoFundMe was posted 3 days ago. Okay. It was posted one day after I posted a tribute video, the first tribute video, where I listed David Carroll by his full name, which nobody else did before I did. Michael David Carroll. Okay. His family, they call him by Uncle Mike or Michael. Okay. I've never seen, and I've seen many people in his family posting tributes on social media. I haven't seen any of them refer to him by Michael Carroll or Michael David Carroll. Okay. I only see Michael David Carroll on this GoFundMe, which was put up a day after my stream. I only see it after I looked up Ohio public voting records because I want to make sure that I got his name right in the video memorial. Okay. So there's that. Okay. So, and the other thing is this: a couple of days before I saw this GoFundMe, there was a black biatch that was in his comment section trolling and trashing his name, that was talking to some other bitter pill divestment fail swirlers that were talking. She said exactly, and I should have put that comment up. She said David Carroll. I'm not going to say exactly what she said, but she said David Carroll was probably too poor to have a funeral, so he's probably going to be cremated because he was like the rest of these dusty ass niggers. But in the case that he is buried, I'm going to find his burial place and have some fun with it. She said something to that account. Okay. And then a day later, this comes up. They're asking for cremation and memorial. Now I want you to riddle me this. What, what what GoFundMe have you seen for any of these heifers that get murked, or pookies, or white people or anything? What GoFundMe memorial have you ever seen where somebody is asking for funds to help bury their relative that's this low? Even if this is money for cremation, okay? I mean, still, you need money for the memorial service. I'm assuming they're going to have a memorial service. I don't know. But I have never seen anything this low. I think that this was created not only to commit fraud, which is a federal offense, by the way, but I think this GoFundMe was created and shared with the haters of David Carroll that are content creators to create this narrative that David Carroll was too poor, or that he was dusty and he couldn't afford his own funeral, or his family can't afford a proper funeral. So I'm just going to say I'm unofficially calling bullshit on this. Okay. If I stand to be corrected, I will post an apology. But I think that this was something that was set up by a conspirator from one of his haters, and I'm just gonna leave that at that. Okay. Now, let me see. Is that everything that we need to discuss? Yes. Okay. So we're gonna take this over here, and now we are going to make sure I'm still on, cause this damn thing's always going off. Now we're going to bring brother Akwasi in here, so he can say, so he can share with us, the many adventures that I'm sure he had with brother David Carroll, in the ways that they communicated, and give us perhaps a more in-depth look into the mind and the um, life of brother Michael David Carroll. So bear with me here, guys. So I'm not good at multitasking. Bear with me. Yeah, and like I said, this is only the first segment. In the second segment, um, we are going to go into all of this hate that he's receiving. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to counter that hate with a question. But give me 1 second here while I send this brother a text and an email. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to type it out. And yeah, again, I cannot emphasize enough. Um, somebody, everybody who's mods, please stay on it. Stay on it, stay on it, stay on it. A lot of people know, as you can see, we got 163 people here in the chat. A lot of people know about this stream, and for every person who knows about the stream, there's so many idiots that are going to be here. So please, mods, make sure you do your job. There should be enough of you. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, darn. I promised to make one of you brothers a mod. Give me 1 second. Let me bring Akwasi in here, and then I'm going to make you a mod. Tigger, if you're in here, sorry, I don't look at the chat room too much while I'm talking, but if you're in here, I'm going to make you a mod in a second. Just give me 1 second. Let me make sure I have the stream link correct. Let me see. Okay, I think that's the right stream link. I am sending it to brother Akwasi. Oh, excuse me. I just burped. And then I got to resend it to him via text if I can. Here is the link to the stream. Bear with me, guys. All right. He has the link to the stream, and I'm going to assume that he's going to be joining us shortly. Brother Quasi 100, better known as the brother of logic and common sense. He's another brother that, like, right after I discovered David Carroll, I started listening to the brother of logic and common sense. I only knew him after he changed his name. I believe I've been listening to brother of logic and common sense since 2015, definitely since 2016. And he's another, brother with very fiery rhetoric that, he gives you the rough, raw, ugly truth, straightforward truth about Black America and the Black situation, um, in a very unapologetic way, but also in a way that you can understand. And, you know, a lot of people, they seem to not like the fact that there are Black men who use their constitutional right to express themselves freely, to be very hypercritical um, of the Black community, and, not be kind while doing it. But you have to understand that there, for those of us who understand what the hell is going on, there is a level of frustration. Okay, a lot of low IQ motherfuckers, like some of the idiots, both black males and black females, that have been trashing David Carroll's name. These brainless cretins, they seem to think that, people like myself, David Carroll, to some extent even Tommy Sotomayor, they think that we just, one day we just woke up out of bed and we just said, oh, we looked at ourselves in the mirror and said, oh, we're gonna trash black people and we're gonna talk shit about, black women and call them out of their names and do things to hurt their feelings and, try to align ourselves with the Ku Klux Klan. No, dummy. No, that's not what happened. What you hear with us, and oh, the brother's on right now. Here we go. Let me see if I can add him. Brother Logic and Common Sense is on right now, guys. Oh, there it is. Okay. Hey, brother.
Okay, you hear me? What's going on, Chief? You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, brother. I can hear you.
Okay, perfect,
I was
perfect.
I was just trying to explain to these people that, all the hate that David Carroll is getting, you know, they don't understand that we didn't just wake up one day and, and think to ourselves, oh, we're going to make fun of black people. Oh, we're going to align ourselves with the Ku Klux Klan and, we're just going to shit on black people for the fun of it. No, that's not how it
No,
happened.
of course not.
Happened, we this is derived from a series of negative experiences, not just our personal experiences, but things that we have seen with
Yeah,
black people, that where we understand, what is going on and how detrimental it is to the overall situation. And it frustrates the hell out of us because we can't understand as intelligent human beings how so many of our people can be that fucking lost and just not entertain the idea of, intelligence and constructive thinking and doing. So yeah, brother, I'm gonna let you jump in here right quick and uh just tell us, just share with us, anything, some of the fond memories, just let us know about brother Carroll and your experiences with him over the years.
well, from what I can remember, I came across him either in late 2012, I believe it was early 2013. And I was just listening to what he was saying. I think some of the first videos I came across, the thumbnail was of him having some big booty stripper. That's a
Wow.
thumbnail. And I said, let me sit there and listen to what this guy is talking about. And when I listened, I said, damn, this guy's harsh. And the first couple of videos I've ever listened to, he was talking about black women. But then as I continued to listen, he was going in also on black men. I say, God damn, this dude is hard. But what he's saying is spot on. So me, I'm just an individual. I gravitate toward the truth, whether it's something I like to hear or whether it's something I don't like to hear. And I
Mm,
learned how to listen objectively. That's one thing, because once you can listen to somebody objectively, it doesn't really matter what they say. If it's applicable and you're that hit dog, well, for me, I'm not going to be the hit dog that hollers. If I feel it's applicable and it's something I don't like, I'm just going to change it. If I feel what I'm doing is working, then I'll just keep doing what I'm doing and I'll just ignore it.
mm,
But the brother, he had this sense of dry humor, and I've never seen someone who could sit down and have a straight face and just start just rattling on, and the whole time you could be rolling. There was like a 10-minute video he did back in, I think, of March of 2013, and he was just introducing videos that he was going to be releasing for his March Madness series, because this is what he would usually do. They would always have a version of March Madness, and he starts off the video by sipping his coffee, and he just starts going in, and the whole time I just can't help it but to laugh. And I remember scrolling down in the comment section, and someone said the same thing. For whatever reason, they were just like, I find this video funny as hell." So it had logic, it had good points, and it was just funny. And that's what I gravitated toward, because I always had like that sense of humor, to where dry humor, somebody who's just serious as hell, but yet they can talk, and the way they word everything just makes you laugh. That's what I've always liked. And that's
mm,
one of the things that I say 2013, 2014. I would say even up to 2015, those are like his hardest hit videos. Those were his prime years
Hmm.
because his delivery was so harsh and he didn't care. As he went on, as the years went on, he miled it down because, of course, they were attempting to flag his content. But those were his prime years. I think that's what pretty much brought him onto the map. And a lot of people, whether you loved him or hate him, were drawn into him. Everyone knows who he is, whether you agree with him, whether you disagree, but they all know who he is.
Hmm.
Now, I have seen some videos where people are talking a hell of a lot of shit,
Hmm.
and surprisingly, these are black men.
Yep.
And I don't know if I'm going to go as far as to mention their names because some of these dudes, they're looking for responses, they're looking for reasons to beef back and forth with each other. I'm not here to shape or change nobody's opinion on what they think of somebody. That's up to you on how you feel about the man, whether you liked him, whether you disagree with him. But what I found surprising was and we both know who this woman is. Egypt Ann made a
Hmm.
video,
Yeah, I saw
and
that.
she wasn't trashing the man. And
Yeah.
I was surprised, like, wow, this woman was able to say, well, listen, I'm not going to get online and trash this man because some of the stuff he said about me was true. This is
Hmm.
a woman who has had numerous problems with black men, a woman who flagged down one of my videos.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Made videos talking about how she's going to get my whole channel flagged down.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at some of these black men on the other hand, and I'm watching quite a few videos go up in a span of 24 hours, 3 or 4 videos, just trashing a man. And I was like, all right, okay, one video, all right, whatever. But when I'm seeing 3 or 4 videos, like, my God, what the fuck?
I know the monkey you're talking about, but I'm
Oh
not
my
gonna
God.
mention him
Yeah,
on
yeah, yeah. Oh my God. I'm just sitting back. Yo, like, are
this.
you that bent out of shape with something that happened 8 years ago?
Hmm.
8 years ago.
Yeah. And that's interesting. I'm sorry, brother. Continue. I'm
No, no,
sorry.
no, no, no.
Now,
Go ahead. Go ahead. We dialoguing. Go ahead. Jump right in.
what I find interesting is what you mentioned about Egypt Ann. Somebody has sent me a link to her video, and usually she makes like 50 videos a day.
Yeah,
But like
exactly.
she made that video and she left it there for
Yeah,
several days. And Lord knows I've had my beefs with her. Set Minister Jap. She was
yeah,
after David Carroll for a while, like you said. She tried to flag one of your videos down, and
yeah.
like I say, it's fair game. I mean, she could, when it come to talking shit, she could bang with the best of us. But
Of course.
it is interesting that a black female that we all deem to be, well, at least I at one point called a demon. This female kept it classy and respectful
Yeah, exactly. I didn't
for this
expect that.
dude, and said that the one thing that she did like about him was that he got on black men, which was true,
Exactly.
as much if not more than she got on black women. That then he got on black women, and she said she's not gonna cry over it, but at the same time, you know she was she was very at least respectful about it, and she didn't
Yeah,
have to be. She didn't have to be,
exactly.
but she was. And
Exactly.
when I look at her video compared to a lot of these other apes, it really, I tell you this, between that and some, a certain struggle dusty in Indianapolis, this ain't about me, but this certain coon black and bean head motherfucker. I'm sorry. But with everything that's going on, I'm telling you, I think honestly, David Carroll in his head, he created the hashtag half black men are half the problem mantra before it even formed in my skull, before I even realized what the
Yeah,
fuck was going on. Because and I mentioned this in the first video where I said that the thing that I've always found intriguing is that with all the problems, all the shit that black men have to go through with, seeing Philando Castile get blown away in that car in suburban St. Paul a couple of years
yeah,
ago. I mean, that was one of the most emotional feelings I've ever had. You know, all the things, being lynched off trees, all this shit that we've gone through over the
exactly.
decades. And the biggest enemy, direct enemy, when we understand how white supremacy, me and you discussed this on the phone, we
Of
understand how
course.
white supremacy set all of this up. But the biggest enemy, online and off, that a black man has to worry about just for sharing an opinion, just for bumping
Yeah.
shoulders, just for talking to the same broad is another
Yeah.
black male that looked just like him. Malcolm X,
Exactly.
the fruit of Islam, all that talk about the white devil. And they gunned that man down in front of his wife and children in the
Yeah.
Audubon Ballroom in New York City in 1965. That was his thank you for putting the fruit of Islam on the map simply
Yeah.
because he told the fucking truth about Elijah Muhammad's pedophile ass. And this is what you get when and David Carroll talked about this constantly. He talked
Yeah.
about this constantly about how trying to help black people, especially these dumbass niggas, is a
It's a
thankless
thankless task.
task. He also said they will try to. What did he say about they'll want to hurt you more than they want to hurt a white person?
Yeah. Exactly.
How retarded? That's how
Yeah.
fucking retarded they are. But yeah, brother. I just yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. 'Cause
You know,
if I go,
some of these dudes are still hung up on something that happened so long ago. You know what I mean? I've stated in videos how my talking points have changed over the years, and I actually broke this down in a video I did last year. Short, I think it was the video I did after addressing the Kevin Samuels, the whole average at best video he made, that viral clip.
yeah.
And I stated there's a reason why my talking points have changed because there's a lot more shit that I see
Mm-hmm.
that's a real issue. Another black man that I disagree with is not my fucking enemy.
Right.
This is another reason why I stated, listen, I'm not beefing back and forth with people.
Mm-hmm.
And with everything going on, for someone to think, and one of these dudes mentioned, oh, the minute you say something about me, I'm gonna be on your ass again. I'm thinking to myself, guy, really? With everything taking place, you are that more. I mean, right now we are living in a fucking twilight zone.
Yeah.
You got mandates taking place. If you don't have this mandate, you in certain places you can't even buy or sell. This is the shit that's going on right now. And you worrying about making a response video or going back and forth at it with me as if we were back in 2013. And it lets me know that in certain cases, some people don't evolve.
Mm-hmm.
There's too much shit going on right now that you got to worry about to be beefing with another black man.
Right.
It's just, I don't know. When I sit back and look at this, it fits everything to a nutshell. I told you the solutions that I would impose, I cannot say it on YouTube. I
Mm-hmm.
just couldn't.
Right.
Because although to a level I have an understanding for black people and some of the dysfunction, if someone is unaware of it and they are able to be coached, if they're willing to listen to different things, if they're willing to learn, I can work with that person. But
Mm-hmm.
when someone is willfully ignorant, knows that they're being ignorant, and hey, I'm just going to keep on doing this, I can't work with that person.
Yeah.
I can't.
You
So
know, no, go
go
ahead.
ahead. No, go ahead.
You know what I notice is a lot of these stupid ass niggas that act the way they act. And David Carroll talked about this a lot about how a lot of these coons are in their 30s, 40s, 50s, some of them even
Yeah,
60s. And I,
yeah,
I think back to when I was a kid, and I came from a two-parent home in suburban Chicago. I was the one of the few black children in the schools that I attended that had two parents in the home. Most of these kids my age that went to the schools that I went to came from black single mother households. And
yeah,
I noticed that a lot of these kids had behavioral problems. I mean, it was some of the schools I went to were so fucking bad. I'm talking about before I even got to high school. They would have police car units waiting at the end of the block because as soon as school let out, the kids
yeah,
would get out of sight of the school grounds and start fighting and jumping each other. And and I realized, and always cracking on each other, your mama this, your mama that, and just acting like fucking fools. You know what I realized? A lot of these fucking idiots never grew out of that. A lot of them are still
yeah,
12, 13, 14 years old in the mind. Their
yeah,
their brain growth is fucking stunted. You know. Now, that's not I'm not saying that if somebody verbally attacks you, or just like if somebody physically attacks you, you don't clap back. But a lot of these dudes literally they make a lifetime career of looking for an excuse to act like a clown ass fool. With all,
Yeah.
like you said, with everything that people in general, but black people and black men in particular have to worry
Yeah.
about. You know, the police racially profiling, you know, black women, you know, doing everything in their fucking everything in their their every opportunity that they have to take advantage of and shit on and make black men's life a living hell. With
Yeah.
everything that's going on, you know, these politicians, you know, pretending like they give a fuck, but clearly doing everything in their power to prove that they don't give a fuck. And you know, black men in and out of the prison system getting disproportionately sentenced for the same crime that a white boy will get, you know,
Yeah.
probation and a little community service for. I mean, everything that black men have to worry about, all the enemies that he has.
And you got
And
to worry about another black man.
right. And the one that's likely to kill you, the one that's likely to, or the one that's likely to make you kill them in self-defense, is gonna be some stupid ass nigga whose skin color is either your complexion or darker.
Yeah.
And it's
And the thing is, I
just
hate as
wrap
much
your
as I
mind,
hate
man.
as much as I, you know, that I hate using that terminology, but as much as I hate using it, it does. It's true. It's true. And I'll tell you this much: a lot of people start to wonder about the behaviors of black men. And I was having a discussion with a young lady about this. I told her that black men have a troll type mentality.
Hmm.
And when I say troll type mentality, they'll do deliberate shit, just come out of nowhere and just say something stupid for no apparent reason. As an
Yep.
example, when I first got on the YouTube, I've been on here since 2011. So we're going on 11 years now. Next month makes 11 years.
Hmm.
In 2012, I started posting videos of the my hobby collection because one guy said, "Hey man, I like the train set you got in the background. Can you make a video showcasing this?" I said, "Sure." So I make a video showcasing what I have, and it was a black dude that comes in and says, "Ugly trains." And I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, I don't care whether you like it or not, but why do you feel the need to come over here and say that? Like, you won't find me leaving shit like that on somebody else's comment thread. So I asked him, dude, why did you feel the need to say that? Oh man, listen, I don't like it, man. So then when I look at his, go to his
Wow.
channel and I look at one of his videos, and there's another dude on there on his comment thread that's going in on him, just talking about how he's gonna fuck him up and all this other crazy shit. Some dude from New York, just like me.
Right.
I go to that guy's channel and I see how this whole thing started because this guy was going to his page talking shit about him. And that's why this dude was on his channel talking shit. So I'm saying to myself, what the fuck is why do black men do stupid shit like this?
Right.
Just like when you see dumb shit, what was it, a couple of years ago? You had the young black girl out there in Brooklyn, she was a teenage girl, and it was
Hmm.
like 30 of these black teenage savages that decided to stomp her in the middle of the street.
Hmm.
And I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck possesses a group of savages to do this to a girl? I mean, you can't even
Yeah.
claim. Listen, I'm all for self-defense. Somebody
Hmm.
puts their hands on you, you fight back, fine. But that wasn't that situation. And even if it was that situation, how is it then that you feel the need to have what 30 of you little bastards beating up on a girl? I mean, that's something that I can never sit back and co-sign. But unless you have the mindset of being a troll or just being on some of the stupid shit, like I've even heard plenty of females say how they will call too dark or you're I don't usually date dark skinned girls. And we're saying this about black men. I'm
Hmm.
saying to myself, okay, well, if you're not into that, fine. What the fuck makes you say some stupid shit like that out of your goddamn mouth? Unless you had a troll type mentality.
Hmm.
I mean, this goes on and on. What was it? Fucking Amber Cole. I believe this happened in 2012. The girl that got caught, topping off the students in the back of the school.
Hmm.
They decided to go ahead and make a video about it and post it for everybody to fucking see. Later
Oh
on that
Lord.
same year, some girl out in Staten Island, well, she had sex with the entire football team. They started putting her on blast. So when she's waiting for the Staten Island train with her friends, she takes off her bag and her headphones and tells them to hold us as the train is approaching the station. Jumps right in front of the train, kills herself. And then coming to find out the reason that she did this is because she was bullied behind this. Now, what I find strange, you have a group of dudes who will sit up here and talk about how they want to get some pussy, they want to get ass, or whatever the case may be. You come across a female that's fast. Okay, I'm not saying you should marry her, but at the end of the day, you got what you wanted. If she gave you what you wanted, what the fuck is the purpose in trashing her afterward? Or
Right.
doing some stupid shit like showing a video to everybody in the damn school saying, oh, she's a hoe. The reason why that is because a lot of these black boys have a troll type mentality. And I
Mm-hmm.
remember experiencing this when I was in trade school. And I was what, 18 years old? And I had dudes in their 50s talking about the footwear that I got on. Older dudes that should be trying to coach me, trying to prepare me for the future, but sitting there cracking stupid ass jokes as if they were fucking 19 years old. Like, dude, you're in a room full of 17, 18, 20-year olds, and you sitting here cracking jokes as if you're still in goddamn high school.
Oh
What
my
the fuck?
God.
I couldn't believe this shit. Grown ass, dusty black men. Well, look at those, Whitney had them shoes on. Nigga, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Man, dude, I have, and I think we've all had these experiences. I saw a Negro who robbed a convenience store. He's surrounded by the cops. They got 12 gauge pump action shotguns, 9mm pistols, AR
Jesus
15s
Christ.
pointed at this dumbass nigga. He's sitting up here pacing back and forth with one of his hands in his jacket, and he's talking about, fuck you, pussy ass nigga. Suck my dick, nigga. Suck my
Jesus
dick, nigga.
Christ.
I fucked your mama, nigga. What's up, nigga? What's up? And I'm thinking,
They're
dude,
gonna pump your ass full of lead. That's what's gonna be what's up.
do you not? Are you? And at first, I thought, well, maybe this guy is just on drugs. Maybe that's what it is. But not everybody. Niggas like you said, they have a troll mentality. I'm
Yeah,
thinking, dude, did your welfare mama fuck you up that bad that you are so fucking retarded that you don't realize that you are about to get your damn head blown off in about
yeah,
2.3 seconds? Like, dude, this is a serious situation.
yeah.
You have loaded guns pointed at you, bruh, with fingers on the trigger, aiming right at you. This is
You
the
talk about
time to
fuck your
stop
mama.
talking
I
shit.
fucked your mama.
Yeah,
Jesus
that's
Christ.
the other thing that has always astonished me about Negroes. I don't I'm assuming you've had somewhat of an experience with this, but every Negro, especially ones that have been raised in dysfunctional households, every Negro act like they the hardest, toughest, roughest, most shit talkingest, bulletproof dude on planet Earth, which it's kind of strange because it's like it's y'all. If you niggas are so bulletproof hard, why are so many of y'all getting laid out in the fucking streets?
Yeah,
I mean, can you not put two and two together and realize that this lifestyle and this mentality is not only detrimental but a direct threat to your health? Can you
of
not
course.
put two brain chromosomes together to figure that out? It's
Yeah,
it.
there's just a level of emotion that they go through, and I don't know these these Negroes just lose their fucking mind, and they swear they're the hardest thing until they find out either they get some slugs in their ass or whatever. The thing is, listen, I'm a staunch advocate for defending black people,
Mhm.
especially black men. But what I don't do is I don't defend bullshit.
Yep.
What was it last year? You had some Negro who, and I don't remember the guy's name, but it was a video went viral. He's intoxicated, and he decides to pull his vehicle in to a fast food driveway, not the parking lot, but to park his car and go to sleep in the driveway. To the point where the people who are in the fucking store have to call the cops because this. Okay, I'm trying to keep it cool here. But this dude pulls in to this fucking driveway. So the cops show up. And you drunk on the spot. So we got no choice but to arrest your black ass now. We got no fucking choice. Even if we wanted to let you go, we can't because somebody called this shit in. So we got to now fill out a goddamn report. Now you're in the car, you're intoxicated, the engine's running. We got to lock your black ass up.
Mm.
So as they're trying to make their arrest, this Negro breaks loose. He manages to break free from two police officers, two men trying to hold him down, and gets one of their tasers. And as
Yeah.
he's running, he
Mhm.
turns around and points the taser, and they light his ass up. And
Right.
I sit back and say, well, you know what? I'm not defending this
Right.
because this is blatant stupidity.
Right.
I'm not saying that being intoxicated is a reason, or even drinking and driving is a reason for you to be a death sentence.
Right. Of
But there's a
course not.
point in time that you use a level of common sense. Listen, if you're going to be in your car and you're intoxicated, don't be obvious. If you're going to park the bitch, park it where other cars are at, so you don't look obvious, and go to sleep. If that's what
Exactly.
you, I'm not giving advice, but if this is what you're going to do, that's how you should do it. But
Exactly.
you do some obnoxious, arrogant, stupid shit. I could just pull my black ass up into a fucking fast food restaurant, into the driveway of a fast food restaurant, and nothing's supposed to happen to me. And if you go into any black neighborhood, what you're gonna find is an endless conglomerates of these Negroes buying these shitbox vehicles. And
Mm-hmm.
what they do with these fucking shit boxes, they have no horsepower to them. They have no torque. It's a raggedy ass rust bucket. But you hook up this fucking muffler system on there, and these dumbass niggas literally get in the car, and as soon as they start the shit, they ain't even pulling the goddamn parking spot. They revving up the engine like a fucking 5-year-old at a
That sound
goddamn toy store.
that sound just like this junk collecting ape in Indianapolis that that's call itself trying to fuck with me. I mean, it is
Oh my
exactly as
god!
you explained. I
And the
mean,
saddest part is this: you're driving and just literally revving up your engine and flying down the block of a residential street. These are residential street. If you hit somebody, if somebody's kid comes out and you hit him, that's it. You going to jail because you
yep,
had no business doing that shit. They
exactly.
don't take their dumb ass over to fucking I-95 or fucking what's it, the I-87. None of that shit. Go to a fucking highway and do that shit. No, they don't do that. They stay in the same neighborhood and they continue doing this bullshit to the point where they do it 3 or 4 fucking o'clock in the morning. You sleeping and you can't even fucking get some rest without one of these. Oh my god! Once again, I'm trying to keep it cool, but this is the shit they do, and I say, damn, what the fuck is up with you niggas, man? And I want to make this clear. I'm not talking about all black men.
Right, of course not.
But you have a conglomerate of
Yep.
black men who bask in ignorance and stupidity. And
Yeah.
at a time like this, when you really need to be discreet, you really need to remain low profile. And I did a
Yeah.
video about this a couple of months ago with the type of vehicles you should be purchasing.
Mm-hmm.
You go to the suburbs and see what these white boys got in their garage. They got these big ass fucking pickup trucks. They
Mm-hmm.
can go off the road fucking mountain climbing with that bitch if they want to. You got this rear wheel drive vehicle, a sports vehicle that ain't gonna get you past 3 inches of goddamn snow should it hit.
Yep.
And if somebody chase your ass off the road, you literally fuck because there's nothing you can do. Because you were too busy trying to showboat and stunt in your own damn neighborhood. You can't go no place else with this car because the minute you do that, they're gonna have the cops gonna pull your ass over. So you
Mm-hmm.
stay your ass right in black society doing this dumbass shit.
Yeah, I saw this
And I'm
white.
sorry.
No, go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
I
I
saw
don't
this
have
white boy in a truck just like you was talking about. It's
yeah.
probably the only motherfucker that I ever seen get away from the police. He was on a country road and he veered off to the side after they tried to pit maneuver him, and he just
Hmm.
drove through a dry ass like farm field where the corn had been harvested. And
Yeah.
the cop in the car tried to follow him. His shit couldn't make it 100 yards before it got stuck in the dirt. That boy was gone. He went
Yeah.
like 3 miles across all them acres of farmland to a road on the other end of the county. But to see exactly, it's like, I mean, I don't think he was thinking, oh well, one day I'm gonna be in a chase with the police. I can get away with this motherfucker. But that's how they think. Like,
Yeah. You never know what you're gonna come across.
right.
You never know. So you need to be thinking long term. The reason why you never see me with a two-door sports car is because it serves no benefit to me. I had two Chrysler 300s. These shits were rear-wheel drive. Beautiful cars. I love the Chrysler 300, but it's not reliable unless you get the all-wheel drive. But it's even then, still, it's not as reliable as an SUV. So I said
Right.
my next car is going to be an SUV because I need to know that if a situation occurs, I can move.
Exactly.
I
Yeah.
can move. Now I've seen
Right.
people over the past winter. stuck in a couple of inches of snow on the highway while I'm climbing over that bitch. Okay, y'all stuck. There ain't no accidents on the road. Y'all just can't get up this fucking hill, but I'm climbing. You got to start thinking from a level of survival. That's how black men have to think.
Yep.
Stop trying to showboat. Stop trying to stunt. Stop trying to be seen because that's what's caused or bringing the attention to you. You have to start learning how to operate discreetly. Now,
Yeah.
any brother who have seen me, who knows me off of YouTube, who see me face to face, knows I'm very low profile. In many cases, I won't even know that they're approaching me until they say, "Hey, man, I love your work." Oh shit, that's what's up. But I'm very low profile
Mm-hmm. Me as
because
well.
that's the way I operate. Yeah, because I don't care to be seen like that. I
Mm-hmm.
could be sitting right in your neighborhood in my car and no one would even know it. That's
Yep.
the way I want it. I don't need everybody knowing that I'm over here. No, no, you don't need to know shit.
You know, you bring up a very important point. That's another thing that I notice about these little goofy ass niggas as a whole, not just uh you know these black so-called pookies, but these ratchet black females as well.
Yeah,
If you look at a lot of these situations where these people are being killed, and I know you had brought up that you think that not all of this is black on black crime, that some of it may be other elements posing as something,
yeah,
but whatever it is, what I notice is that in almost every situation where these Negroes are getting killed, they're in these huge crowds of idiots that are usually drunk on alcohol, high on drugs, high on weed, loud music booming. I mean, you just letting the entire freaking world know that you're here.
hmm,
I got a video coming out where there was this, because of last year all the COVID restrictions in Memphis, Tennessee. A
yeah,
bunch of kids, they went to northern Mississippi, this little town called Como, and it's like this little rural area, and they wanted to have like a um like a street party there. So they like rented out a house, and there was like 500 kids there in this little tiny ass town that is usually quiet as a mouse, like population 600 and all of that. And then you see some of these kids, they on their Instagram lives, showing, and then all of a sudden, I mean, it's pitch dark around here. I went to Como, Mississippi. It's pitch
yeah,
dark, can't see nothing. All you can see are the lights on the little makeshift stage that they made. And the next thing you know, out of butt fuck nowhere, pop 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 pop, tap 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 tap, pop pop
Jesus
pop.
Christ.
I mean, bullets flying every freaking where. And so what wound up happening was, like, two kids, including this girl from Memphis, got killed. Like, five others were wounded. Like 100 shots were easily fired on
Yeah,
camera. And the police, the county sheriff, they came by saying, please help us, catch these suspects. We think they were from Memphis. But there was some social media rumors going around that there may have been, some white people from that area that may have
that
been
just
with the
go there and shoot the
KKK,
place up.
yeah, that may have hid in the trees and started shooting at them. The thing was, these stupid ass niggas are in this tiny ass town surrounded by nothing but darkness. They can't see 2 feet in front of their face unless they in front
Yeah,
of this stage. You don't know who you, making all this fucking noise, drunk, high, out of your fucking mind, acting a fucking fool. You can't see whether it's Pookie or Clem. You can't see who the hell coming up on you.
yeah, yeah,
And this is the mentality of these goofy ass niggas, that they have to be seen. You've heard these ignorant, obnoxious ass black females, especially when they're young, they're just as loud as they can possibly be in public. They just want the entire world to know, hey, I'm right here. Bullseye. Paint a
yeah.
bullseye
They're,
on
they're
myself. I'm right fucking here. And that kind of goes back to what you were saying about, how we keep a low profile. It's like me, you know, I don't, a lot of people, they think they look up some public records, they know something about me, but nobody knows where I am, and I
yeah,
like to keep, just like you say, I like to keep it that way because it gives me a tactical advantage. I see
exactly.
things outside of my window. Sometimes I'll turn the light off and look, kind of observe,
Hmm.
and I know I got enough firepower in here to hold off a small army for at least a couple of hours. But the thing is, you gotta see a motherfucker coming before you can do anything about it. And if you out
Exactly.
acting like a fucking fool, just doing what the rest of the sheep are doing, like you said, in these times when we got
Exactly.
the fucking government coming out with the fucking Delta variant and the Omicron variant and the
Yeah.
Megatron variant and the ABC variant
The
and the
Optimus Prime
XYZ variant,
variant,
right? And the I
the
mean,
American
man,
Airlines
ain't
variant,
no
the
telling
JetBlue
what these
variant.
people are willing to do. Ain't no telling what these
Exactly.
people are willing to do to you know get their agenda achieved. And these, that's the thing that scares me more than anything. That and I know you were talking about, your belief in black empowerment. And I'm
Oh,
right with you,
absolutely.
brother. But what frightens me is there's so many of our people, as we just mentioned, and David Carroll, he talked about this. People thought he hated black people. I think he really cared for black people, and he was speaking about this out of frustration. There's so many
Yeah.
of these niggas that are so goddamn stupid and clueless that if somebody really wanted to coordinate and do something to cause us major harm on a mass scale, bro, I hate to admit it, but I don't really think it in this current state. I don't really think there's much we as a collective could do about it, man. Because a
No,
lot of these
you're
things
you're
we have.
right. That's the unfortunate part. You're right. As much as that pains me, that's the unfortunate part. But like I said, or I didn't say this because I can't say it on social media. When it comes down to those who are willfully ignorant and want to be stupid, I'm not trying to help those.
Yeah,
I'm not here to do nothing for you. If it was up to me, I would have my solution. I will leave that one at that. I would have my solution because I know at this point in time, and I told you what that was over the phone, but at this point in time, this shit is dangerous. You
yeah,
can't have Negroes running around out here willfully being ignorant, not paying attention to their surroundings. And this is something that's very prevalent that I've noticed amongst black women, not paying attention to their surroundings,
yep,
just out here clueless, just on foolishness. And I sit back and I watch it. And I say, okay, you're really not even paying attention. You're just out here just being aloof to shit. And that's where danger comes in. And listen, in order to deal with this, what really has to be done, I mean, shit, you have to rebuild this Negro from the ground up.
hmm
From the ground up. And that means it has to start off with it's going to be a long process. And I say it's like this. I don't think I'm going to be alive to see that happen.
yeah. I agree.
The only thing I can say is that I hope that the process starts taking place while I'm still living. I don't think none of us are going to be around to see that, but it's going to be a matter of the generations behind us. You got to start prepping them because the problem is we've had a lot of stupid ass Negroes in the past just guiding the race nowhere, willfully ignorant, willfully on nonsense, babbling on, sounding outright fucking stupid, and getting nothing done while doing so.
hmm
And I say, when you look at those black boys that stomped out that girl and took her sneakers, you had with 30 boys out there in Brooklyn a couple of years ago.
hmm
I would sit back and ask, who's raising these kids? And if
Right.
you can't see that you're raising a little punk ass bastard who thinks he's the shit, who runs his mouth all the fucking time, and you don't have enough sense to tell him, boy, you better check that shit, that's a problem. If you're a female, if you're a black female who's buying into this liberal agenda that thinks you don't need a father figure there to help you raise your children, and I get it, relationships don't always last, marriages fall apart. I understand that. I'm not condemning nobody for that. But if you have a man that okay, it didn't work out between the two of you, but he's a damn good father, then you don't step in between that.
Right.
See, this is where, well, you know what, let me leave that one at that. But that's where the problem lies.
hmm
That's part of where the problem lies.
That's a big,
And the thing
big
is,
part.
yeah, exactly. And the issue here is black men are going to be the ones that have to take the lead on this. A lot of people didn't understand where I was coming from when I made my video addressing Kevin Samuels. I don't even think half of that video was really about Kevin Samuels, but a lot of people were pissed off with me. Oh, you got this one wrong, brother. You got this one wrong. And the point that I was trying to make is, listen, man, y'all got a feel good moment based off of what he said to that female,
Right.
which I don't really see how that's a feel good moment because she wasn't on YouTube trashing black men. So I don't really see how that equates to a feel good moment. Had he done that to one of these females who are trashing black men, that'd be a little different. But even with that being stated, that's not the source of the problem. It's not. If
Right.
you were to get these females offline that get online and spew out all this propaganda about black men, most of it, which is not even damn true, you still wouldn't have solved that problem
Exactly.
because someone else will come right back in their place. It's just like the leaves on a goddamn tree. If you talk about, well, I got to get rid of those leaves, but you ain't getting rid of the damn trunk and the goddamn roots, guess what? Them leaves are going to come right back.
Yep.
And the point that I try to get black men to see by large is start learning how to go after the source of the damn problem. And what black men are not understanding, they can sit here and talk about how foul black female nature is, and a lot of them are under the impression that, well, we could just go ahead and get us a white woman or get a woman of another race. The problem is women in Western civilization, period, are fucked up like this, to the point where
Exactly.
even white men are going through this.
Facts. Facts.
But the problem behind this is that women respond to the environment that men create.
Facts.
Black men need to look into that. How do you, because we're not the ones creating this environment. So they're responding to an environment that we haven't created. How do you check that? But go ahead and say what you got to say, brother.
No, I was just co-signing with what you were saying. I was actually, this is really the whole premise of my, hashtag half the problem.
Yeah,
That, you know, okay, we know the white supremacist structure that, put in place the system that now has black people as a collective fucked up. That was created by white men, but also this what further has you know um I want to say agitated the situation with what we now know as thought culture with
yeah,
these black females that basically think it's okay to grow up being whores. Like they look like this is something, how when you were a kid, they ask you, what you want to be when you grow up. Now these females, they're not outright saying it, but it's like this is something that they aspire to. They aspire to
yeah,
be wild, rambunctious, crass, loud, disrespectful, promiscuous, idiotic whores. This, yes, we can say, it is because of their single mothers and the environments that their single mothers chose to bring them up in. But also, you have to look at the fact that a lot of these black males, there's not enough of them that when they see this dysfunctional shit going on with these females, like I explained to you what happened, like the examples I used of, the Vietnamese model and,
yeah,
what happened in India, where there's not enough black men that are stepping in and saying, stop this shit. You know,
yeah,
it's okay. It's time for a fucking end. We can say, oh, well, she'll call the police if he tries to get physical, whatever. But let's be honest, okay? Things have been getting physical in the black community for the longest fucking time, okay? If black people as a collective really wanted to put their foot down, literally and otherwise, to try to curb some of this fucking nonsense, they could, and they would get very little pushback in doing it if it was happening on a consistent enough
yeah,
basis. Okay, what I'm noticing, in this biracial stripper fight, she brung this up. She said, "Who's going to you call me, a hoe, but who's going to these strip clubs? Who's, you know, who's,
hmm,
you know, um, on these escorting sites that are, soliciting my services?" She's saying, "Who's hollering at me? Who's in my DMs?" This thought culture is enforced by super simp culture.
of
Okay,
course.
you got too many, and of course there are all races of men that are thirsty, but black men, unfortunately, and I said this before, this attitude that they have of measuring the value of their manhood or lack thereof through the tip of their dick, no matter how big or small they think it is, has got to fucking stop.
Yeah,
Okay? I mean, for we got too many Negroes who think that masculinity means how much sexual access I have to members of the opposite gender. Okay? Masculinity and and patriarchy is about developing, controlling, and protecting the resources that flow in and out of your community, and you controlling and calling the shots about what the fuck goes on in and with
Exactly.
your tribe. Okay, it ain't got nothing to do. If you look, if you look throughout history, even especially white history, okay, no matter what type of man was on top, from King George and the Redcoats to the Nazis, wherever they went as conquerors, for better or for worse, women gave them pussy. They didn't have to ask for it. Okay, when the
Exactly.
Nazis occupied France, them French bitches were dropping them panties like it was nothing. Why? Because they were the dominant motherfucking tribe in Europe at
Exactly.
that time. Okay, these niggas all over these females, thirsty as hell. Most of them ain't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. Okay, when
Yeah.
they, instead of focusing on mother these tainted ass used up. Oh God, this is YouTube. Let me stop. Instead of worrying about the used up vaginas of these females, you need to be worrying about developing yourself as a human being first, and then as a man. Okay, one of the reasons why these dudes are so dysfunctional is because they don't know how to do anything but act a fucking idiot and run around chasing skirts all over the fucking place. They
Yeah.
literally think that that defines and measures manhood, and that is one of the reasons why black people are not only getting killed literally, they're getting killed economically in every other way. Okay, because that's
Exactly.
all these niggas do: act a fucking fool with other niggas and chase pussy around. Stupid as
And the
hell.
thing is, people, other races will exploit you for that. Once they know that you're out here just feeding for pussy, oh yeah, they'll exploit you for that.
Hmm.
Here's a common argument that you hear black men say to black women and black women say to black men, all when it comes down to this interracial dating piece. I'll sit back and I'll watch black men say, "Oh, it was the fault of black women. They started the whole interracial dating with the was it the Lovings case,
Hmm.
that
Yeah,
situation."
yeah, the
And then
Lovings
you,
versus something. Yeah.
yeah, then you'll have the Cynthia G camp talk about, "Oh, it's you black men that started this because y'all subpoenaed the Supreme Court way before this ever even happened." Okay. According to what she references, it was three black men that petitioned the Supreme Court and two that were successful. But the common denominator where they both seemingly miss out on both sides is we're talking about black men and black women. But do you really believe that three black men, all it took was for three black men in a time when we were being lynched, brutalized, beaten, murdered, all kinds of crazy shit happening to us? White men weren't afraid of us for nothing else, but when it comes down to interracial dating, they'll let that happen. So let's get this straight. They won't give you reparations. They won't give you nothing of true substantive benefits.
Right.
But they're so afraid of you now. Oh boy, we better let these black guys. All it took was three of these black guys to come in here. Oh man, we don't want no smoke with the Negroes, so we better go ahead and offer them our white women. So I say, okay, there's a source to that that's being completely left out. And somebody had to allow this. And there was one female that said this years ago on YouTube. And I thought she was crazy when she first said this years ago. But now that I think about it, no, she was spot on. Because white men had to allow you to start dating interracially.
Yeah.
And see, the thing is, black men don't pick up on a broken pattern when it comes down to white men and races and men of other races. So when I sit back and I listen to these Negroes running around saying, we're going to get our passport, we're going to start traveling the world,
Oh
I'm
my
thinking to
God.
myself, you
Don't get
Negroes
me
really
started
don't know
on
what
them
the fuck
motherfuckers.
y'all getting
Don't get
yourselves into
me started.
because you don't understand how other groups work. I've explained this shit for damn near 5 years now on this channel, or my channel, that races, that men are territorial over their women by nature. Races of people are tribe like by nature. That will always be the common denominator. This whole inclusivity bullshit, that's a minority. This
Yep.
whole dating, no. The majority of people within their race, including the black race, regardless of what the naysayers want to say, they date within their race, they marry within their race, they procreate within their race.
Exactly.
So for those who are going out there dating interracially, you are actually the minority. Now, there's a reason why it can happen here in Western civilization. And I would say the groups of women that black men have most access to are biracials, Latinos, and white women. Now you can place whoever at the top of the list that you feel fit, but those are the numbers and the main categories of who black men are going to have access to. There's a reason for that. In many other cultures, just like with many other groups of people that come here, they still follow their damn culture. So black men don't have access to them by large. Even if
Fact.
they dibble and dabble in it for a little while, their family has to be completely Western whitewashed in order for them to, and I'm kind of making that word up, so please forgive me. But you
Oh,
have to be heavily indoctrinated with Western civilization in order for that to really take place because they're not going to sit back and watch you date their women. And what I
right.
try to explain to black men, listen, if you're going out there and you're dating outside the race and you're getting the ones that nobody really wants, you ain't really got much of a problem. But if you're going out there and you're getting the ones that they want, I mean, show me when was the last time you seen an attractive, wealthy white woman that white men want that's out here just dating black guys. If she's dating black guys, guess what? Them dudes would make way more money than she does. She's not going to date a black man on her financial level, equal or beneath her. She's not going to do it. Chances are she's not even going to, well, she might mess with them on the side, but she's not going to mess with them as far as getting married, none of the above, because she knows at the end of the day who she's going to marry. But if
Fact.
black men started pulling this off by large, getting involved with these women of other races, and getting the highly desired, the highly attracted, that means physical attraction, has some kind of wealth or comes from a family of wealth, desired by marriage and procreation by their men. If black men by large started pulling this off, you would hear so many black guys getting shot down, being killed, being lynched, having all types of shit happening to them. It
Mm,
wouldn't even be funny. So when
yeah.
I sit back and I listen to these black dudes talk about we're gonna get our passport, yeah, most of y'all when y'all go to these other places, y'all paying for pussy. And listen, I don't give a fuck what you do if that's what you choose to do. But you're
Oh
not
my
about to go over
God.
there and get involved with these females and think you getting a freebie. No, see, that's the reason why they let you go over there and sleep with them. Okay, we getting something out of the goddamn deal. As long as
Exactly.
them
The
Negroes are
pimp.
paying,
Right.
exactly.
Right. The
We got to
pimps are
get something.
profiting off of that motherfucker.
Yes, yes. Because if you go over here and you think that you just gonna run up in our damn women and then we ain't getting nothing out of the goddamn deal, and then you gonna leave or leave off with our women, that's a fucking problem. You would hear
Hmm.
these Negroes getting on planes and getting their passports and not coming back.
Yeah.
That's what the fuck you would hear about. You see,
Hmm.
people didn't learn about that situation in Greece when that black dude went out there and got his ass killed. A Negro, a lone Negro in a sea of white people, didn't see nothing wrong with that. When I went to his
Yep.
Facebook page, didn't see nothing wrong with him being the only black dude talking about, yeah, I'm having a pool party with the homies, but you the only black person there.
Yep.
And then when you went out there to Greece, listen, I put money on this. That when the rubber met the road, none of those white friends that he had, got a scratch put on him because they didn't get involved. His black ass didn't make it back alive.
Yep.
They probably sat back, oh, please stop. Why are you doing this? Don't
Hmm.
beat him up. But they weren't about to get their hands dirty for his black ass.
Yeah.
And when the shit was all said and done, guess what? They let them white dudes walk.
Hmm.
Even though that's what, at least at a bare minimum manslaughter, they let
Hmm.
that shit go. Why?
Oh yeah.
Who are we gonna be held accountable to?
Oh
And
yeah.
I know what he was there doing. You over here mingling and having a good time with the white women. And they said, oh, hell no, we ain't going for this shit. We ain't getting nothing out of this. We ain't getting no money out of this. We ain't getting no benefits out of this. So we're going to put a shutdown to your black ass. Just like that African guy that went to China, the
Hmm.
engineer, and got killed. They dragged him out of his home because he was dating a Chinese girl. They dragged him out and beat him to death.
Yep.
We ain't getting nothing out of this. We ain't making no money. She's not one of our scragglers. So therefore, guess what? You got to go. We're
Same
going to
thing
do something
happened.
about your black ass.
Yep. Same thing happened to Malcolm X's grandson in Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
Said he
Yeah.
got into a confrontation with some guys in a bar in Mexico City, and they dragged him out into the street after beating him badly and stomped him a few more times, and
Jesus
he
Christ.
was dead. And it was probably over some female. You know
Mm-hmm.
this.
Oh yeah.
I remember you did a video. That's another thing black people in general don't understand, that white people have herd a certain type of herd mentality when they need to. I remember
Yeah.
you did a video about this goofy ass nigga from New York that he went viral. Somebody was shooting with their camera of him at this gas station, and he walked over to the camera. He had got into it with some white dudes, and then he walked over to the person with the camera, like all buck
Oh
and
yeah.
he was like, "Yeah, man, I'm from New York, nigga.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm out here by myself." And I was thinking to myself, and this was before he got beat into the fucking pavement. I
Yeah.
was thinking to myself, no wait, you're in Arizona, which is predominantly white, okay? And you're surrounded by these white dudes. It ain't even gonna be a fair fight, number one, if they all decide to rush you. You're announcing as loud as you can that you're by yourself.
Yeah.
I'm
Stupid.
assuming that you probably don't have a weapon on you
Which
because,
he didn't.
probably would have pulled it by now. So you're one little skinny ass Negro out here surrounded by all these white folks declaring that you're by yourself. So you letting them know, oh man, you know, we this dude ain't even got no backup. We can drag him to the shed and do whatever we want with him. Instead of just beating his ass right there, what if they could have had a call a couple more of their buddies and
Yeah.
just dragged his ass and put him in the back of a pickup truck and took him somewhere and do to him what they did to Emmett Till? And his dumb
Yeah.
ass would have been there looking fucking stupid as he's getting tortured and murdered, thinking to himself, wow, it was stupid to be from New York and out here by myself and announce it
Yeah.
like that. It's like niggas, they really do think they're hard and buck strong and bulletproof. And a lot of that shit, as we know, of course, comes from, the dysfunctional single black matriarchies that they come from, where they're around these over emotional bitches that are, constantly, just acting insane about every damn thing. And unfortunately, because there's no strong authority figure or father figure there, they kind of inherit that. They internalize that, and it programs them as they develop into young men. And they take that out to the world, thinking that that is the way to go through life. That's the way to resolve problems. To act, loud and tough. And unfortunately, we see the tragic end result of that. Black men getting shot and sometimes murdered by the police. Black men definitely getting shot and murdered by each other. I mean, no, now all this Black Lives Matter stuff, nobody murders Negroes more than Negroes. And what the problem is that the very dude that's holding the gun about to pull the trigger, the very black dude, the Pookie that's holding the gun about to pull the trigger, has
Yeah.
the same mentality and the same problem as the dude who he's about to murder.
Yeah.
And so it becomes a vicious cycle where, black people don't black males, they don't understand how to conflict resolve. They don't understand how to respect authority. They don't understand how when they get worked up, you don't have to be over emotional. It's like they don't know anything about just being a regular fucking human being. A lot of these guys and of course I'm not talking about all of them, but the ones that I am talking about,
Yeah.
it's, to be honest with you, it's a wonder that more of them aren't getting killed out here in the streets. It
See, the
really
thing
is.
is, that video that you referenced, that dude is actually lucky
Yeah,
because
he is.
he fought that white boy fought him 1-on-1.
Yeah, he
And
did.
when he was beating the brakes off of him, his friend pulled him off. It was that
Yeah.
dude's friend. The
Hmm.
white guy's friend pulled, all right, he had enough. That's all right. Leave him there. He's good. And they left him. You got your ass whooped. That's it. Leave it alone.
Hmm.
But, he wasn't thinking. He was out there thinking he was going to be a hard ass. And I'm
Yep.
not exactly sure what constitutes being a hard ass when you got two
It was
dudes and you
pretty
by
hard on that
yourself.
damn pavement.
Yeah, that's the only thing he got dropped hard.
Yeah.
He got dropped hard. So a lot of them, and like it's like I've been saying, even when it comes down to the whole passport thing, a lot of these Negroes fail to be able to analyze their environment.
Boy,
They
you right.
fail to pick up on the environment around them to the
Hmm.
point where they think they can go any damn where, and I'm the man. Once I go, no, you're not the man. You're on somebody else's turf. You need to tread with caution.
Hmm.
And the reason why I say that, and this is the reason why I say I'm for Black empowerment so much, because these other groups know how to mobilize against you.
Yep.
In many cases, they're not going to cut. If you get a one-on-one fight and get beat up one-on-one, and they say, all right, he's down, leave him alone. That's it. Okay, take your loss like a man. It happens to everybody. But it's stupid for you to get into a problem like that. But the bottom line is, if they want to, they can use their discretion to say, nah, we ain't going to sit there and fight you one-on-one. We're going to rush your ass.
Yep.
We're gonna fuck you up. We're gonna put you in the back of a pickup truck.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why I say black men especially have to be able to pick up on this. Society's not gonna come after you as a single individual. It ain't gonna be some bounty hunter that's gonna come looking for you. That's highly unlikely. They have entire systems that are geared to deal with you or to exonerate them when they decide to deal with you.
Mm-hmm.
This is what black men have to pay attention to. So I don't understand when I see black men talk about they're going to go to all these foreign countries with people who look nothing like them and they think, hey, I'm going to just have this lovely life over here. No, you better start paying attention to your fucking surroundings. Because the problem is too many black men, too many black people. This goes to men and women, but I hold men more accountable with this because it's the men that uphold the community. It's the men that defend the community. It's the men that build a community.
Exactly.
And when you're talking about, well, I'm just going to isolate myself over here and be comfortable. I don't care what happens to the rest of y'all. Okay, that can work as long as nobody notices you or as long as they decide they don't want to come after you. But you're at somebody else's discretion.
Mm-hmm.
My thing is, when do you get sick and tired of being at somebody else's discretion?
Exactly.
If you don't have a tribe backing you, you're under somebody else's discretion. It's no different than what happened to Bill Cosby. Since he did not have a tribe of strong, powerful black men who could back him, who had resources, he
Mm-hmm.
was under the discretion of a system that literally just conveniently changed up just so they
Yep.
can throw him in jail, something that you don't see them do with anybody else.
Yep.
They made an example out of him. He went
Mm-hmm.
from America's dad to be having all his shit pulled off of fucking posters everywhere. We can't
Yep.
endorse this guy.
Yeah, he's
So
a
this
he's
is
a, mm-hmm. No,
so
go
this
ahead.
is what yeah, so this is what black men need to understand. You have to analyze the environment around you. You have to start learning how studying other tribes and how they work. I can
Exactly.
say what I say about black men having accesses to the races of women for a reason because I sat back and I've studied other tribes.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say Hispanic, Latinos, and white women are the three types of women that black men, for the most part, will have access to more than anybody else. Because when you look at the Asian woman, when you look at the Arabic woman, the Indian woman, they're very tribe-like and very in tune, just like Mia Khalifa, the porn star that
Yeah.
we were talking about.
Yeah.
She pulled the bullshit she pulled, and even though she was in the States, they told her, we're gonna fucking kill you. Having porn and doing that shit. And what happened? She left that shit alone, even though she's in a whole nother country.
Bruh.
But she
She did.
still respected the patriarchal authority of the men from where she came from.
Yeah. And that was ISIS, the so-called terrorist group. They made
Yes,
a video that said you didn't, in so many words, they said you done fucked up. Now
of
we gonna
course,
fuck you up. And she said I don't know if you saw that interview she did with Lance Armstrong. She said that she woke up that morning and people was blowing up her phone
of
and
course,
with the link to the video, the ISIS video. She said as soon as she saw that shit, she practically jumped out her skin. The next day she called her management agency. She said, sue me, I quit. Because she was signed on under contract to certain adult production companies. She was like, the very next day, she was like, sue me, I quit. She was
of
just
course.
she
Oh
was
yeah,
mad that she had got her put herself in that type of position. And she said
she
her
would rather
family
take a
cut her off.
lawsuit. She
Yeah.
would rather take a lawsuit. But listen, this is you just mentioned her family cut off exactly because
Yep.
what they showcase is we will protect our women, but at the same time, we will punish you if you get out of line. You
Mm-hmm.
see, I'm looking at one of the, I think it was Sir Charles says that I'm very underrated on YouTube. Yes, I am, but I kind of fall into obscurity for a reason because
Mm-hmm.
the information that I really want to put out, I really can't put that out on YouTube. I really can't because it's stuff that most of people don't understand.
Right.
And another thing is I've been sitting back and just analyzing the past couple of years, which is another reason why my views have shifted somewhat. And I still back a lot of my original talking points that I had
Mm-hmm.
7, 8 years ago, but a lot of stuff has changed up because I sat back and I'm watching other groups and I'm saying, okay, this doesn't make sense, but why is this? When I sit back and I analyze certain things, why is this?
Right.
And then when I come up to the conclusion, then I say, okay, now I see all of these brothers talking about they're going to go get their passport and go traveling all over the world. Be careful with that shit. You want to go to every other continent other than a continent of your own, where you should be trying to build your own fucking resources.
Yeah.
You see, the thing is, you can have a small ass country And if they got nukes and resources and weaponry to defend themselves, people ain't fucking with them. You got that small island with these tribe-like people with spear tips and bow and arrows. Or what's it? I can't think of the damn island. Little black people. But
Mm-hmm.
nobody goes there. And as a matter of fact, there was a Asian guy that went there. It was on the news back in
Mm-hmm.
2018. He went there 2 times. The first time he went there trying to give him a basketball, a Bible, and Jesus. They
Mm-hmm.
ran his ass up out of there. He came back. They killed him, drug him
Damn.
around the damn sand.
Damn.
They killed his ass. They say we ain't playing that shit. They don't have none of these problems over there. I
Mm-hmm.
think it was other white people that had problem with that, saying no, we should press charges on them. They were like,
Mm-hmm.
no, we ain't going to that fucking island. Fuck that. We ain't going over there. How is it that these little tribe-like people
Mm-hmm.
have managed to garner more respect? Can say,
Mm-hmm.
no, if you come over here, we will take your fucking life. And people say, now we ain't even gonna go over there to try to prosecute y'all. We leaving you little motherfuckers alone. That person shouldn't have been there. To the point where his stepmother came out, which I believe was a white woman, saying, listen, leave them people alone. He had no business being over there.
Mm-hmm.
So
But
they
you,
garner more respect. Go ahead, brother.
mhm. No, I'm sorry. No, I was just gonna say, well, that kind of, you know, um, points toward, you know, what we were talking about, I think, over the phone. I mean, even if you look at like the certain groups that have had success,
Yeah,
some measure of victory over the most powerful white militaries in the world, they could not
yeah,
overcome them in full military force, but they
yeah,
had unity, they had coordination, they had
yeah.
discipline, they had determination. Okay, and they stuck together as a
Of
team.
course.
Okay, I mean the Taliban. I mean, you can say what you want about them motherfuckers, but for
Mm-hmm.
20 years they stuck it out. And one thing I've learned about white supremacy
Yeah,
is that white supremacy is not just nuclear bombs and fighter jets and massive militaries and technology like
yeah,
drones. The success of white supremacy rests primarily on the um what's the word I'm trying to find, on the God, it's right on the tip of my freaking tongue. It rests right on the I'm sorry, I'm having a
no,
brain
go
freeze
ahead.
right now. But it's like, when somebody agrees to go along with something. Okay.
Oh, it's influence.
Right. it it
There's a couple
it
of things that work on for that.
mhm.
Influence is one of them. But go ahead.
Yeah. The cooperation. God damn it. Yeah, it's reliant upon the cooperation of the indigenous tribe
Yeah,
to allow itself to be coerced
yeah,
into helping the white agenda. Okay?
of course.
This is one of the reasons why the white man doesn't have a problem past a certain point of um allowing the people that he's colonizing, or the lands that he's conquering, the native peoples, to intermingle with his kind, because he
Yeah,
understands that in order to subjugate them, he first has to get them to adopt his customs. And to do
yeah,
that, to keep them from being resistant, the first thing he has to do is make them feel like, they should be comfortable and feel,
yes.
safe, like his agenda is more beneficial for them than their
Because they're
own
thinking long
culture
term.
and heritage and tribe and history and everything that comes with that. See, that's the game that they play. And I notice that the tribes that and the groups that have been successful with running the white man's white ass out of their place, like the Somalians in
Yeah,
1993, like the Taliban against both the Soviet army
yeah,
and the US Army, two of the most powerful militaries in the world. They can smack down anybody's standing army. And the
yeah,
Taliban wound up getting their land back from both of them motherfuckers.
yeah.
Okay.
As soon as they
And I
left, they
noticed,
fucking said, fuck it, we taking over.
yep, the
And see,
Viet
this is,
Cong, the Vietnamese. You notice about these few places that were able to resist and, by our standards, defeat the white man, because the United States pulled their forces out, or the Russians pulled their forces out. They did not allow themselves to be mentally
yeah,
defeated through, okay, not only do we give up, but we're gonna let you come in here and just teach us how to dress, teach us about the Bible, teach us about Christianity,
They don't accept that
teach
shit.
us that we should let our women have more rights. And I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with women having rights. I'm just saying, that we're gonna let you show us how to be civilized.
Yeah,
Your version of civilized. Because when the white man says civilized, he don't. If you look at his history, he don't really mean civilized. What
of
he
course
means
not.
is a way that is conducively
Docile,
benefiting
allow
white
him to
women.
control everything.
Right.
You remain under his subjugation. And see, the thing is, uh, when it comes down to white supremacy, they don't have to go full throttle with it as they once did. And I often use the analogy of an engine, diesel locomotive, or a boiler. And that analogy is so fitting in so many different ways.
Hmm.
Because what's the common thing? If you get inside of your car, right? You're at a complete stop. When you press the accelerator, the engine is going to rev up pretty high just to get the car moving. Now that has a transmission, so it's going to rev up high. The gears are going to shift to a lower gear. Rev up high again, it's going to shift to a lower gear. But it does all that just to get the momentum, and once it gets the momentum built up, then it's going to just pretty much coast at a lower gear. So in certain cases, you got a gear that starts from what, 1 to 6 or 1 to 8, and once it reaches that eighth gear, it's just pretty much coasting in the lower RPMs. If you ever take a look at because it tells you how many RPMs the thing is going when you step on it. Maybe that's a bad analogy, but I always use the analogy of the diesel locomotive. If you're coming from a complete stop and you need to get up to 80 miles an hour, the engineer puts the throttle in full throttle. And he's doing that for the sole purpose of building up that speed because it's going to take a while to get there. Once they get it to the speed where it needs to be, then they can coast back down. Think of
Right.
that as how white supremacy first had to establish itself.
Right.
When they first established themselves, they were in full throttle. Why? Because people didn't know who they were. So they were letting the world know, no, we're here. But now that they've already been established, people know about their history. We don't have to be full throttle. We can rev up every now and then. We can
Hmm.
coast. So
Right.
this is why, okay, yeah, we'll let you go ahead and intermingle with our people. We'll let you go ahead and date our women. Now, there's a setup to that, and a lot of black men don't understand this. And this is why I say this is very dangerous for black men and black women. There are specific patterns that I've noticed when it comes down to this whole interracial dating piece. By and large, you're not going to get the most desired out of that group. It's just not happening. And
Yep.
if it means nothing to you, once again, go back to what I told you. People are tribe-like by nature. Men are territorial over their women by nature,
Yep.
meaning that they'll let you get the stragglers, but the best they want to themselves. If they can't get the best of their women and some other race is coming in there taking over, no, they ain't going for that. You'll
Oh
see
hell
things change
no.
real fast, because that's the end of their survival. So when you see black men, I know there's some brothers on here who are all about that, or go get you a white snow queen. You don't understand the level of confusion that comes with that. Because the level of confusion that comes with that, a lot of y'all are under the impression that there is no racism. Why? Because look at all these white women I'm sleeping with. Now,
Mm-hmm.
they do that for the sole purpose of confusing you, which is also another reason why, when you look at this interracial porn, they
Mm-hmm.
literally have segments where they play out the reverse slave role, where the black guy now can get revenge on the white slave master by sleeping with his daughter or his white wife or his girlfriend or whatever. And you will notice, and like I said, if you don't understand how other groups of people operate, and this is something that I haven't even said on my own channel yet, but if you don't understand how these groups of people operate, you will not find any other group of people doing this shit when it comes down to porn, promoting black guys running up in their women. The
Mm-hmm.
question you have to ask as a black man when you see things like cuckold, and this is only something that I've seen amongst blacks and whites.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it that if why is it that it's only within these two groups of people? What is behind that? Now, if you take out black porn, you're gonna notice that black porn is pretty typical. It's pretty basic. You know what to expect. You could talk about the beginning, the middle, and the end. The
Mm-hmm.
acting, if they have a storyline, it's horrible. The best thing it's known for is a big booty bimbo with an oiled up booty and getting a fucking pop shot at the end of the goddamn scene. But when you look at these other porns, the acting is phenomenal. The
Mhm.
whole the jealousy, the revenge. Oh, this I've sat back and I've watched and shit. And listen, David Carroll always talked about a rabbit hole. I've gone down some rabbit holes since my silence.
Brother,
I don't
I'm right
talk
there
about
with
it, but I've been sitting there looking at these rabbit holes like, what the fuck am I seeing right here? And then I put that shit under the microscope. And
you.
as I put that shit under the microscope, I said, now it makes perfect sense. Now, listen, brothers, I'm gonna tell y'all something right now. Y'all might not know this. When it comes down to this whole interracial dating piece, there is a reason why it is promoted and geared toward black men more so than it is toward black women. The damn excuse me, the goddamn swirlers won't figure this out. The hashtag get your passport Negroes won't figure this out because they're too busy thinking we're winning. The greatest adversary that white supremacy has is confusion.
Yep.
A lot of you Negroes fail to realize that you are being completely confused
Yep.
when you go over there to the other side. You can never build a black society as long as you are marrying within another group of women. Now, marriage stands for a real purpose. In Western civilization, it's been tarnished and fucked up, and I can understand why many men of all races say, "No, I'm not doing that shit."
Hmm.
But marriage is a way, and this is another reason why you have some of the wealthiest white men who will get married to multiple different white women and have no problem with, okay, I'll pay alimony, I'll pay you this. They have no problem because at the end of the damn day, that's going down to their legacy. They know who's going to benefit behind it. Their children are going to benefit behind it. This is how they also sustain their power.
Hmm.
And some of them who even decide to venture off and go get a black woman, you will notice that if he marries one, he's not having children with her. There's a reason for that. The goddamn divestors will never figure this out because they're under the impression that these guys just love us. No, they have a strategic plan. Now, every now and again, you'll come across somebody who will just say love is love. But these are typically white guys who have no power, white guys who are not in real influence, white guys who can't really shape any goddamn thing. He's just an average Joe. So it don't matter if he goes over to the other side. But the
Right.
wealthies, the elites, the billionaires, oh no, y'all got to keep your wealth. And if y'all haven't learned anything, take a look at Donald Sterling. He was with that black chick, but he was still married to his white wife.
Hmm.
He wasn't about to. He put what did he do? He put her up in a coupe, had her in a nice penthouse,
Yep.
had her drive a nice cars, give her a nice jewelry,
And as
allowances.
soon as she betrayed him, he
Exactly.
yanked all that shit. Some paparazzi caught that chick a few months later shopping at a freaking dollar store, bro.
Oh yeah.
In like
Oh
in
yeah.
like her
He didn't
damn
even
near
put the
like
shit in her name. She didn't even have none of that shit in her name. It was all in his name. So when she fucked up and did what she did, he
yep,
shit. You don't get to keep none of this. I'm gonna put the next hoe up in here.
yep,
So don't get it
exactly.
wrong. They have no problem crawling in the bed with you Negroes, rumbling around in the goddamn sack, but they not marrying you. It's another reason why I said you go and you tell me what white woman who is wealthy, highly attractive, highly desired by white guys. It is not to say that she ain't gonna bang you Negroes on the side or
Right.
take you to some studio she got somewhere where nobody can find you. Because here's what you gonna come across. You getting involved with one of these damn females and she come to that point where she want to get down with you, chances are you're gonna get it right away. You ain't gonna have to put in no goddamn work. There's a reason for that. Why? Because she don't want nobody to be known that she's dealing with you. So it's gonna be
Right.
as easy as it comes. Listen, I just want to go ahead and rumble in the goddamn sheets with your black ass. I don't want nobody knowing. I don't want to be out here going
Right.
on dates and being caught with your black ass. So here's
Right.
what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and meet you at your place. And
Right.
you know, typically if a woman's coming to meet you at her place, I mean at your place, she's typically gonna want some cab money. She gonna want you to come pick her up, and or if you got a car, come pick her up, and we're gonna go to your place. No, what you gonna notice in this situation is typically she just gonna show up. I don't need no cab money. I got it. I'm good. I'm gonna get an Uber. Once
Yep.
y'all done doing what you're doing, hey, you want me to walk you to the train, to the bus, to the cab? No, I'm good. I'm cool. I
Hmm.
already got my Uber outside. You ain't got to do nothing but open your fucking door.
Yep.
Why? Because she don't want to be caught with your black ass. I'm
Hmm.
just trying to have a good time, but I'm not trying to be caught by you.
Right.
And a lot of black men won't figure this out.
Right. A
There's
lot
a
of
reason for it.
Yeah, a lot of other groups of people, they understand the importance. Like me and you were saying, like we keep a low profile. They understand
Yeah,
the importance of being discreet and not being, loud, so to speak.
yeah,
There was a guy in Canada who the police were looking for the disappearance of two young females. They sent some Canadian Royal Mounted Police. This happened about 10 years ago. It was this
Yeah.
white guy. He was a farmer. They sent some Canadian Royal Mounted Police, four of them, up to his ranch to serve a search warrant on the place. This guy, because he was such a he was so discreet and so, you know, kind of covert in the way he moved. He saw the law enforcement people coming up. He retreated out of his home, went all the way into like a little brush behind his house that was several
Yeah.
hundred yards away, let them go around the premises. And then, as they were looking around trying to see if he was home, he came up behind each one of them and picked them off and then left.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and when it was the greatest, one of the greatest losses of law losses of life in Canadian law enforcement history. And the investigators were there looking at these dead cops. It's like, how the fuck did he? Because they was looking at the way the guys were pointed, you know, toward where
Yeah.
their bodies were. It was like, damn, he came up behind each one of these. So two of the dudes were only like 10 yards apart from one another. So it's like they figure, like, if one hear the shot, the other one can turn around and return fire. But he was able
Yeah.
to sneak up on all of them. Why? Because this dude, he was very discreet and covert, and he didn't,
Yes.
you know, make it. You know, if that had been one of these goofy ass Negroes, like one of these rappers with damn gold
Oh
chains,
my
would have
god.
had
Yeah.
all kinds of loud
Flamboyant
ass
ass
music,
Negroes.
parties, strippers, big ass pool, cop, feds. If it was in the States, feds would have walked right up to his dumb black ass and been like, "We got a search warrant, and oh, by the way, since we know we gonna find what we came here looking for, we'll just go ahead and put your black ass in handcuffs right now. You
Yeah.
can come with us." You know, black people do not understand, okay, that you don't have to make a lot of noise everywhere you fucking go. Okay, these goofy ass, stupid ass black females over there and going to South Korea talking about they gonna be somebody's Korea boo. It's some of the stupidest shit I've ever seen
Yeah.
in my life. Oh my
You're
god.
gonna be at the
Had
mercy of somebody else. You're in
had a
somebody else's
19,
country.
yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
no, yeah, I'll just a 19-year-old girl named Shayla Toby. I got into it with her and her relatives a couple of months back. She goes to Seoul, South Korea, says she doesn't have a work visa, don't know how to speak the language. She's on her Facebook boasting to her friends about how she's gonna marry one of them little goofy Asian
Oh
K-pop
Jesus Christ.
motherfuckers. Dude, she meets this kid, this dude, this YouTuber named June Lee, right? And he asks her, you know, do you want to do some videos with me? I can pay you, you know, because he's seeing, and that's the other thing black people don't understand. When you are noisy about the dysfunction in your community, other people outside of your community, they see that, and the lower
Exactly.
echelon of the people in other tribes, because they ain't got nothing else going for them, like Veganator or
Yeah.
June, they use that opportunity to infiltrate your shit because they know that you worship them, and they use that to exploit that to their advantage. And that's what
Yeah.
June Lee did. He was talking about, you know, how, you know, he was just using the same talking points that swirlers use. That black
Yeah.
women were, you know, the most abused. I mean, this you should hear this little Asian dude can barely speak English, call himself uplifting black women by using canned talking points. And this boy's his audience, the traffic to his channel blew up almost literally overnight
Of course.
until him and Shayla Toby, he it put her up in a Goshiwan, an apartment, you know, the works, because you know this was gonna be his little tool that he was gonna use. He wanted her to pretend to be his boyfriend in his videos, and she said, "Well, no, I don't really like you like that. I'm not gonna do that." But he said, "Well, no, this is what people want to see," and she said, "Well," she was trying to understand what she was like. No, people know when chemistry isn't right. He's like, no, they just want to see what they want to see, and he was right. Black women
Yeah.
want to see, you know, a cute little black girl with an Asian dude. So she agreed to like play like his friend or whatever, but they couldn't quite agree on how it's supposed to be done. So she was like, you know, no, I don't really feel comfortable after she did a couple. And this dude, she said this dude that was so nice to her, like he literally, his attitude changed like literally overnight. He was like, you
Of
know what?
course.
Fuck you. Go back. Go back to wherever you came from. Give me my $200 deposit back that I gave you. And she was refusing to give it back. And then the dude started getting violent. and he followed her down 10 flights of stairs, and she was trying to
Hmm.
cut the cab. He dragged her, and we saw the video where he dragged her out the cab, and then when she started screaming, a bunch of Korean people came up and he started speaking to them in Korean about how she was trying to rob him. Then he called the police on her, and I'm looking at this situation. I'm just like, this girl is really lucky that she got out of this alive. She really is.
Exactly.
Because
Delusional.
what if all them, this little 19-year-old girl, if all them Korean people had been like, oh, so you think you're gonna come to our country and try to rob and
Yeah.
like take advantage and victimize one of us? She's lucky that Korean people, for the most part, are not like certain other groups of
Yeah.
Asian people, because she would have been in real fucking trouble real fast. And you have black people that have that mentality that I'm sorry to say this. Somebody can, if they can provide proof, go ahead. But black people are the only group of people, whether you're talking about these stupid ass niggas going down to Colombia, getting their dumb
Yeah.
asses drugged and robbed and drugged, or these females going to places like Abu Dhabi getting shit on, or
Yeah.
Korean getting
Exactly.
yanked out of cabs like a pimp with his hoe. Wherever you're talking about, black people had this mentality that they think other race groups and other tribes of people, if they run to those other tribes, those people are going to save them
No,
from
they're
their
not.
stupidity and dysfunction and
They're
shortcomings.
not. And even if they pretend to act like as if they like you, what they're observing is you don't have nobody to back you up.
Right.
You're all alone. And see, that's what could have went wrong for that girl real fast. You are
Yeah.
all alone and have nobody to back you up. So if we want to do whatever the hell we want to do to you, we could get away with it and nobody's coming to punish us behind it.
Right.
Why? Because you do not have a strong tribe behind you. You have a weak tribe.
Hmm.
And Negroes think if we run out somewhere else, you're a guest in their territory.
Yep.
It's the same analogy I use with the train. You're a passenger on somebody else's train.
Hmm.
You're not the engineer. You're not the conductor. You're not the dispatcher. You're nobody in upper management. You are a passenger. And anytime the engineer, the conductor, the dispatcher, the block operator, anytime somebody gets tired of your ass, guess what? We can put you out of this goddamn train. Or we can just shit. Let's start depart the motherfucking train. Now we move at 80 miles an hour. You can't go nowhere. You gonna jump off? Where the fuck you gonna go? You gonna end up decapitated. So guess what? You dealing with some fucked up shit no matter what way you slice it. Because you're in somebody else's territory. See, the problem is with black people. Black people as a collective don't have that engineer mentality. I don't want to be a passenger on your train. I
Right.
want to be the engineer.
Hmm.
I'm the guy that runs the fucking thing. So guess what? If you're cold in that train, I decide what temperature it is. You don't like how fast I'm going? Listen, man, if you don't shut the fuck up, I'm gonna put you out the goddamn train. Why?
Next
Because it's
stop.
mine. Next stop, yeah. Hell, we might not even make it to the next goddamn stop. We're gonna kick your ass out doing 80 miles an hour. Fuck that shit. But black people don't have that
Oh Lord.
mentality. And I wish Negroes had this mentality because if they did, they would think differently. It's kind of like even ever since I've had my own car. Well, first of all, I've never asked to drive somebody else's car. But I
Hmm.
always like having my own car. I don't want to
Right.
drive your shit. I want to drive my shit.
Right.
That's it.
Hmm.
Why? Because if we go in someplace and I'm ready to leave, guess what? I want to get up and fucking go at will.
Exactly. Yeah.
If I'm meeting somewhere with people I don't know that well, guess what? Well, we'll come pick you. No, 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 no. I'm gonna take my car. Why? Because if some shit go wrong, I could get in my shit. I ain't got to be in your shit on tippy toes and fucking walking around ice. Fuck that shit. I got my
Hmm.
own shit.
Right.
And black men need, well, black people, but in this case, I'm talking about black men.
Hmm.
When y'all go to these other places, people who don't look nothing like you, that's where you're at.
Yep.
You're walking on eggshells because the minute you do something that offends those people, they're gonna let you know where the fuck you stand. Even if they let you stay in there, they're fine. You can stay here, but the minute you get under our skin, we're gonna let you know who runs shit over here, and it ain't
You
you.
you cross them, you gonna
Yeah,
find out real quick how much they your motherfucking friend.
exactly. So when do black men, because especially black men, need to figure this shit out? Because if black men can't figure it out, we're fucked. We're done. We're
Yep.
done. And at
Yeah.
some point, black men have to realize this. You have to analyze the surroundings around you.
Hmm.
You have to.
I
You
mean,
can't get
no,
you
go ahead.
can't get caught. Yeah, you can't get caught up with, well, we just gonna run someplace else and everything's gonna be okie dokie for us. No, you don't have any fucking allies. When you can say, okay, we're gonna go someplace else and things are gonna be good for us, is when they know you got a strong tribe.
Mm-hmm.
Which really disappoints me about the continent of Africa because they should be running shit over there, but they're not. And that right there makes us look bad as a collective because that should be a fucking powerhouse. You got all them resources there, and you got everyone else showing up there taking the shit that belongs to you, and you ain't claiming that shit.
I tell you, somebody needs to make a documentary about the truth about Nelson Mandela and his
Yeah,
so-called rainbow fucking nation and how all that shit about why apartheid truly ended, all that shit needs to come to light, just like a lot of shit is coming to light about Dr. Martin Luther King.
yeah,
That needs to come to light that Nelson Mandela fucking sold out South Africa. Okay?
yeah.
In
And at
exchange for
first,
his freedom and becoming president. They said we'll put a black face on this motherfucker. We'll hold
yeah,
free elections if you get the U.S. and the UN to get rid of these damn sanctions and take a grip off of our fucking money, okay? And you agree to let us maintain control of the banks. We'll let y'all have y'all Rainbow Nation, and you know you can be the first black president in 200 or however many fucking years we didn't colonize this motherfucker. And
man, what
Nelson
does Rainbow
Mandela
Nation mean?
said, "Okay,
What does Rainbow Nation mean? That's LGBT. This is why you
yeah,
had Barack Obama trying to implement that bullshit. And even with Martin Luther King, at first, and this is real good to bring it back into David Carroll because he made videos, and I didn't understand his initial position about Martin Luther King back in 2013.
hmm
And then I started to listen to him break it down. I said, okay, it's starting to make more sense. But each year, when he would produce his segments around his birthday, he got deeper and deeper into it. And then when he explained about how Martin Luther King, or when you just pretty much look at Martin Luther King's position on integration, Martin Luther King was no leader as far as I'm concerned. He's nobody that should be looked up to.
no,
And it's
he's not."
funny, there's a holiday named after him, but they don't talk about Malcolm X. They don't talk about Marcus Garvey. These are the people that should be looked up to, but there's no holidays after these people. There's a
There's
reason for that.
Right, yeah. There's a reason. Same thing with why when Nelson Mandela died, right? They want
Yeah,
Obama tried to convince people to lower American flags to have staff, and he
yeah,
had a huge funeral in some giant soccer stadium because what did Nelson Mandela and Dr. Martin Luther King, even more Mandela than Dr. King, represent? They represented the passive black person that lets white people forgives white people for their sins
yeah,
and pretty much allows them to not be punished for what they do and continue doing the same shit that they've been
yeah,
doing with no consequences and repercussion. Did you know
yeah.
that Mandela, once he became president, there's a famous picture of him when their rugby team won the world championship or something, and he had some white guys that were his bodyguards. Some of those very white
Wow.
men were members of the South African SAS during apartheid that were specifically responsible for kidnapping, murdering, and imprisoning and torturing ANC and what's that other one? The Pacific African Congress or something, ANC and PAC members.
Mm,
How the fuck do you have on your private security team people who were sworn at one time to be your motherfucking enemy?
yeah,
How do you do that? And nobody points this out except people, the select few of people who are willing to tell the truth. He signed a deal with the devil, if according to pro
of
blacks,
course.
literally. Okay, the white devil. He signed a deal with the devil not only for his freedom, but to be the white man's puppet in order to get the US and the UN, which are
Yeah,
hypocrites, but that's a subject for another video, to
yeah.
lift the sanctions on South Africa. That's the only reason why apartheid ended. They didn't give a
Hmm.
fuck about. They were killing them niggas left and right. They were putting on masks, pretending like they were like different like they were like uh conflicting South rival South African gangs that had like rivalries with other territories, like tribes and territories, and running
Yeah,
up on buses and murdering black people. Those were white guys in
Hmm.
those masks yelling, like in African language.
Of course.
Some of the times. And you
It's to cause
have
confusion.
your security team and your presidential administration? The fuck?
See, the thing is, anytime you see them praising somebody so much, and they're propping up some black person and they're praising them, you got to watch out for that person.
Hmm.
If white people are praising them so much, then you stay away from them.
Yeah.
Just like years ago, a coworker of mine was like, "Oh, I like Jackie Robinson. He was a real good black, a white Hispanic man was telling me this." I said, "Okay." I said, "I never really kept up with Jackie Robinson, but I know over here in New York City, in Queens, they got the Jackie Robinson Parkway, and I
Hmm.
seen that. I said, okay, well, I wonder why that is." And I said, "I bet you there's something about this guy that I'm not gonna like." And he showed an image of this guy on stage, and I forgot what he was doing, but he was there was some white guys that were there. And as Jackie Robinson was giving his speech, the white dudes are joking around with him, grabbing his ass. And I said, okay, what the fuck is up with that? I said, what the fuck is up with it? And they just kept doing this shit back and forth to each other.
Wow.
I said, okay. I said, now it makes sense on why they like him so much. And I said, that's all I need to see about Jackie Robinson to know that he's somebody that I don't like, that I would not tell anybody to look up to. Because what he was a safe go-to Negro. We can have you on stage with us and publicly humiliate you by groping on your butt cheeks. You're a fucking man. Who does this shit?
I was done with Jackie Robinson. I don't know if you saw the movie where the late Chadwick Boseman played him, and I think what's his name, that white actor, Indiana Jones, Harrison Ford. He played his manager, right? And he had just brung Jackie Robinson on to, what was it? I think the Brooklyn Dodgers or something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah, and he played his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers, and a shortstop for the Cincinnati Reds or something was just all
yeah,
over the field, just calling him nigga, 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 nigga. And then when the game was over, in the he went in the locker room, and Jackie Robinson's character, the Chadwick Boseman's character, Jackie
yeah,
Robinson, had a breakdown, and he was like mad, punching lockers and stuff. And Harrison Ford's character, he came up to him and he said something to him, and Chadwick Boseman's character, he flipped around at him and he was like, "What, you expect me not you want a player that won't fight back? Is that what it is?" And then Harrison Ford, they start playing that stupid, like almost romanticized,
yeah,
music where they get you in the mood to calm you down. And
yeah.
then Harrison Ford walked up to him and put his hands on his shoulders, and he was like, "No, son, I want a player that has the guts not to fight back." And when I heard that shit,
Hmm.
I turned I took that fucking DVD right back to the fucking store. Didn't even finish watching it, because what I realized, what Hollywood is doing, and Hollywood is an extension of the white
Hmm.
supremacist
Of
system.
course.
Okay, what they did that in that film the same way they did with making Dr. Martin Luther King a holiday, the same thing they've been doing for years. They want black people to remain passive. They want black people
Yeah,
to not think about what, I mean, really is just a human instinctive reaction to
yeah,
being abused and disrespected, you know, and taking advantage of, which is fight back. So
yeah,
that now the white man, and I thought about the irony of this. A white man who is part of a tribe that has done nothing but fighting and warring and killing
of
with his
course.
brother, with indigenous people all over the world, which is why he's on top of everything right now.
Yeah,
He's going to walk up to you, look you in the face, and say he wants a player, or he wants a man who has the guts not to fight back. That's subliminal messaging. Now, I
of
don't know.
course.
I cannot verify that, you know, Jackie Robinson and his coach and his manager actually had that exchange. But from what I understand, like you said, Jackie Robinson was one of those golden boy Negroes, or whatever they call him. He's one of those
Of
those
course.
puppet Negroes that white America used to kind of calm black America down. Like when those girls got bombed in that church in Birmingham, Jackie Robinson was one of the Negroes that they sent down there, along with Sammy Davis Jr. to, kind of calm the crowd, because them niggas was upset. They want to run into the white parts of town and do some damage. And so, you know, that attitude, that subliminal messaging that they've been sending. Oh, it's okay for you to kill and slaughter your own kind, but don't even think, don't even let it cross your mind thinking about,
Yeah, be the bigger person that just let
retaliating
us
against
get
you.
away with doing what we're doing. And
Yeah.
no, that's just not the way you do things. They prop these people up, and it's indoctrination. That's what that is. And they do this in so many different cases, just like with the movie Avatar. Some would say
Mhm.
it's a good movie, but when I sat back and I really analyzed that, I said, this is bullshit indoctrination.
Yep.
Because what you are representing, the Nabi people represented indigenous people, black people, for what we can say. Here you have, who was it? Jake Sully was the main character, the one with the missing legs, or he had legs, but they didn't work, or whatever the case may be. And he knew his mission was to go there and gather intel on those people. Now, this is where I say where black people need to start recognizing pattern and understanding the environment around them, because there was a whole operation of confusion that was thrown in there. You had Sigourney Weaver that played one of the scientists, and she had no idea that what was. Well, I'll have to go back and look at the movie, so don't quote me on that. But
Mhm.
she was one of those who was just there to study the place or whatever the case may be. And hey, we're just here to learn the lifestyle of these people. Mind you,
Mhm.
now the whole military base. Oh, we're just here to back you up and make sure everything is safe. Mind you, they knew they weren't there for that. Now Jake Sully was going back giving them intel, but he was mingling and integrating with the people.
Mhm.
He was the cause of all that shit taking place the way it did. When the shit hit the fan, it was him who came back to go ahead and help them fight against the sky people, what they call the sky people.
Mhm.
But at the same time, what I want you to also notice is they were flying on these lizard things or whatever. I can't think of what them shits were called. But there was one of these mega shits that nobody's done it since like the one of the great Nabi people or whatever. He passed like a grandfather or something like that. He passed away a long time ago, and none of them have done it since. But
Mhm.
him now, you somehow managed to get involved, learn their culture after a couple of months or whatever the case may be, and you managed to pull something off that these people who have been doing this shit for how long, for how many centuries, how many generations haven't been able to do this.
Mhm.
And after this is all said and done, he gets propped up as the hero. Well, wait a second, motherfucker. Okay, I get it. You came back to help us fight this battle, but you're the reason this shit happened in the first place.
Yeah,
You
white
were the
people.
reason this shit happened in the first place. So you come in disguising yourself as a friend. You had other allies with you who probably were oblivious. Hold on one second. You got these stupid niggas once again over here doing this bullshit. Hold on.
No problem.
Just close these damn doors. I mean, this is the shit I'm
They are.
talking about.
You remember
Stupid
that's one
motherfuckers.
because we talking about David Carroll. That's one of my fondest memories of him when he's doing his rabbit hole and he's like, "Oh man, here come these stupid ass niggas. Here they come." So every time I do my rabbit hole, here come these dumb ass niggas.
You know,
It never
this
fails,
is,
man.
yeah, of course, man. So, like I was saying, you caused all this shit. And now you come back to fix it. But look at how the confusion comes in. And the greatest trick that white supremacy has is keeping people confused.
Yep.
And once you can see through that bullshit, it becomes harder for them to operate. Now, they have many different moving pieces within all this.
Hmm.
And throughout the course of them being savage like and vile like, you're going to have those who are not of that same ilk who are white. Some of them who might be faking, and some of them who are really genuine people and say, "Hey, we don't co-sign that." But
Hmm.
see, all of this works to the white supremacist agenda because it leaves black people to being confused. So the scientists that came there, they were looked at and treated nice and respected. They weren't looked at as a threat because they never were there as a threat. Jake Sully, he was the initial threat, but I guess he redeemed himself. But then
Right.
what it led the Nabi people to doing was to opening themselves up to what was the initial problem. Instead of saying, no, you were given intel, you all got to go. You got to get the fuck up out of here. That's it. Done. But they open themselves up. And this is typically how you get infiltrated. It's no different than with the original Black Panther Party. And you brought this up that it was a Japanese spy that managed to that was spying on them and got them shut down. And
Mm-hmm.
that's all it takes is for someone of another group to
Yep.
show black people, hey, we're an ally, hey, we're this.
Yep.
And no, black people have to start analyzing this because all of this shit is really told to you right in front of your face.
Yep.
My whole thing is this: I don't give a fuck how nice you are to me. I see the overall outcome behind this.
Mm-hmm.
It's not to my benefit. It doesn't turn out good for me. So therefore, it doesn't matter how nice you are to me. If this is going to be the outcome, we can't do this. And that's the same thing. Them Northern Sentinel Island people, them little 5 foot tribe like people, they don't even play that shit. Nuh-uh, we not doing this. We don't give a fuck how nice you are. You can't come to this island. We will fucking kill you. And it sounds fucked up, but you know what? They keep peace behind that shit. They
Mm-hmm.
don't have no problems over there. There's none of the shit that we're dealing with here are they dealing with over there.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of
And
like, yeah. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry. Finish what you were
no,
saying.
and since black people can't see how other groups operate. Like we get one or two nice people out of one group and we extend it to every last one of them, the whole group. Other
Yep.
groups don't treat us like that. They will deal with you on an individual level. We
Yep.
don't deal with people on an individual level. We're all inclusive, and that has to stop. But go ahead.
Yeah. No, it's kind of like that video I made back in 2018 where I was talking about the child sex trade in Kenya.
Yeah,
I don't know if you saw that video,
yeah,
but
yeah. I seen that one.
yeah, I was wondering at first. It took me a while to try to figure. I'm like, hold on, if if white men, white European men coming from Europe to Kenya for the sole purpose of having sex with little children is such a problem, why in the hell is this white journalist and his cameraman able to get not only inside of this village but being completely surrounded by these black children and the village elders?
Oh
Dude,
my
if that was
god.
you, if like, I want you to picture violent ass Mexico or anywhere where there was a problem where children were being abused and the people in the village knew about this shit and they knew who the culprits were. Okay,
Yeah,
that white journalist, they may have given him an interview, but it would have been outside. It wouldn't have been nowhere near around their
yeah,
fucking kids. Okay,
yeah,
I mean they were willingly, they were, and not only that, not only were they willing to allow these white people to come into their village and their children, to be in close proximity to them. But one of the little girls that, admitted that she was, tricking with old ass senior citizen white dudes on the beach, okay? They allowed her to leave the village and walk along the fucking beach with this white journal. This, I think he was from the BBC, along the beach where she was picking up John or picking up John,
exactly.
where Johns were picking her up. That would not happen in most other indigenous cultures
Yeah,
where they knew pe- people from their tribe were being abused. Okay, if
yeah,
they agreed to do anything, they'd be like, "We don't trust your ass. Okay, if you pay us or something like that, we'll send a village elder or something out to interview you, or go to like maybe your trailer with one or two people, but you ain't coming
yeah,
in here to our fucking kids. That's just not gonna fucking happen."
exactly.
Just like you said with them
They,
little pygmies that fucked that white dude up when he went back the second time.
hmm They weren't playing that, but they were defending their territory. And this is,
Exactly.
I don't see enough of this when it comes down to black men. And I said this in a video some years ago. I think it was back in 2017. In my neighborhood, I was coming home one time from work,
Hmm.
and I'm around mainly West Indians and Africans. There's some Hispanics here. But as I park my car around the block, I'm looking and I'm seeing a handful of white people. They got a truck, and they got all these little black children around them talking about the Bible, Jesus. And then a little bit past those kids, I'm seeing the mothers just sitting in chairs and they're so happy.
Hmm.
Then I look across the street and I'm looking at the Negroes, black men standing there, drinking, smoking, playing music, just booning around the way they typically do. And I'm saying, you niggas don't see the fucking problem with this?
Yep. And that's what the white man has traditionally done. He
And the thing is
infiltrated.
that they're surrounding, and I didn't cut you off, but they're surrounding these people as if they're fucking gods. First of all, why are they even able to walk through the neighborhood like this, feeling this comfortable? To just have a bunch of black children around them like that. Because you could not go to their neighborhood and pull that bullshit.
Right.
The first thing they want to know, who the hell are you? Why are
You
you
remember?
here?
You're right. You remember that white guy and the little black dude and that white guy that was like a military dude
Oh yeah,
officer that
over the
that
summer, right?
video went viral last summer. Yeah, black
Yes,
dude was.
yes.
Well, I don't remember. I don't think the black dude was doing well. They claim he was harassing some white lady or something. But that fucking cracker came right out his house, marched over and got right in that dude's face. Now, would he
Of
have done that
course.
if the dude was his size? Probably not, because
He
he
would have
moved
had
would
his
have
gun or
probably
something
got
like
that
that.
chin checked, right? But you saw how quickly he stepped out to defend that
Yeah,
neighborhood, even though he was in no position to really do so. The dude hadn't put his hands on his
exactly.
wife. He hadn't got up in her grill. But as soon as that territorial thing got
It kicked
turned
right
around,
in.
kicked right in, kicked
And
right
see, the
in.
thing is behind that, what I believe happened, and I don't know this for sure, but because I don't believe he actually assaulted anybody. Because
Right.
if he assaulted somebody, them white cops would have came there and fucked him up. It'd have been a bad scene that day for that dude. I
Yep.
believe he was talking to one of them white girls, and she was probably kicking it back with him. And he
Mm-hmm.
seen that shit and said, "Oh hell no!
Mm-hmm.
You think you're gonna come into our neighborhood and pull this bullshit over here? I'm not standing for that." And that dude came out.
Yep.
And it's the same thing I tell black men: start paying attention to this. Because if you think you're going to go around to other places and do what you want, no, they're being territorial. But black men, on the other hand, and it was really disappointing when I sat back and I looked at a whole plethora of these black men standing across the street. And back, this is getting back to the story I was just telling you, and how this can even go on. How white people just got your kids surrounded. You don't, number one, you don't check the women on this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Because I could never go for something like that. You got to, whoa, 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 what the fuck is this? Who the hell are y'all? Y'all need to get up out of here right now. Y'all
Yep.
can't be here doing this shit. Oh, but no, 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 no. Y'all got to get the fuck up out of here. Now, I'm not going to argue with these people. I'm just going to tell you leave. Because I could never go into your neighborhood and have a bunch of white children surrounding me while I'm indoctrinating them with some Bible. You'll never
Yep.
go for that.
You're absolutely right. It
And
wouldn't
it's
e-
a,
you wouldn't even get half a chance to read
no,
one scripture.
exactly. The cops be, who are you? They call the cops in a second. I
Yep.
remember one time I was doing an Uber ride and I stopped in a white neighborhood to go pick somebody up. And these white women were coming, it's at night. These white
Mm-hmm.
women are going up, surrounding my vehicle, taking pictures of the license plate. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So I called the guy, listen, you better get up out here. Because I'm not going to wait any longer because I ain't got time for this shit. And they eventually came out and I left, but I said, yo, this is ridiculous. So this
Mm-hmm.
is how they are. And these were women that did this. The problem is Negroes have no problem allowing anybody to roam through their neighborhood unchecked.
Right.
And then they wonder how shit ends up happening. You're not fucking on top of your shit. And it's no different than what I say for black men. Listen, if you see somebody outside your race who don't belong in that neighborhood, and he's showing up to one of your buildings, y'all live there, and a group of y'all standing outside, and you know he's going up there to get Keisha with the big titties and the big ass and attractive, whether she be a bimbo or whatever the fuck, whether she's worthy of marriage or whatever, and you see that going on, and you don't say something, hold on, who are you? You going here to
Right.
see who? Nah, we ain't with that. You got to go. It's
Mm-hmm.
not a matter of simping by doing that. What you're letting them be known is, listen, this is our territory. And even though she's someone we really don't want nothing to do with, but the fact that the image of her being physically attractive, and here you are as an outsider coming in thinking you are going to take the best of what is ours. No, that's not happening. Now, it's not to say that you can't date her, but if you're going to date her, you're going to get her an Uber and have her sent to your place. But what you're not going to do is come up in our damn neighborhood while we're standing here and thinking we're going to let this shit go on. We ain't going for that. We're
Mm-hmm.
establishing territory, and that's what that has to be. Black men have to start getting like this.
Mm-hmm.
On
Like that.
another note,
No, go ahead.
on on another note, I have no problem with what was it? I keep forgetting the guy Tyrone Muhammad that went and broke the Asian store windows for defending defending the image of black women. Okay, I'll say this to that. I don't have a problem with brothers saying, "Okay, we're here to back up what's ours." However, I'm not giving the women a pass on this because, like I said, some people would think, "Oh, he's simping." No, I'm not simping, not for one damn second. But what I say behind that, what I propose behind that is, listen. If we're going to protect you, okay, then we're giving you instructions saying, listen, don't go to these places because they're mistreating you. Then you listen to what we're saying. Now, you go in there and they mistreat you after we told you not to go in there, then guess what? After we deal with that business that did what they did to you, now we're going to punish you.
Right.
So the women need to know, okay, you're not off the hook for and thinking that you can willfully go around doing whatever the fuck you want. You can't do that. There's consequences. And any other race of people would establish this with their women. We're not going to tolerate you. Okay, we know that you're not being respected when you go to these venues. So therefore, don't go there. First of all, we're gonna go there. We're gonna check them and see to it that this shit never happens again. Next thing is you ain't shopping there. But if we catch you over there, there's a consequence behind that. Whether we tell you, you got to get the fuck up out this damn neighborhood,
Hmm.
you got to leave. And see,
Yep.
the thing is, I remember the pink pill years ago was concerned for black women in these interracial relationships, saying, maybe it's best that y'all just don't go in certain neighborhoods. And by that, we know she was talking about black neighborhoods. But I'm thinking to myself, she has no reason to even be concerned with that because far too many of these Negroes are not territorial. So they can
Right.
easily walk up in your neighborhood. You have a conclave of these niggas standing around smoking weed and drinking beers and 40 ounces, and they ain't gonna do shit. What up, girl? Looking stupid and drunk as
I
all
seen
hell.
it myself. Yeah.
So she ain't got nothing to worry about as far as that's concerned because these niggas are too stupid to understand what it is to be territorial and take claim over your own shit.
Right. And see, that's what I tried to explain to black men 2 years ago when all that controversy broke out about that North Carolina wigger DJ Pope
Yeah,
that they claim gave 700 hood rat chicks
yeah,
AIDS or whatever. I tried to explain to them the reason why I wasn't going to directly address the DJ Pope situation, because what they were trying to spin it as was, oh, all these black hoes. Well, we know these black females are ratchet. We know about fight culture. We know an override majority of them, unfortunately, are, just digitized
yeah,
prostitutes that, advertise the fact that, they want to be whores. But on the flip side of that, if you look at a lot of the pictures of DJ Pope, what you will notice is that you will see him hanging out with and mingling with just as many black
yeah,
males in those hoods as you do black females. The other thing you will notice about most of these wiggers, because you have them in every community from from New York to LA, from Detroit to New Orleans, okay? These intermingler white boys that they put on the hip hop attire, and
yeah,
you notice that before in 90% of cases, before they start fucking black pussy, before they start running through black females like the Arab at the corner liquor store, David
yeah.
Carroll favorite statement,
Hmm.
they become buddy ass buddy, like homeboys with the Pookie and the Ray Ray. They become
Yeah,
cool with the black
yeah,
dudes in the hood. They let that white boy be like one of them. Okay.
yeah,
Now, I'll in defense of like a Eminem or whatever, I think he was born into kind of like a shitty area. But some of
yeah,
these dudes come from the suburbs, bruh.
yeah,
Like they come from the burbs and they just figure, oh, all I gotta do, I just go to motherfucking wherever they go, Foot Locker or whatever, get the hip hop attire, and learn the ghetto vernacular, and I'm in the club. And not only do they let him accept them into the club, but anything that white boy does or says, it's like he's the coolest fucking person to ever fucking hit the hood
yeah,
since the beginning of man fucking kind.
yeah,
And that goes back to that mentality that you were talking about how black people have this, worship, just worship anybody that does not look like us mentality, when other tribes have the exact opposite attitude, you know.
yeah,
So yeah, so everyone, we are here today. We are celebrating and remembering the life of Michael David Carroll. This is the Michael David Carroll Memorial Service, Farewell to the Intellectual Juggernaut, as entitled. I'm here with special guest Akwesi, formerly known as Akwesi 100, currently known as the brother of logic and common sense. We're supposed to be having now we're moving into the second segment here, where we're going to shift to a different uh, aspect of the conversation while we're remembering our friend, our brother, our comrade in arms, David Carroll, officially known as Michael David Carroll. We're supposed to be having some other brothers come on. I sent them the link about 20 minutes ago. And in the second segment, we've focused on the issues in regards to uh, black men and how they are, you know, unfortunately a huge pro- a huge problem in the overall situation with black people. But now, in the second segment, we're going to shift to these black females. And specifically, I'm talking about these swirlers and these divestors. Now, look, y'all know my stance. Hashtag Marlboro for life. I personally really don't give a fuck what these females do. I could care less. But what both me and Aquazi have noticed, and let me pull this up because this is going to become really relevant in just about a second here. What I have noticed, what we both noticed is over the last few days, okay, not only the super simps, but a lot of these divestors have been in the comment sections of, and they have been on the videos of David Carroll talking mad shit, trolling, being disrespectful. And then you have content creator, bitter black bitches, like one in particular. I shared her video with uh, Aquazi, and I'll share it later on at the end of the stream with the rest of you guys. They are practicing what these females accused us of doing 4 years ago when Simone 56 came after our channels, called hate speech. Okay. There's this one lady that had venom for David. I mean, true venom. And if any of us black men talked about any black woman the way she talked about David Carroll, and if you didn't see that video, like I said, I'll share it later. Okay. We would be flagged so fucking fast off YouTube, our fucking head would spin. Okay. But here's the interesting thing about these divestors. What in the comments of all these idiot bitches that I've been hearing, the common denominator is that they're saying that David Carroll got what he deserved, or that he died because of his hatred for black women, because he
Some
chose
of the
a
stupidest
lifestyle.
motherfuckers in the wow. I'm
Yeah,
sorry to even cut you over. That's just some of the dumbest shit I've
yeah,
ever fucking heard.
it
And
is.
just to briefly elaborate on that,
Yeah, go ahead.
they say, oh well, they always talk about the winter's coming, the winter's coming. So if he died in the summer, would it make any difference?
Right, right,
If he, I mean, they say this as if they're excluded from death. That's
right.
coming for
That
every
and
last
that
one of us.
you everyone, Aquazi just hit the nail on the motherfucking head. Cause see, these divestors, see, y'all remember Scarface? Oh, you wanna play rough? Okay, man. I mean, bruh, this is what kills me about these stupid ass bitches. They celebrating the one that I'm talking about that made the video. She's sitting up here talking about we gonna have a celebration. I'm thinking, ho, have you not noticed that not only black females, but a lot of you so-called divested swirlers are not
Yeah,
only dying but dropping like flies? There
yeah.
have been three, as a matter of fact, since Brother Carroll passed away. There have been three so-called, well, I won't call all of them so-called divestors, but there have been three black women who have perished at the hands, or under suspicion of at the hands, of white men. And all
Hmm.
three of them were relatively attractive. So if we're going by the line of reasoning that David Carroll passed away, this shows you how stupid this is. If David Carroll passed away because he was speaking hate on black women, and he didn't want nothing to do with women in general, and he said 10 times out of 10 he's taking the sticks, okay, and he chose a lifestyle where he held up a mirror to the ills of black America, okay, if that's why he passed away, then by that line of reasoning, would it be fair to say that these divestors that are getting murdered by their husbands, their boyfriends, white boys that they meet on the internet, and these females that are getting killed by their Pookie and Ray Ray, degenerate savage boyfriends, are being killed because of the lifestyles they lead, where they hate, normal, blue collar, stable black men and refuse to deal with regular black men? And they're aligning themselves with this pink package nonsense. Let me show y'all some stuff, and then me and Aquazi, while we're waiting on these other two brothers, we're gonna elaborate on this. So like Scarface said, you want to play rough, huh? Okay, okay. So let's look at this. This girl's name is Kiara Anderson. First, I'm gonna let you guys hear her for just a couple of minutes because this is a long ass video. She sells like earrings or whatever, and I know a lot of you guys have probably already heard this story. It's gone viral on on YouTube period. But if you haven't heard it, you're gonna hear it here first. So I just want y'all to hear her voice just for maybe about a few seconds, like a minute. Let me see. Let me see if we can speed this up. Wait, where is she introducing herself? Cause she okay. That's enough of that. Okay, so now you heard her voice, right? Now let's take let's look at some pictures of Kiara Anderson. This is her Facebook. That's her with her white husband. What's his name? Joseph Anderson, I believe. That's them. They look like a happy couple, right? They live in the Ohio, the suburban Columbus, Ohio area, right? Here is a picture of her doing a selfie, and this is a picture of their. Wait, let's pull it up. Oh, somebody's saying they can't hear. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, you.
Can anybody? Okay. Yeah, people are saying they can't hear.
Oh,
Can
I think
anybody
they're talking
in the
about the
chat?
video.
Oh, well, yeah, it was the volume was really low. I'm trying to pull up this
Yeah, because I
last
didn't hear
picture here.
anything.
Oh, you didn't? Okay, sorry about that.
No.
It was really low. But did you
Yeah,
see
don't
her
even worry
in the
about it.
video? Huh?
Yeah, I see the
Oh,
video.
okay. Now I'm trying to pull up this last picture, but it's not pulling up. So I don't know what's going on with that. But okay, so you saw the swirler there in those two pictures with the selfie and the white guy. This last picture is taken forever. So we'll just go back to her um we'll just go back to her Facebook and see if that comes up. Sorry guys, sometimes this thing is really slow. Well anyway, while we're waiting on that, if you didn't notice, let's go ahead and just click on the video. Hopefully that'll come up faster. If you didn't know, Kiara Anderson was murdered a couple of days ago by her
Your
white
figures.
boyfriend. And not only did this white boy kill her, he murdered their 2 and 5 year old sons. three
I've
days
heard of stories like this before. This is not the first I've heard of something similar to this.
Yeah,
But go ahead.
yeah, yeah. Sorry guys. This computer is well, the browser is lagging. So I'll just wait. You know what? I'll just bring that back later while we wait. Oh, is it finally clearing up? I hate when this shit happens. Yeah, for some reason it's lagging real bad. Oh, is her Facebook back? No, it's still having problems. Okay, well, my point is, and I'm going to show you throughout the second segment of the stream. Okay, there it is. There they're beautiful babies. And look, y'all. I don't, I don't advocate for interracial relationships, but I don't have anything against, these babies. They didn't do anything, right? For all the stuff that people say that I say about black people or black women, right? Oh, here we go. Can y'all wait? Can y'all hear the video? I'm gonna play it again.
No, I can't hear anything.
Oh, you can't hear anything? Oh man.
No.
So nobody can hear anything in the chat either? Let me check my volume. Yeah, I should have just downloaded and played it on the. Huh. Let me see. If let me put my earbud in. Yeah, it's really low. The volume's really low. Okay, well,
Yeah.
the point of the matter is, guys, okay, this family here, for all the flack that black men get about being predators and this and that and the third, this young family here is dead because this white man, he said he called his neighbor that he was close with and told his neighbor that he snapped because his wife was about to divorce him before Christmas. And not only did he murder her, but he murdered their two little boys and then killed himself. Now these divestors are on here celebrating, and I know this is why I wish David Carroll was here, because I know what he would say. He would say, I thought Brad was leveling up. Okay. Now I personally don't, I could go in, not here on YouTube, but I could, in retaliation, if I was petty like I used to be, I could really go in retaliation for all the disrespect. Because, it's fair game, Brother Carroll, rest his soul. I mean, he got in that ass when he needed to. We all do. But since they want to play, I could really go in on this chick. But I'm not going to do that. I just want to have a conversation, okay, about all these divestors celebrating Michael Carroll's death simply because of his stance on certain things. Yet they acting like they're not taking L's left and right. Brother Carroll, from my understanding, he passed away from natural causes.
Yeah.
Not, and get this, guys. Check this out. I know y'all can't hear the video, so I'm just gonna have to. I'm just gonna have to show it. This is just one swirler, guys. This was only one. Check this
There was
out.
another one recently.
Yeah, there was another one, a darker skinned one. We're gonna get to her in
Yeah.
a second. If this thing loads, there have been three. There was this light skinned chick, Kiara Anderson. There was this other chick called what was her name? Alicia Xavier Cuzzo in the same state of Ohio that was killed by her 19-year-old boyfriend. And then there was a female out on the East Coast near to New York. I think it was Connecticut, Bridgeport, Connecticut. It was this dark skinned black girl. Okay, this is the other girl, posted by her stepfather, little biracial chick that was actually adopted into this white family. She's like half black, right? She had just had a baby, folks. She had just had a baby with this 19-year-old white boy who I'm about to show you in a minute. Kind of a cute, nerdy looking chick, right? And then somebody else posted a tribute picture of her. Well, her 19-year-old boyfriend, this white boy, killed her right after she had her baby and then killed himself. This happened in another part of Ohio. This happened just 2 days ago, and only a few days after the Kiara Anderson incident in suburban Columbia, Ohio. Then you had, I'm gonna go ahead because since y'all can't hear this, and there was a chick down in Florida. There was a chick down in Florida, who I have a video coming out about. What was her name? Kathleen Moore. One of you brothers shared a link with me about that. Kathleen Moore, just what was it? At the beginning of this month, she went missing from her job at Applebee's, right? Down there near Tampa, suburban Tampa, Florida. Her white boyfriend killed her and buried her 50 yards behind his house after some heated argument they had. Okay, this is another picture of the young lady who lost her life, posted by her stepsister. And then this final picture here, which I believe is her with her stepmother. But the point of the matter is, if they're celebrating, if they're trying to picket David Carroll's death, okay, we could easily retaliate and do the same thing, because guess what? They're dying because of their choices in life too.
Yeah,
And,
exactly.
and if white men, we've asked this question a million times. If white men are so much better, if they're the better option, right? They're the better option. Why is it that you have the same ratio of black or biracial females that are dying at the hands of white men as you have per capita that are in relationships with black men dying at the hands of black men? There's a certain female, I'm not even gonna mention her name on this stream, but she went in on that black dude, the Rajay Sharif black dude that killed his light skinned black ex wife and Asian pregnant girlfriend out there in Baltimore, and then killed himself. He made an Instagram
Mm,
video about it.
yeah, yeah.
But these same bitches don't have anything to say. And now with they say that COVID homicide is this COVID scamdemic crap. Homicides are through the roof, and they are. Okay, I've seen more murder suicides than I've ever seen in my entire life. Okay, says coroner identifies two killed in suspected Youngstown murder suicide, and then this is the picture of Philip Worley, the goofy ass white boy that she was with, looked like one of them video game junkies. It's gonna come up in a minute. But yeah, brother, Aquazi, while I'm showing these pictures, just elaborate on, just tell me, how do you feel like these divert? I mean, you heard the video of the bitch that was, you know, trashing David Carroll's name, and you saw the comments of these females, right? They're acting like, ain't nothing gonna ever happen to them or has happened to them. Just elaborate on all of this, if you will.
Well, these hoes are fucking delusional. They're fucking delusional because number one, they try to separate themselves as a separate entity from black men. This is why they use these goofy ass stupid statistics say, oh well, black women got a greater chance being killed by a black man than they do dating outside the race. Okay, that's because black women, and it goes back to what I said earlier at the beginning of this live stream. Interracial dating is actually the minority. The
Yep.
majority of people stay within the race. So you were in within closer proximity. And this is what I don't like about these goddamn divestors, these BWE content creators, these fucking swirlers. They know the shit that they're saying is dishonest. Because
Hmm.
many of these hoes are the queens of going out and digging up statistics. Well, I could get statistics on this, and I got statistics. But if you also was digging up statistics, you would know that what I'm saying is true, and you wouldn't even make such a foolish fucking argument that can so easily be smacked down. But they pull this bullshit, and they think they got it better off going into other races. And as I've been saying, just like for black men, with these swirlers, they're disconnected from reality. They fail to understand and be able to analyze other groups of people, how other races function. This is why they foolishly go out here thinking that they got some kind of safe haven dealing with these other races of damn men up until they find out the hard way. No, you are just a passenger on somebody else's train. See, the thing is, black women will always be vulnerable if you don't have a strong tribe of black men to
Yep.
back you. That's just
Exactly.
a fact. You could go out here and think, oh, I'm gonna just go and travel the world and deal with other races of men. Okay, go around the world and travel. And if they decide they want to gang up on you, okay, we're gonna do something to you, torture you, gang rape you, then kill you.
Hmm.
Guess what? You don't have nobody to come to your damn defense. And the problem is with black women, with so many of them, is they live in a society that literally devoids them of personal accountability. This is why anytime you talk about them having children out of wedlock, they always go back to, well, but I didn't just get pregnant by myself. Okay, I'll give you one. Some of them have three or four fucking kids from multiple different men. How the hell do you explain
Yep.
this? So we're not talking about a situation where you got involved with the wrong man and things just didn't work out. No, you have repetitively done this. You can't explain how a Cynthia G would rail in on black men for impregnating women, abandoning their children, and yet you go out here and you become a part of that very same statistic. How the fuck do you do
Oh,
this?
sorry, brother.
Now,
I didn't
yeah,
think I didn't intend for this to come up. Sorry, I got it. This thing is so laggy that audio keeps shooting up. I'm sorry. Continue, brother. I
I
didn't mean
couldn't,
for that
I
audio to
couldn't,
come up.
I didn't even hear it to be honest. So
Oh, okay.
you go out and you get impregnated after railing on black men, and the question is, at what point in time did she ever take personal responsibility or accountability? Now, I don't watch her like that. I can't stand the bitch, so I don't even waste my time listening to her content. Although every now and again she will make some good points, but I just can't get through it. It's just too dishonest. But when do you see her get online and say, okay, well, you know what? I got to own up for the choice that I made. Hell, you've seen me get on a video saying, you know what? I'm falling on the sword based off of some stuff that I said and didn't thoroughly think it through. I
You
did this
have.
just a year ago. So
Hmm.
you know you can get some type of accountability out of black men, but for the women, it's that much harder to get it out of black women. Why? Because they live in a society where they take no accountability. Because the men that they come from the tribe that they come from, don't own any resources, don't control anything. So therefore, hey, there's a reason why that is. And if you got the women out of pocket producing children, no father in the household, you have weak ass sons, then guess what? They ain't never gonna rise up in the mountain to build their own nation
Hmm.
because they were never taught how to do this. And guess what?
Right.
You don't need no man in the household because we'll give you benefits. Listen, it would not surprise me, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I am, that a lot of these stupid talking points and sloganized catchphrases that these females used to use back in the day, I can do bad all by myself, I don't need no man. It wouldn't surprise me if those talking points didn't even originate out of the mouth of a black woman, but
Mm.
rather that being fed down to them and they yet ran with it.
Which they commonly
This
do.
is all, yes, but this is all done by design. So for all of y'all that want to get up and have a problem with what David Carroll was saying, you got a problem with what black men are doing. At the end of the day, this starts from the ground up. Okay, it's just that simple, and that is based off of how you're raising your children, what influences you have around them. When it comes down to your black boys, are you putting them in around people who are teaching them how to be productive, how to build, how to be producers? Or are you bringing them around people like your black pastor who's going to give them nothing more but a feel good moment? See, black women don't want to take accountability behind this. And when they talk about how black men are so weak, washed up, ruined, well, guess what? You've contributed to this. You've contributed to this. So now, when you damage these boys from the time of when they're children, guess what? You already hindered them. You can't plant a seed and expect a tree to grow out of it if you're feeding it goddamn rat poison. What the fuck else are you expecting? This is the shit that just irritates me to my core, because they sit here and engage in activities and actions that just completely destroy the progress of their children. And then they get upset and they look at other groups and say, well, you black men ain't doing this. Okay, well, you kind of played a role into that. And listen, let me make this perfectly clear. The black woman is not the source of this problem. She has been used as a vehicle to furthermore perpetuate this problem. And the problem is she allows herself to be, okay, you can saddle up inside of me and go for the goddamn ride.
Hmm.
There's not many of them that are saying, nah, I will not be used as your vehicle. I mean, something that furthermore elaborates on what I'm saying, because the problem overall that we have are white liberal policies. That's the overwhelming problem that we have. How many black women went out here and voted Democrat? Now, you do have a sizable portion of black men who voted these Democrats, put this shithead known as Joe Biden in the goddamn White House, but you have more so black women that did this. And even to the point where I've had conversations with even members of my family, and they get frustrated with me. But it's like, what I'm telling you, you can't even debunk it. You're not making no type of logical sense. At this point in time, you're babbling on, And I'm coming at you with consistency, showing you, listen, this is where your ideology is flawed. There's no point in time where they sit down and say, you know what? Let me sit down and rethink this thing. They only double down on their foolishness. Go ahead and ask your average single mother who has multiple children, at what point in time do you take personal accountability behind the men that you've gotten involved with? What you're going to find is she's going to get frustrated with you. She'll start rambling on. She'll raise her voice. She'll start getting disrespectful. But at no point in time is she's going to take personal accountability. Likewise, and the best example I can give you of this is a Cynthia G. She is the epitome of this. I mean, I give you no better example. Because when after she had that child with Robert Perkins, she didn't back down. She didn't say, you know what, I was kind of harsh. Let me fall back a bit. No, she doubled down. She's even more reckless with her mouth. And she'll even say this on a live stream. I'm reckless with my mouth. And the reason why she can say that bullshit is because she knows that black men do not have a mechanism that will check her on her foolishness. Which is another reason why I tell you, brothers, stop finding yourselves going over to their live streams trying to debate with these bitches. Don't waste your time doing it. Because as of right now, you got these hoes holding live streams talking about should we still continue to birth black boys.
Yeah.
You got that goofy ass, retarded ass. Oh my God, let me just calm down. Let me calm down. Let me pump my brakes.
Sorry, brother, man.
You got this black woman's fear chick. She made a video about David Carroll. And what I want to ask her directly is, listen, you know who each and every last one of us are. The man made video content about you. You had years to respond to it. Years. I did an entire video on that bitch last year, but she trashed Ahmaud Arbery before even getting her fucking facts straight. That you would rather go out here and defend fucking hillbillies. And making a complete goddamn fool out of yourself. Now you got this bitch making a video about David Carroll, which all she did was take his fucking audio and paste it in her retarded ass fucking video. But in addition, this is one of the same hoes who was sitting here holding live streams with a Cynthia G, Nyla Says, Irene Yvette, talking about should we still continue to birth black male baby? Oh, and by the way, it gets even better than that because this is the same hoe with blonde weave in her fucking head talking about we shouldn't even identify as black women. Okay, bitch, then what the fuck are you?
Yeah,
and
I've
at
heard
this
her
point
say
in time,
that.
I have to get disrespectful because I mean, you got the oh my God, wow! I tried, but I'm losing my cap here. My lid is blown off because what the fuck else are you? Look in a goddamn mirror. Tell me what the fuck you are other than a black woman. Now, I might not like you. I don't agree with you, but you're still a black woman. And this is the problem when you have idiots like this. And when somebody says some dumb shit like this and believes it, you have to know that this is a dangerous motherfucker. And Brian, you have quoted this term that I've used years ago.
I know what you're gonna say.
Stupid motherfucker is dangerous. Because they will not only get you into a situation that you can't get out of, but they can potentially get you killed. This bimbo is raising black boys, from what I understand. She has sons. And sees nothing wrong with getting online, espousing stupid ass, goofy ass talking points like this. Now, listen, let me go ahead and say this. If she made distinctions and said, okay, I'm only talking about a certain segment of black men, that's fine, as long as what you're saying adds up. But I can listen to when this retarded hoe starts talking, she's just pulling shit out of the top of her ass because she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. And one message that myself, as well as Michael David Carroll, always preached is anytime you've ever seen us do a video, I've got on video for over 2.5 fucking hours, not one goddamn script, because the shit that I preach and what I push out is my core values. This isn't something I wrote down and it sounds good and I'm just pulling it out of the top of my ass. No. This is stuff that I can tell you and people are like, damn, what you said is spot on. Likewise with the Honorable David Michael Carroll. Damn, this shit is spot on.
Right.
That woman's fear bimbo, I noticed there's a breaking pattern because when she talks about these failed swirlers, like she made videos about the pink pill, she made videos about Crystal Swirl's retarded ass. And when she was talking, she actually made sense. Her talking points were spot on. But then when she starts talking about black men as a damn collective, the talking points make no fucking sense. She'll, when you listen to my videos, I'll throw a lot of different shit on the goddamn table. And I'll tell you, stick with me because all of this shit you see on the table, I'm gonna make sense out of it. I'm gonna reel all this shit in, and it's all gonna make sense. No, she'll throw a
Mhm.
whole bunch of shit on the table, and she fails to drive home a goddamn point. And it's not just her; it's the rest of these goddamn divestors. But I'm using her as an example for this because when she talks about the pink pill, when she talks about what's the crystal swirls, the talking points make sense. I'm sitting back saying, damn, that's logical. And there's a reason why. Because when she's actually talking about black men, she doesn't have a frame of reference. She's just making shit up. She has
Mhm.
no experience that she can relate to, none of the above. But when she's talking about the pink pill, crystal swirl, she's actually held conversations with them. So you have a legitimate source of a frame of reference. So this is why these talking points make sense, which
And
furthermore confirms to me that you're dishonest, you're disingenuous, and furthermore, you're pushing propaganda. Now, what I'm trying to figure out with all these goofy bitches who get online and espouse this bullshit, if you successfully stop breeding black men or black boys, which
how
lets you
can you
know
have
the
black
type of
girls?
exactly done, finished, the race is over. You stupid, stupid motherfuckers. Because
I mean,
somehow
hmm
you think you're gonna go into somebody, and this is a convicted felon talking this stupid shit.
oh really? Now
Yeah,
that
oh
I
yeah,
didn't know.
she's admitted this shit. She's a convicted felon.
What was she
So
convicted of?
you have no, I don't even know. It's probably some insurance fraud or whatever. So does that mean somebody should come gun your black ass down because you are a former convicted felon? That you could get online and listen, man. If she wanted to espouse talking points and talk shit about myself, other brothers who she disagrees with what they say, that's fine. But Ahmaud Arbery, what the fuck did he do to you? Some innocent black man that got gunned down? What
Wait,
the
brother.
fuck did they do to you?
I'm gonna let you continue. I just want to say, everybody, this is how to celebrate the memory of our friend and brother, comrade in arms, David Carroll. To do what we know he would be doing, which is going in on these stupid ass niggas. Now,
Yeah.
please, brother, continue.
I might. People are telling me that, man, brother, you need to pick up the torch. I might pick up the torch on the rabbit hole. I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't
man.
know. I might classify it as something else. I never wanted to do something like that, but I don't know. Because when I listen to this shit, I just sit back and scratch my head and say, my God, now it makes sense on how black men are so goddamn stupid.
Yeah.
Because if this is what's raising you, then what the
Yep.
fuck do you expect these boys to be?
And that's what David Carroll, that's what he was hammering home the entire time. It is it one hand does kind of wash the other when it
Of
comes to the
course.
dysfunction of the black community. But the fact of the matter is, these black females, they're in a mentality now where they think that being single mothers and raising children on their own is normal. And listen, I was thinking about it last night as I was thinking about how I was going to run this stream. I said there are actually parts of nature where single motherhood is is designed, is put in
Yeah.
by design. Birds, for example, the mother
Yeah.
bird, the male bird only impregnates the mother bird, and the mother bird nurtures and protects and nests the baby birds. Those
Yeah.
baby birds being fed and nurtured and protected by their mother in the nest, they are by design, they are
Yeah.
able to, just from dealing with their single mother, they're able to develop into fully functioning birds, leaving the nest, flying off, doing what birds do. Okay. Same thing with bears, grizzly bears. I believe the male bear only impregnates the female bear, and it's the mama bear that takes care of the baby cubs. Okay, those baby
Yeah.
cubs being raised by the mother bear, they can grow into grown grizzly or brown or polar bears and do what bears do just off of being raised by their mother. So there are parts of nature where single motherhood does exist, okay? But the fact
Yeah.
of the matter is, human beings are not designed to only be
Exactly.
raised by one fucking parent. If it was designed that way, then we would see the that black America obviously would not be as cluster fucked as it
Yeah.
is. Okay? It's literally like somebody dropped napalm on these stupid ass niggas' brains. Okay,
Yeah,
it's like they're just gone because the family structure that was designed by nature or the creator or whatever whatever you want to call it was intended to be a two parent system. Okay,
exactly.
point blank period. You can't get over. These females can talk all that independent, most educated shit that they want. That is the way it is supposed to be. And what we see in Black America is the end result, okay, of Black people as a whole adopting a anti-nature
Yes,
attitude where they are going against the grain of what is supposed to be by design.
yeah,
Okay. And it's
exactly.
just like, and I'm sure you can allude to this, brother Quasi. You talk a lot about boilers. I know you have certifications to operate certain types of trains. You know,
Yeah,
if those things are not properly maintained or certain parts are not, you know, put in them, when they're being constructed, so when you turn that engine or turn that boiler on, something really bad's probably gonna fucking happen if anything
exactly.
happens at all, right?
Yeah,
What machine do you know can operate without the proper fucking parts and without the proper maintenance? Name one.
they're
I
not
can't.
going to run. And if it runs, it's not going to run properly. You're going to have a
Right?
bunch of malfunctions and you're
You
going to have
damn right.
long term damage if you don't get on top of the problem sooner than later. That's a fact. And then you'll see the result of what we see in Black society, the
Mm-hmm.
long term consequences. And these females sit here and act oblivious to what the fuck takes place.
Mm-hmm.
And
Exactly.
when you try to tell them, listen, there's some choices that you made. You've allowed yourself to be used as a goddamn vehicle. And this is why we have this problem. You want to see strong, protective Black men? Then you need to rear them to be this way. And let me just go ahead and say this much because they love to talk about how Black men are out here dating white women. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
you just have a problem with Black women. But a lot of these single mothers are allowing their sons to bring a Becky home to them. And I'm not talking about as he's grown and he's living. No, I'm talking about as he's still living at home with his parents.
Right.
So he's coming home, still living under your roof with a Becky, and you just cool with that.
Mm-hmm.
And as an example, listen, I was doing an Uber ride one time. I went to go pick somebody up. I get to the location, and it's a white girl getting in my car.
Mm-hmm.
And as I'm looking at, she's leaving the building. There's two Black dudes just standing there making sure she gets in the car. Now she's
Right.
a teenager, and these were teenagers. I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck is going on?
Mm-hmm.
What's the so she's coming from one of their house parties? What was going on? And the thing that I'm noticing is that okay, if she was coming from their home, chances are the mother wasn't saying, "Nah, don't you can't bring that here." They're
Mm-hmm.
cool with it.
Yeah.
So if you know that Black men are known for getting falsely accused of rape after dealing with white women,
Mm-hmm.
then why aren't you beating this into their heads when they're younger?
Right.
Why are you letting them bring these girls into your household where you live and lay your head?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of single Black mothers are completely oblivious, but then want
Yep.
to complain about the result down the line. But this is a
Mm-hmm.
part of the end result. Now you can sit there and say, well, the father's supposed to do that. Well, you know this as well. So if the father's not there, does that give you a pass for not doing it? And the reason why I'm holding their feet to the fire here because this is under your supervision that this is going on.
Right. Right.
And
They said you can. Mhm. Go ahead.
since you fail to be in tune with the environment around you, since you don't understand how groups work, you don't see a problem with this up until you see Black men dating these women on a regular basis, and then it bothers you.
Right. I
And the
knew
same
a.
way I'm going to tell Black men to be territorial, the same way I'll tell them to be territorial, but it starts off with the children. If you ain't doing a good job there, you ain't got shit. But go ahead, brother.
Mm-hmm. No, I knew a. Yeah, these single mothers, a lot of them are completely oblivious. I knew a single mother who let her 17-year-old daughter, while living in her house,
Hmm.
um, be in a relationship with a 23-year-old. Well, we didn't talk enough shit on YouTube, so I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. A 23-year-old dyke. Now,
Jesus Christ.
now, I was living in a duplex at the time, and the thing about it was the walls were thin, and they had toys, and we just gonna leave that at that. But I'm thinking to myself, I'm think the whole time I'm living here, I'm thinking to myself, this woman has her 17-year-old daughter in the house with this big. Well, she wasn't that muscular, but I mean this. I mean, what would essentially equate to a bull dyke. 23 years old, a grown
Yeah,
woman with a 17-year-old girl. Okay. I mean, have you ever heard the term statutory or rape? Okay,
of
your
course.
daughter is is gay, she's a lesbian, whatever. Okay, she can get her a little girlfriend, her age maybe, but you are co-signing this as her
Yeah,
mother. And I guess it really it didn't shouldn't have surprised me that much because the mama wasn't nothing but like she was what like my age, maybe a little older, like in her mid to late 30s. So she had this girl when she was like maybe 18, 20, you know. But I'm just
yeah,
like, you are literally here co-signing statutory rape. One
yeah.
phone call from me, I didn't, but one phone call from me and your ignorant black ass can be locked up along with this bull dyke for statutory rape. It's like black people, and then they wonder why these kids grow up so fucked up. You know, this girl that I'm showing here, she was the third. Now, in this case, this particular female, some people were putting it in the comment section. This particular girl here, I'm gonna honestly say, after looking at her social media before we started this stream, I don't
Yeah.
think she's part of the divestment crowd. I think she was part of that other crowd of black females, and I just based on the story and based on her ghetto vernacular, and she doesn't sound like the type trying to divest to white men and level up and all that shit. She
Yeah.
sounds more like one of them types that sell. I'm just gonna say it, like ghetto gaggers. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Oh
Okay.
shit.
So the story is what's out on social media right now is that this young lady, which I mean, she's somewhat attractive, dark skinned young chick, what these niggas would call thick. She met this older white guy. I don't know how much older, but they're just saying that he was an older white guy on Bumble, which is one of these stupid ass dating websites. Man, I was so done with
That's
dating
wild.
websites half a decade ago. That's a subject, as brother
Yeah,
Carroll would
same
say, that's
here.
a subject for another video, man. But she met this older white man on Bumble and was supposed to have some secret date with him. I honestly think it was one of those what was that chick that got killed down in Texas by that white dude in Houston? What was her name? I know her real
Uh,
name was Janae Grandier, but somebody help me out in the comment section. What was that light skinned Insta Thoughts name? That Instagram model that got killed. I don't remember her name. Somebody help me. Somebody, I know y'all know who I'm talking about. Somebody put it in the chat room right now. Somebody put it
I'm
in the
taking a
chat
look
room.
at the chats right now. I wish I knew who he was talking about.
Yeah, I forget. I forgot what her name is. Mercedes Moore. Thank you.
Mercedes
I
Moore.
think
Okay,
this was
okay.
more of like a Mercedes Moore situation where, she was selling, what she had. You know, it is what it is. And the thing, what the story is that the next day, somebody did a welfare check, or one of her friends came to her apartment or whatever, and she was found dead in her apartment. Now, this happened in Bridgeport, Connecticut, which, correct me if I'm wrong, brother, but that's like Connecticut is like, doesn't it have a border with New York?
Yeah, it's right. It's actually, yeah. It's, I would say maybe about driving, no traffic, maybe 25 minutes away from my house.
Okay, so Bridgeport, Connecticut is not that far from New York City, is what you're saying.
No, no.
Okay, yeah. And so apparently, some people were saying that this guy, I don't know how true this is. This could be people just exaggerating the story, but they were saying that she had expressed that this guy that she was meeting up with was some type of wealthy, retired business dude from New York, right? And so
Mm.
she was found dead the next day after she was supposed to have this date with this guy, and they say that the police interviewed the dude, but and the medical examiner has not come out with an official cause of death yet, right? And a lot of people are suspecting that something may have happened with this girl while she was with this white dude.
And the thing is, I say this: they probably know what the cause of death is, but typically when it's in a situation like this, and this is another thing that these swirlers don't realize.
Hmm.
When it comes down to black people, yeah, if it was the other way around, a black guy meeting up with a white woman and she turned out missing, oh, we know what the cause of death is, we know how it happened, what time, where it
Right,
happened, they know everything they need to know to make an arrest.
right.
Oh, but you're black and he's white. Yeah, we haven't determined what the cause of death is.
Yeah, if he's
So this is
connected, if what they're saying, it's not, if what they're saying that this dude was like some retired wealthy businessman or something like that. I mean, he probably has all kinds of connections. He's probably part of high society. I don't know, but that's some of the rumors that are swirling around. You know,
hmm
who knows what type of connections he has to whom to get him out of that situation if he had anything to do with it, because this girl was wild.
yeah,
I don't know if y'all saw the videos but she was about that life. She was what my dad used to call a wild child. I ain't gonna say too much because this is YouTube, but she was about that, that life, that nightlife, club and party and doing drugs, promiscuous. Everybody didn't know her, trying to act like she was one of the 12 disciples of Christ, but she really wasn't. Okay, she was about that life. And my thing is, all these idiots, including these super simping ass fools, including that jackass that I know you was talking about, brother, that made half a dozen videos about David Carroll. These punk ass motherfuckers, what do they have to say about all of these both swirlers and ghetto gaggers? Because contrary to popular opinion, those are two separate things. Okay, females that sell themselves out to other races of men versus females that just throw themselves at white men can be two separate things. But what do they have to say about all of these females that are, and that don't even include the chick down in Kathleen Moore down in Florida back at the beginning of the month?
yeah.
What do they have to say about all of these females that are meeting their demise, since black men are such monsters and so terrible, and getting you a Brad is leveling up and all this crap. Okay, in the COVID era, I have seen more swirlers, more divestors, more bad wenches drop dead, get killed or abused, by their either their significant other or by some white dude like Mercedes Moore than at any other time since I've been on YouTube. What do you think they have to say about this besides nothing? And then what does that say about if Mr. Carroll passed away from the lifestyle that he led, then
And that was just natural causes.
right, and that was just
That's
natural
the thing. That was
cause.
natural causes.
Right,
You're talking about bitches who are being murdered,
right,
brutalized,
yeah,
beaten, raped, all kinds of crazy shit. What was that girl that got beat up by and choked out by that football player?
yeah.
He just beat the fucking shit out of it. It was like about a year ago.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Her face looked bad, man. She looked like
hmm
almost like Rodney King, bro. He beat the lip.
Yeah,
I mean, you talking about a dude that's a full like defensive linebacker. I wish David Carroll was here. He'd be able to get, but I think he was like a linebacker or
yeah,
like a defensive linebacker. You talking about a dude that weighed 350 pounds, 6 feet tall,
exactly.
who beat the living.
Yeah,
I mean, dude, it's really a wonder. She's really fortunate that she made a full
but she's still
recovery, man.
alive. Yeah, because
Cause if
here's the
that,
crazy part.
yeah,
When you hear stuff like this, what was the motive? That's the thing.
right.
You see, there was no motive behind that. He just fucking snapped. Now,
Hmm.
typically, when you see a black man doing something, what was it, that video, that Instagram video, that Facebook
Yeah.
video, where that black guy
Yeah.
killed his Asian, and then he
Yeah, he
killed
kid
his baby moms.
yeah,
There was a motive, and he's
he had a light skinned black wife, ex black wife, and he had a pregnant Asian girlfriend,
yeah,
and they were all nurse as anesthesiologists. That's how they all met. They at one point they worked together, and
yeah,
she claimed that the Asian, and that goes back to what you were saying about black men going. They think they gonna go their stupid ass to
yeah,
another race of woman, and everything's gonna be sunny side up. If you find love in another race, I'm not, that's your choice. But to think that, he left his ex black wife and say, okay, well, I'll start dating an Asian woman. And he said in his video that all the
yeah,
shit he went through with his ex black wife where she threatened, to take the kids from him, and all that. When his Asian wife got mad, when his Asian girlfriend got pissed at him, that she threatened that when, because she was pregnant, she said, when I had this baby, you ain't gonna even see him. You ain't gonna even be
Yeah.
able to be in the delivery room. And he said that's what made him snap and shoot her in the head. And he figured, well, fuck it. I'm not going to prison, so I might as well drive up to Columbia, Maryland, and kill my wife and then kill myself. So he said himself that his
Yeah.
Asian girlfriend did the exact same thing. And this is what I try to explain to these stupid ass niggas. Female nature is unifucking versal. Okay, just like
Exactly.
these goofy ass bitches running to white men and, oh, level up, girl. Ooh, go get you a brat, girl. Do you piss brat? Do you not know who this white dude is? Have you not checked the history books? This
And
is one
that's what I
of the
wanted to
most
get to.
violent motherfuckers that have ever walked the face of the planet. My dad used to have a joke. He would say, they always talk about, are aliens, have there ever been UFOs that landed on the planet? He said, well, people try to make it seem like aliens, even though nobody's ever met one. People try to make it seem like aliens are supposed to be so super intelligent. He said, well, if aliens are super intelligent, I guarantee you they wouldn't come anywhere near this motherfucker,
Yeah.
because they would be able to sense how dangerous these motherfuckers down here actually are. The white man has done nothing but kill and pillage. I'm not talking about individual white men. I'm talking about on a collective. Why do you think he's on top? I mean, you think you're gonna run to this motherfucker? Do you know
And see,
what
this
happens?
that's the part that I wanted to get at,
Baffling, dude. Baffling.
because in the situation where the black guy killed his Asian or pregnant girlfriend and his light skinned ex wife,
Mm-hmm.
there was a motive in there. He
Mm-hmm.
stated what happened.
Right.
Typically, when you hear of these swirlers being killed by their white boyfriends, I never hear what the motive is. Just like the football player who beat the shit out of and strangled his black girlfriend. What was his motive? They just snap out of nowhere. So there's a difference when black men snap and do some fucked up shit. You usually gonna find that there was a motive. Either he was being provoked, something was going on, whether you agree with it or whether you disagree. But there's
Right.
usually some type of a motive. When you
Right.
hear these white guys doing this, there's no motive. I was just sitting down having dinner and I just started stabbing a bitch out of nowhere. Okay, what the fuck did you do to you?
Right.
I don't know. I just snapped. What?
There's this
And you
white
got these
boy.
swirlers who run around out
Yeah.
here think. I mean, they, like I said, they're not paying attention. But go ahead, go ahead.
No. Go ahead. Finish what you were gonna say.
They're not paying attention to the signs. They don't understand how other groups operate. They're not paying attention to pattern. And this is the first thing you have to do in life is be able to establish good pattern recognizing skills. If you can't do that, yeah, somebody else is you're gonna get got. Going out here cluelessly, and a lot of these damn swirlers, they go out here cluelessly thinking that they got a safe haven with these other goddamn groups, and they find out the hard way that you're gonna meet your demise.
Mm-hmm.
They're clueless.
Right.
I
I'm
mean,
sorry, brother. I ran to get something to drink. What was the
oh
last
yeah,
thing?
yeah. No, I said a lot of these swirlers, they're clueless when they get involved in these situations.
Right.
They're so busy trying to run away from black men
Mm-hmm.
because the guard is only up when it comes down to black men.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes down to other races of people, they don't have their guard up.
Mm-hmm.
So they run around thinking everything is good. I'm fine over here until they get the shit beat out of them, get raped, get killed. Some of the crazy shit that happened to them, all of a sudden, now they finally start to realize. But when you're running around thinking that you got a safe haven within these other groups,
Yep.
you'll find out the hard way. And like, these are some of the most dangerous individuals of black women because they're teaching black girls to go ahead and, hey, everything's going to be good for you over here. They're
Mm-hmm.
not teaching them to keep their guard. See, I got more respect for a woman who's a man hater, period. I don't
Right.
trust men, period. Okay, I can respect that because now
Right.
you look at every man the same way. But
Mm-hmm.
when you want to go ahead, and it's no different than these black men who go out here, they say, well, get you a white woman. And they only have their guard and defenses up when it comes down to black women.
Yep.
But the next group of women can easily get you in a situation, and since you weren't preparing yourself, now you're caught out there.
Mm-hmm.
It's pathetic. It's ridiculous.
It is.
So these divestors are some of the worst types of people because they don't have pattern recognizing skills. They
mhm,
only got it. It's only one sided with them. But go ahead.
mhm. And something else that I want to point out that you had mentioned earlier, and I think over the phone conversation we had yesterday, that
Yeah,
um, black women thinking that they can go out into the world, by themselves, and black men had the same problem. Go out into the world by themselves and intermingle in these other groups of people who really don't like them,
yeah,
but they act cool so long as things are going their way. And you take this girl, what was her name? Laura Smith. uh this girl is a prime example. Now, this girl lived a wild party life. According to her parents, she didn't do drugs, but I've seen videos that clearly speak otherwise. Okay. I mean, she was partying, she was clubbing, she was going here, going there. And yeah, I mean, something tells me that she wasn't dating this dude. Something tells me there was something else going on there. Okay. And she was just doing 23-year-old young girl, just doing whatever the hell she want to do, like a lot of these
yeah,
thoughts do, just embracing this thought culture. And black people don't understand that it's very dangerous to allow your children, your offspring, to grow up thinking, whether it's facing off with the police or dating or fucking or partying or whatever.
yeah,
It's very dangerous to raise your children to have the attitude that they can do whatever the fuck they want to do, say whatever the fuck they want to say, go anywhere they want by themselves, and just, without a care in the fucking world. Because what's going to
yeah.
happen is you're not going to see something coming at you, even when there are
Exactly.
indicators. And even if you see it coming, if you're by yourself, you're still going to be at the fucking mercy. You're going to be
Of course.
completely at the mercy. And now we don't know what happened to this girl. We don't know if Bridgeport, whatever coroner's office, is trying to cover it up because this dude is connected. We don't know if she just died of a drug overdose, like some people are saying, or if this dude slipped her something to try to, get between them legs and, it stopped her heart, which has happened. What do they call it? A date rape
Yeah,
drug? I know
yeah,
fentanyl is real popular and it's very dangerous. I don't know what happened. What I do know is this female, and a lot of females like her, even like that girl that went her ass out there in Israel, on a trip, calling herself being a foreign exchange student, going with some
Jesus
strangers,
Christ.
and wound up turning up dead on a beach in Tel Aviv after her body washed ashore. And Israel talking about, oh well, she just drowned. We don't know. Yeah, she went
Yeah,
swimming in
they
the middle
cover
of
it
the
up.
night. A black girl with a weave went swimming in the middle of the night. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And her mama said
They,
she was terrified of swimming. She was terrified of water, and she wouldn't go near water. But the Jews, the Israelis over there. Ooh, I said Jews on YouTube. The Israelis over there claim that they claim that she just went for a midnight swim and got carried away by the stream. Who the hell goes swimming in the middle of the night? I don't know. Maybe some
no,
people
it
do, but
doesn't.
I ain't never heard of that shit. But see, that's what happens. That, like you
Yeah,
said, that's what happens when whether you were one of these dumbass passport for pussy ass niggas going down to Colombia getting drugged and robbed, one of these goofy ass K-pop bitches going to fucking Seoul, South Korea, getting your ass kicked, or
yeah,
anywhere. Okay, when you have no way to protect yourself and you don't have your people around you, okay,
yeah.
this is what's going to happen to you.
See, the
This is
thing is,
one of the things that's going to happen.
if these other groups knew that you had a strong tribe in a situation like that, they know they would be punished. But something happened to you, there ain't no punishment coming. The U.S. ain't coming to punish these people at your behest. It's not happening.
Hmm.
Nobody's coming to punish anybody at your behest. So if something happens to you, guess
Yep.
what? You done.
Hmm.
You done. So when these buffoons are running around talking, I'm going to go ahead traveling to all of these foreign countries. They want to go to every other country rather than with people who look nothing like them before they will go to a country with people who look like them.
Yep.
And then when something happened to their stupid ass, they say, "Oh, the parents are my daughter didn't like swimming. Then why was she there? You
Hmm.
didn't think that hey, maybe this is not a good idea for my daughter to be all the way in Israel with
Right.
some fucking strangers?
Yep.
This is some of the most retarded shit I've ever seen. And this right here is a matter just like the dude who went to Greece, the black guy back in 2017 went to Greece and got his ass killed, beat to death.
Yep.
When I look at situations like this, I blame the fucking parents because some of these parents are like, well, if I could just get These white folks are like my boy. He gonna be his okays. And then before you know it, they go out there to be around nothing but white people. And before you know it, his black ass ain't making it home. How
Yep.
did that happen? You as the parent failed to school him on what the fuck he needed to know because you thought if he was that lonely, isolated Negro away from his own group and accepted by all these other groups, he's gonna be all right. But he has no backing over there. He has no backup.
Yep.
Just like the girl who went to Israel, no
Yep.
backup. So they
Yep.
can do whatever the fuck they want. I bet you they ain't even bother to do no rape test and none of that. Just fucking okay, she drowned. That's it. Done. Case closed. That's it.
Right, and then they can cover it up because Israel,
Yes.
they not gonna try any of their people.
No, of course
Is
not.
one of the most racist places on earth, and I say that because for all the diversity crap that they feed to black people in this liberal society, did you
Yeah.
know in Israel you can't even be a citizen unless you have like 1/3 Jewish blood or some shit like that?
Yeah.
So
Wow, that's crazy.
something happened to like a foreigner over there, even if it is foul play, they're not going to jail no Jew over doing something to an outsider. It's just
Of
not gonna
course
happen.
not. The
That's
only
not gonna
way
happen.
they will actually take action if they know that there will be serious ramifications. If they
Yep.
know there are going to be catastrophic ramifications, all right, well, you got to go down.
Hmm.
You got to go down because you're going to get us all fucked up out here. So we got to deal with you. We can't let this go on.
Right.
But since they know that black people don't have a collective strong tribe, that we're out here running around foolishly, going to other countries thinking we the man in the country. Yeah, I get all these bitches that you paying for pussy, man. And once again, if that's what you want to do, I don't give a shit. But stop
Right.
running around bragging like you're doing something.
Right.
That's the only reason why you're able to run around in somebody else's country with all these goddamn bitches. Because the minute your money run dry, if you still running through them, guess what? They're gonna run through you. And I'm not talking
Yep.
about the bitches now. See,
Hmm.
black people need to start understanding the society that you live in. This shit is not a fucking game. And when these other races of men get tired of your black ass, it's a wrap.
Yep.
It's a wrap. You have to pay attention. And the parents, especially, have to be teaching their goddamn kids. And this is what these parents aren't doing. They're not doing a good job schooling their kids, saying, no, that's not a bad idea. That's a bad idea. You being one black dude in these pictures, all these pictures on your social media, with you partying with white people, hanging out with your white friends, and you're the only black person there, that's a problem. Because whenever you're in a situation like that, you're not operating from a position of power. You are operating from a position of weakness. You are at somebody else's mercy. You are a guest, a passenger
Yep.
on somebody else's vehicle. And
Yep.
that is something that black men seriously need to get out of that mindset. Stop being a passenger on somebody else's vehicle. Here's something else I want to tell black men
Hmm.
because black men far too often have this mentality of being a follower. Stop being a follower to people that you see on social media. I listen, man. I appreciate it when a brother leaves a comment on my page and says, "Hey, I like what you say. I'm a supporter of yours." I don't like to listen, Brian. I don't look at you as a follower. I say we are supporters of each other
Right.
because you're your own leader and I'm my own leader. You
Right.
don't need to look to me as a leader
Hmm.
because the problem is you have too many black men who look at one person as a goddamn leader and they follow blindly. And sometimes you're following somebody right off a goddamn cliff.
Yep.
You take what you could get out of that person. I'm a supporter of yours. I
Hmm.
respect what you do. But
Right.
hey, there might be certain things that I disagree with that you do. I
Hmm.
was a supporter of David Carroll. I respect what he did, but
Hmm.
there were
Yeah.
certain talking points that I disagreed with,
Right.
and
Yeah.
that's
I say
fine.
this. Yeah, and I say that all the time about Brother Carroll. I
Yeah.
agree with about 95% of what he said. It aligned itself with most of the way I thought. But at the same time, yeah, people should have their own separate ability to think for themselves.
Yes.
I think that's another problem with Black America that they're so into this, and he talked about this a lot. This rat pack
Yeah.
mentality that we all have to have like a, what do you call it, esoteric
Yeah.
thought or
This
thinking.
monolithic thought.
Right, monolithic thought where, cause we're all black, cause we're all, got black skin and we're African Americans, We all got to think like this. We all got to vote Democrat. We all got to believe in Christianity. We all got to listen to this type of music. We all got to have, victim mentality and, this, that, and the third. That is dangerous in the sense
Oh
it's
yeah,
one thing if it's benefiting the group, but clearly what black people are doing as a collective is not
it's not working.
benefiting the group. And it goes back to what you said, where if you hang out with a stupid motherfucker or you deal with a stupid motherfucker, they could lead you into a situation that could get you
Yeah,
fucked up in a way that you cannot even possibly imagine. And I've seen several situations like that, you know,
yeah,
not the least of which is people who get in cars coming from parties with drunk drivers. That's a prime example. See
yeah.
motherfucking meat scattered all over the goddamn road as after a crash.
Jesus
It looked
Christ,
like
yeah.
somebody put 100 pounds of dynamite in the damn car and just blew the shit the fuck up. It's a
Jesus
horrific
Christ.
act. And now somebody's daughter or son is dead because they decided to get in a car with an idiot that was fucking drunk and driving.
Yeah,
See, that's a prime example. But you have too much of that in Black America where people don't think, they just do what they see other people doing because it's cool or they don't want to be left out. And it
yeah,
can be the stupidest fucking thing. This is how, brother Akwesi, this is how we got to the point where our youth are glorifying what really should be the dregs of our
yeah,
society, like the Cardi B's, the Little Waynes, the Chief Keefs, and these other fucking idiots. This is how we got to this point where we elevate those that we should actually be locking in the closet. Like, no, bro, you making us really look fucking stupid. You're embarrassing. Man,
yeah.
who's that fat chick that twerks? The celebrity. What's that idiotic female's name? God, I can't remember her name. Somebody said it in the chat room, but it's like this fat chick that she twerks and she goes around just acting a complete fucking fool. I know somebody knows who I'm talking about. And
Lizzo.
yeah, Lizzo. Yeah.
That,
Why
oh
do people
Jesus
I mean, what
Christ.
why is that even relevant? That this is exactly what I'm talking about. In other tribes of people, in other tribes, okay, you see them looking to their political leaders, their mathematicians, their scientists,
Yeah,
their philosophers. In some cases they're dictators. Or they're military leaders. In Black America, we look to not only musicians and basketball players, but people. There's nothing wrong if that person has intelligence, has sense, but
yeah.
we look at to people who are fucking idiots.
Stupid
They're fucking
motherfuckers.
doofus drones, man. Like Kanye. I mean, my God.
Jesus Christ. See, what I'll say to that
Jesus.
monolithic thought would make sense if we focus on empowerment. If
Hmm.
we say, okay, we'll operate like a monolith when it comes down to getting tangibles for our community, getting things done exclusively. Okay, I'm cool with that. But
Hmm.
when you talk about thinking like a monolith to be victimized,
Right.
to be a perpetual victim, no, I'm not with that.
Hmm.
Voting Democrat, no, I'm not with that because where has that gotten you? And
Hmm.
that's another thing. A lot of black people don't have the ability to analyze what hasn't worked. If the shit hasn't worked for the past 60 fucking years, why the hell are we still doing it now?
Right.
The
Right.
shit hasn't worked.
I don't understand. I have people like that in my family where it's just like,
Same here, man. And I've
right,
cut them
it's
off.
like, yeah, it's just like, dude, y'all been talking the same shit for 25 years. It's not working. Don't you think you should maybe switch up the way you do things? Has
Yeah,
that has that not occurred to you? It just doesn't occur to it just I don't know if it's just that they don't care or that they're just comfortable in just being mediocre. I used to say that I still say that black people take mediocre and make it top notch or something like
yeah,
that. At the top of the line. Yeah. They think that mid tier is top of the line. Nobody else thinks like that.
yeah.
Hmm.
Is they
And
don't
I,
strive for nothing else. Go ahead.
mhm.
Sorry about that.
And I was just gonna say one other thing, to solidify your point of well, both of our points about what we were saying about you were talking about that dude in Greece and how he was
Yeah,
completely alone. The one thing I
yeah,
noticed about, I don't know if you can see the screen, but the one thing I noticed about this chick that was found dead after meeting up with that white guy in Bridgeport,
Yeah.
She's one of these traveling thoughts, right? And I notice in every one of these pictures where she's in Europe, just like we were saying, she's by herself. I mean, completely by
Oh,
herself.
God.
In this
Easy
picture,
pickings.
yeah, this picture, she's completely by herself. She don't know any. I mean, what if she has a medical emergency?
Hmm.
You
Yeah.
know, this
Easy
added,
pickings.
yeah, this
Easily
she's in
picked apart.
completely by herself, never been to this country. And another
Yeah.
thing I try to explain to black people is when you go to other parts of the world, there's nothing wrong with traveling. I would never say that, you shouldn't travel, blah, but you need to understand something. And a lot of people coming here have found that out the hard way. There was a kid from Australia that he went to, for some reason he was in Oklahoma City, and he got off on the wrong bus somewhere. I think he was like his father was like a coach at one of the major universities down there, and he was visiting his father or something like that. And
Yeah.
he went in the wrong neighborhood, and it was this wigger white kid and these two black boys that just rolled up on him, tried to rob him. We found out he didn't have anything, and they shot him and killed him. He just went. His only crime was going into the wrong neighborhood. It was his first time in the United States. He had never been to
Jesus Christ.
Oklahoma City. He got out of the airport and took the wrong bus from the airport and wound up getting off on the bus and walking into the wrong neighborhood, and just like that, boom. And what I try to explain to
Yeah.
people is like, you can't just cause a area is new to you, don't mean that it's special or that all good things happen there. A lot of people, they get there's a scientific term for it. They get a rush in the brain when they're experiencing something new, and like it puts adrenaline through them, where it lowers the ability to think logical because you're happy. It's kind of like a high, and you're more prone to doing things that you know don't make common sense, because you're just in a state of like joy and like blissfulness. Okay, well,
Yeah.
that's how a lot of people are when they travel. Like, they get excited. Ooh, I'm in a new place. Okay, it's a new place, but bruh, that don't mean bad shit don't happen here. Like, all them people, I don't know if you've heard of the spate of tourists getting shot by stray bullets down in Mexico. They didn't had a couple of, not just black people, but they didn't had quite a few people get mowed down in Mexico. Like, tourists just sitting at like an outdoor cafe. Some drug dealers roll up on a dude they trying to kill and just open up with
Oh
AK-47.
shit. Wow.
Yeah, innocent people just catching stray bullets left and right. Like, you gotta know like where you at. Okay, you gotta know where to go and where not to go, and you're not gonna do that by yourself. Okay, you got to
Exactly.
have people who know the area, and it's helpful if you go with people who care about you, that can kind of watch your back. I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't know
Especially
what
if you're gonna go
people
someplace
think.
by yourself getting drunk.
Right. And oh, that's the
So
whole nother.
don't. Yeah. That's just. Yeah. But they that fucking stupid. And the thing is, I think there's only one picture I've seen that you showcased with this black chick that she's actually been in a picture with somebody else. The majority of these pictures, I'm seeing her by herself. And
Hmm.
listen, and one thing me and David Carroll used to always say is we know how vain black women can be.
Yeah.
That if there's somebody else there with them, they're gonna put them in that picture. So the fact that the majority of these pictures are of you by yourself, it leads me to believe even the one picture that I've seen so far with her
Hmm.
with somebody else, that might not even be somebody that she knows. It could be
Right.
somebody that she just has in the picture there with her.
Right.
So
Mhm.
I would have
Yeah.
to conclude, yeah, you're traveling to these places by yourself.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you're
And
not paying attention. You're going
mhm.
out probably drinking, getting drunk. A number
Yeah.
of bad things can happen, man.
Yeah. And people, they just don't. A lot of people, they just don't have very good self-preservation. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and I really think that a lot of this is because of the culture, the ass backwards dysfunctional culture that a lot of the newer generations of black youth are being raised in, that I
Yeah.
can do what I want to do.
Well, liberal
And don't.
society teaches them that.
Yeah.
Liberal society teaches them that. I remember when I was a small child, I was about 5 years old. There's a
Hmm.
white woman that was one of the counselors in my school. And she
Hmm.
would always say to the students, no one is out to get you. No one is out to get you. And
Mm.
I believed her at that time. But now, as I'm older, when I look back at that, listen, a betting man, I would put money on that. I would say she was a liberal.
Mm-hmm.
She was a liberal because that is some of the most irrational and some of the dumbest shit you can ever teach a child.
Yeah.
It just is. I get it. You're
Right.
trying to comfort them, but no, you need to understand. Listen, watch your back because there are people out here trying to get you. Now, if
Mm-hmm.
you're smart, they won't be able to get you, but just make sure you watch yourself at all times because they aren't going to be adults there to keep you safe, or that some of the adults that are there might be the ones harming you.
Exactly.
But liberals teach you this illogical, delusional, irrational bullshit
Mm-hmm.
that nobody's out to get you. No, see, the thing is, too many black people buy into that and they're comforted by this liberal nonsense. And it is some of the worst shit that has ever happened to black society. And the
Yep.
reason why you have so many black women that vote liberal and Democrat, is
Mm-hmm.
because the Democratic Party gives them this lack of accountability. The Republican Party more so will hold them accountable. This is why they don't want no parts of that shit. Oh no, we got to get the Democrats in office. Because why? You can go and have an abortion whenever you want to, which is one of the most detrimental things to
Mm-hmm.
black society. You can go ahead and produce children out of wedlock, and yet you're gonna have programs and benefits that are gonna go out here and uplift you. Black women running around
Yep.
talking all this bullshit about, oh, we're the most educated group of
Yep.
women in the country. No, that's what liberals tell you. And that's for deception. They're the most in debt. They go out here, they get
Yep.
meaningless fucking degrees.
Mm-hmm.
They have a net worth of $5 fucking.
Yep.
And this is all to that bullshit, that educated bullshit that liberals are spewing to you. And many of them can't see it. But you
Yep.
notice the common denominator is a good chunk of them will sit up here and they talk that stupid shit only to black men. They would not dare
Yep.
say that to the white man's face. They would not dare say that to white women. They wouldn't dare say that to Hispanics. They would not say that to Asians. The only group of people that they will say this bullshit to are black men. Just like when
Mm-hmm.
it comes, and I'm going to take it back to Cynthia G. You notice when she first got on YouTube, this was back in 2015 when she got on YouTube. Now,
Mm-hmm.
she was harsh at that time, but she was a bit more balanced because she also went in on white supremacy.
Right.
But she stopped doing that shit when she realized them white dudes checked her. Listen, we tired of the bullshit you talking. You better check that shit. And she shut all that shit down. But but you
Got
know who she focuses in now are 100% are black men. Black men. She could go in and say some of the most ruthless shit about black men because there's no consequence.
it. Mm-hmm.
And this is how they function because they know good and damn well I can't sit up here and talk bullshit about white men because they're going to come and check my black ass. So I better
Mm-hmm.
go sit the fuck down somewhere and keep my mouth shut. Now, these black men over here, yeah, I can go after them. And the reason why she can do that, the reason why you can have such a plethora of goofy ass, buffoonish black women who can get online and espouse the talking points that these idiots talk about every damn day is because black men have no punishment mechanism that is going to check them. You don't have a punishing apparatus that says, oh, listen, bitch, you better ease up with that bullshit. Otherwise,
Like
there
Mia
will be some
Khalifa,
ramifications. Exactly.
boy, they
And I
checked her ass
guarantee,
with the
oh,
quickness.
yes. Oh, yes. She'd rather take a lawsuit in the city,
Yep.
in the country she was living. She wasn't even living over there.
Right.
So she's
How
completely
they gonna
protected, but
get
she knows if I got to go back over there, I got to pay that ticket. And nah, that's not all right, let me stop that shit. All right, I'll take the lawsuit. Fuck that. I'd rather deal with your lawsuit than deal with what these men over here going to do to me. So she cut that shit out. And I
right?
guarantee you, if black men actually had a punishment apparatus that would legitimately, and I'm not talking about Kevin Samuels getting on no video, talking about you average at best. That means
That's so
nothing.
stupid. That's some of the dumbest shit,
And,
man.
and I'm
That's a
going to tell
subject for
y'all,
another video.
stop living vicariously through shit like that because just as quickly as you can knock down that female self-esteem, somebody else will bring it right back up. But as I was
Right.
saying a second ago,
Exactly.
if there was a punishment mechanism that black men actually had and put in place to check females who get online and espouse, because now they're to the point where they're talking about black boys. Black
Mm-hmm.
boys ain't got nothing to do with this shit. How are you talking about innocent little babies Should we still birth black boy? Who fucking does this? But a
Right.
bitter bitch. But if black men actually had the ability to check these hoes, I
Mhm.
guarantee you, all the videos that Cynthia G has up will come down, and that channel will turn into a hair tutorial, makeup tutorial, and nail tutorial channel in a heartbeat.
Right.
That's what
Right.
you would find her dumb ass do. She wouldn't say nothing about black men if
Mhm.
black men actually had the power to check them.
Right. And the
They
will.
get
Yep.
yes,
Mhm.
yes, but they do it because black men are a soft target. There's no
Right.
consequence behind talking about black men. This is
You won't
another
hear.
reason why I've somewhat eased up on them for a bit because I understand that we are a soft target.
Hmm.
But it doesn't mean I'm fully compassionate. I once again, as I stated before, I have no compassion for stupidity. So for you Negroes who want to go out here and bask in ignorance, I have no compassion for you. Nothing.
Hmm.
But I do understand collectively, black men are a soft target. And this is another reason why my message has steered toward black empowerment. And I told David Carroll this, he knew this. Having one-on-one conversations, I said, listen, brother, my whole thing, I'm about black empowerment because I see the shit that we're up against as black men.
Hmm.
We have nobody else to defend us, as you eloquently put it in your initial tribute video to David Carroll. We
Hmm.
have nobody that gives a fuck about us. So it's up to
Right.
us to give a fuck about us.
Yep.
And I'm telling black men, y'all got this. There's things y'all gonna have to start doing differently. Y'all gonna
Yep.
have to start instilling things in your boys. How do you think these people grow up and they have a lot of this stuff is instilled in these white men, but from the time that they're children, and the Asians, from the time that they're children, and black people are failing at that miserably. And listen, I'm all for black relationships, but I say one thing: the type of black woman that you avoid is the one that wants to be in the church every Sunday. If she can't snap her head out of that bullshit, you cut that bitch off. I'm sorry. Someone who's talking about I'm going to go ahead and vote Democrat. If you can't reason with her and say, listen, I don't give a shit who you vote for. Make sure you vote for something that benefits your community. If she starts
Right.
turning around to about we can't just do something that benefits black people, we got to do something to everybody. You need to cut that hoe off just as quickly as you met her. You can't do nothing with her because you are going to be met with resistance every time you try to insert yourself as a goddamn leader. When it comes down to inserting yourself as a leader, when it comes down to rearing your child, disciplining your child, she's going to step in and challenge you each and every fucking time. There's a reason why she votes Democrat because she does not want to be held accountable
Right. She
to the
doesn't.
community or the men in the community.
Right.
That's why
Exactly.
they vote Democrat.
Yep. They know that the Democrats are going to continue to incentivize them to avoid accountability and responsibility
Mm-hmm.
by giving them something for nothing, and in doing so, continuing to keep the black race off
Yes.
balance. See, if
And
you
this
can
is why
keep
they
your
tell
opponent
them,
off balance, there are a
yeah,
couple of boxers that were famous for that, where they would, whenever their opponent would throw a punch, they could counter easily because they would try to make sure that whenever their opponent threw a punch, they were moving at an angle where when they threw the punch, they were literally, their feet were off balance. So that would make them vulnerable to a
yeah,
counterattack. And it would make their counterattack when they punched more effective, meaning it would increase the chances of them getting a knockdown or
yeah,
catching them in a way where they could knock them out. See,
yeah.
I know you said that the most powerful thing with white supremacy is confusion, but
Mm-hmm.
also keeping their opponent off balance. If they can, give you
Oh
the
yeah,
give you to run around like they're doing with this fucking COVID-19. Oh,
of
Omicron,
course.
it's milder than Delta, and then 2 weeks later, Omicron is now sweeping across as the dominant strain.
It's
They're doing
stupidness.
lockdowns again. Wait, hold on, motherfucker. Just 2 weeks ago, you told me it was mild and very few
Mm-hmm.
people are going to the hospital. So if it's the milder, then why are you trading it out in the headlines with Delta and telling
Yeah,
me, trying to create this fear tactic that I should be scared of Omicron all of a sudden?
yeah.
Just was
You know
selling
what I'm
it
gonna
as like
say?
a really bad cold. Now all of a sudden, Omicron is the super killer. That you got me confused, motherfucker. I mean, are we going up or down in the elevator? They're very good at that.
You know what I'm gonna say to that? I would not be surprised if this is the same initial strand of COVID that came out back, what was it, early 2020. And
I
they're
was,
just, oh, it's another variant. It's another variant. It's the
yeah.
same fucking shit we was dealing with damn near 2 years ago.
You know,
You
I
don't
thought
know
about
what to
that.
believe from these asses. It probably is.
This is why I thought about that. I said to myself, now I'm not a biologist, okay? Maybe somebody in the chat room can explain this to us. I sat down and I thought to myself, now motherfucking Ebola has been around for about 30, 40, 50 years. I have
Yeah.
I haven't heard of any like multiple strain. I certainly have not heard of Ebola viruses changing out every couple of months. Have you?
No, it doesn't happen.
I
I've
mean,
never
all
heard of
you hear
multiple
when you
strands
think
of
about it,
HIV.
right? Yeah, HIV is another one. HIV first came on the scene in like what the mid to late 70s.
Yeah.
Since then, all you've heard of is HIV. The only other variant of HIV is when it develops into AIDS. And here one of these stupid ass niggas coming down with them loud ass subwoofers. I don't know if you heard that, but
Yeah.
oh Lord, it's getting bad around here, man. I'm gonna have to move, man. But anyway,
Yeah.
um, but I said now HIV, it we know it can develop into AIDS if not treated. But besides that, HIV has just been HIV forever, man.
Yeah.
So same with Ebola, same with you know, uh, what else? There's just so many different
Yeah.
germs that can fuck you up that it's like you certainly don't hear of them changing, in variations. Like I mean, they come out with it's like a rap music artist or something. They come out with a new album like every 3 or 4 fucking months, you know? I
Yeah.
mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me because I've never heard of any other virus doing that quickly and that frequently.
This is just a matter of, and what you just broke down is a matter of analyzing the patterns here. You look at other viruses and see that they don't have this pattern. But all of a sudden, this virus comes on the scene and it has all of these inconsistent patterns from
Hmm.
other viruses.
Right.
And this is all you need to do to start to know that these people are full of shit.
Hmm.
You're using fear mongering. And me personally, I don't believe. I know this is a man-made virus. So let me be very careful with my damn words because let me not even use that word. I'll just say this much because we know they'll try to flag this fucking live stream down.
It's okay. It's going up on FS Avenger. I know they're gonna try to flag it
Oh,
down. That's why it's going up.
with this shit, what was I gonna say? God damn, it's at the tip of my tongue. Fuck.
Mhm.
All
Yeah,
right,
that
let me
happened
just
to me
run with this.
earlier.
Yeah, I'm having a brain freeze. I'm trying to figure out what else.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
this is what I was gonna say. I don't think I know this is man-made, but
Hmm.
I don't think they would ever go as far as to creating something as deadly as they tried to hype this thing up to be. And the
Hmm.
reason why I believe that is because if they actually made something that was airborne and that deadly and that transmissible,
Hmm.
they wouldn't be able to control it. You would
Right.
have
It
a
would kill them.
real, yeah, exactly. They have no way to keep themselves safe. So what I think they're doing, okay, we're gonna put something out here, and it'll fuck up some people, it'll kill some people, but most people will recover. But we're just gonna run with this whole thing, and we'll do things to orchestrate what it is that we want people to see
Right.
in order to get them to believe what we want them to believe.
Hmm.
And that's what I think they're doing. This is why I say it would not surprise me if this is the same strand from back in 2020.
See, like the
But
Spanish flu.
yeah,
I'm sorry. What were you gonna say?
no, like I said, I just wouldn't be surprised if it was the same strand from 2020 and they're just recycling it, giving it this extra credibility. Oh, it's this much more transmissible. Oh, it's new variants. All of this foolishness
Hmm.
is just a means to keep people afraid. And stupid sheep
Yep.
will sit back and say, "Well, I agree with what they're saying. We gotta just do what they tell us to do."
Right.
Everything that they've told us thus far has not worked. Take
Right.
one shot, 2 shots, 4 shots, 8 shots. When does it stop? All these different variants, Omicron, Delta. What do you
This
got? The
boy said
Southwest
eight
Jet
shots.
variant, the JetBlue variant, the fucking Mahajamatol variant. How many fucking these names are stupid at some point or another? What do you got? The Xbox variant. The PlayStation variant?
You
What the
know,
fuck else? The Cadillac variant? The Jeep Dodge and Ram variant? What the fuck
you're
else
gonna
is
give me
next,
a
man?
heart
Jesus
attack.
Christ. Oh my
Bro,
God.
you know what this reminds me of? You know, I honestly, I don't know about you, but during this whole COVID thing, I thought about some of the stupid shit that they tried to teach us, you know, like little phrases and sayings. And I
Yeah.
went back and I thought about it. And even that comedian, Eddie Griffin, he
Yeah.
brought this up how certain things don't make fucking sense. And it's almost like whoever created that a couple of hundred years ago, they were running like social experiments just to see if people would take something stupid and run
Oh
with it.
yeah.
Like he was saying, like, he said like you take Jack and Jill. He was being funny, but he was like Jack and Jill run up a hill to fetch a pail of water. And he said, "What the fuck is Jack and Jill running up a hill to fetch a pail of water for when water flows downhill?"
Exactly.
And then another one that I thought about where people say you can't have your cake and eat it too. Well, what the fuck am I gonna do? Shove it up my ass? Put it in a
Yeah,
china
that doesn't
cabinet,
make any
put a
damn
hat on
sense.
it, and stand it on Broadway Street and just look at it? Oh, look at that cake on the bowl. I mean, what the fuck am I gonna do physically with a cake, but eat the motherfucker once I get it? I mean, and I'm just
Exactly. The
thinking, who
saying
the
doesn't
fuck?
make any sense.
Right. And another one, the about that lullaby, which is very evil. Rockabye baby on the treetop,
Mhm.
when the bough breaks, the cradle will rock. Down will
Yeah.
come baby. I mean, let's talk about murdering a fucking kid.
Exactly.
Why the fuck do people? So I'm gonna tell you, people have been they've been running social experiments, and I believe COVID-19 is the climax of that. They've been running
Yeah.
social experiments through media, through lullabies, through fairy tales on motherfuckers for a long fucking time. I've heard white people and black people singing that "Rockabye Baby," like, dude, I know
Yeah.
the melody sounds sweet, but are you actually listening to the
It's
fucking
an
tune?
evil fucking song. Yeah.
Right. What the fuck? Like this, see, this is where, and I'm gonna tell the audience, this is where not just a Marlboro man, but having an independent mindset like me, brother Quasi, or our late comrade in arms, David Carroll, can really help you navigate through life. Okay,
Yeah.
because it gives you the ability to do something that a lot of people don't fucking do. Use the fucking brain that whoever you want to call it gave you. Okay, you were given
Exactly.
a logically thinking brain. We are the most intelligent animal on planet Earth for a reason. We were intended
Yeah.
to think, reason, and make logical sense of stuff. I've ran
Yeah.
into Christians that tell me, "Oh, it don't have to make sense. You just gotta
That's a
follow
day.
it.
Fuck, get away from me. That's
No,
what I
no,
tell him.
see, you're stupid because if the God you say you believe in gave me a fucking brain to think. So why would he have a problem with me questioning all this shit in the Bible and questioning him and all this other shit? If he
It makes
wanted
no
me to
sense.
be like an instinctive animal, he would have designed me that way. He gave me a brain because he wants me to think.
Exactly. But these are
Man,
the dumb motherfuckers I tell you, keep away from you because they will get you killed or get you into a situation that you can't get out of.
yep.
This is what you're dealing with. And as an example of the social experiments, I mean, I remember sitting back watching in 2013 the Ice Bucket Challenge, and
Mm.
all these Negroes are out here doing these ice bucket, not just Negroes, but just other people doing ice bucket challenge. I said, where the fuck did that come from? Oh, we're doing this for cancer. So you're gonna dump a bucket of cold ice water on your ass for cancer. How does that do any fucking thing? Then they had these Pokemon challenges, the Kiki challenge, all this stupid shit, and people were doing it.
Yeah,
Silhouette challenges,
yeah.
fire challenges, milk crate challenge. I said, where does this even come from? But I've often
Mhm.
thought to myself that these motherfuckers want to see what they could get you to do.
Yeah.
They
I,
throw something out here and let's see how many people make it trendy. And since so many people are stupid and want to be trendy,
yeah.
they all get on board and do it. Listen, when I see too many people doing something, I don't do it. Let me
Yeah.
stay the hell away from that shit because I
Yeah.
don't trust it.
Me and you think the same way. I go the
Yeah,
opposite direction. I do that Black Panther movie. Out of respect for Chadwick Boseman, I saw it years later. But when all them goofy ass Hotep niggas was going
yeah,
to see that shit back in 2017, I let that video rot. As far as I was concerned,
yeah.
I did not go to the theaters to see that fucking movie. Fuck that.
I
Cause
had a free movie
anything.
ticket, so I just went to see it. Or for the movie ticket, I ain't paid to see that shit.
Mhm.
So I'm not paying for this because I knew what I was going to see. So I just wanted to analyze it. And as I analyzed it, I said, okay, I already see what's wrong with it. But go ahead.
Hmm. Oh, did you see the butt end of it at the end of the credits? Did you stay?
No, I didn't look at that part. No.
Yeah. At the just to show you how stupid these people know black people are. At the very end, because I'm one of them people. I watch movies. I didn't, like I said, I didn't go to the theater. I only watched the movie. I had vowed never to watch the fucking movie because I knew it was fucking stupid, just because of the type
Hmm.
of people that were talking about it on social media. But I said, after Chadwick Boseman died, out of respect for that brother, I just want to see all of his work. So I went ahead and I got the movie and I watched it. Well, I'm one of them type of people. I watch everything till the credits end, till the fucking tape stops rolling. At the
Yeah.
end, they had a surprise when the credits were done, where they had
Oh,
this
you talking
hint.
about when they were at the UN?
No, no, no. When
Okay.
when they had the swirling scene, or this hint, a hint at a swirling scene where they had this shirtless white dude coming out of a river. He had like been injured some type of way, and that black girl who was like the dark skinned black girl, I think she's like a British actress or something, where she was like the doctor, like the scientist doctor in that goofy
Yeah.
ass movie. She was patching him up in and they were kind of looking at each other lustfully as he was coming out of the water, and she was holding his arm and leading him into the field hospital to further tend to his wounds, and then it ended. And I was thinking to myself, so even in this Black Panther thing that these stupid ass niggas have hyped up, they're still trying to sell this diversity liberal Negro
Of
bedwench
course.
um thing. And they slipped that in there in the end. And I think they did that just to see how many people would see that and how many people would react to it. And I bet you what I'm saying is probably a shock to a lot of people in the audience because most people didn't watch it to the end of the fucking credits. But they
Nah, I
just,
didn't see that part. That's.
I said,
I'm
it's
glad you brought that up.
yeah, as stupid as this movie is, I said they had to put the cherry on fucking top. I just had to watch it to the end where they had to, because they know the black women, just like Ancestry.com with that commercial. They know
Yeah.
that black women are, mesmerized by that shit. So they had to slip that in there. And a lot of times, I think not only social experiments, I think a lot of times, you know, the the white supremacist structure, they just do little things to just poke fun at us just to see if we can figure it out. I do. I think like in these movie
Yeah.
production studios, they be sitting around at a round table when the doors are closed, ain't nobody looking, just giggling, just talking about how stupid motherfuckers are, that didn't pick up on what they was doing. I do think they just be picking at shit,
Oh,
just to see what they can
absolutely.
get away with.
Absolutely. The key thing that I got out of that movie was indoctrination. I want people to think about this. You had the what was it, the T'Challa, whoever played the Black Panther. I can't think of all the names, but Chadwick Boseman's character, the Black
Yeah.
Panther. He was sitting on resources that he could have used to empower his continent of people
Yep.
that he did not do. He all of a sudden there's white people coming and trying to get it, and then you got Killmonger who was out to kill that white guy. Killmonger who had the right idea because he's like, listen, all the shit that we done been through, listen, we got to do something about this. But he goes about it in the wrong formation.
Hmm.
Then it leads to a civil war. Now Killmonger, he's trying to go after the people who oppressed him, all this other shit, right? So they're
Right.
launching the missiles, but yet you got the Black Panther who's fighting to save who? Who's the one that's being saved here in this?
Right. He
So
wasn't
we
trying to.
get
Right. He
yeah.
was trying to
So
save white people from getting fucked
yes,
up.
exactly.
Yeah.
So they're already teaching you that no, in a situation where you got the resources to go ahead and exact justice on us, you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to go ahead and save us,
Right.
teach us how to do the right thing.
Right.
And
And then
even as the movie went on, what we
mhm,
seen was them letting
the white
white
dude.
men
Yep.
into their chambers where they made all their stuff, their
Yep.
technology, which is something they would never do for you ever.
Subliminal
Ever,
message.
unless
Yep.
they fully knew you were a bona fide coon and you was not gonna, they gonna watch you heavily with that shit. Oh yeah, they're
Yep.
very sophisticated. But it
Yep.
shows black people, okay, you got all these resources. Let me come in here and take a look and just see what you got. And that's how you get infiltrated.
Yep.
But now at the end of the movie, what I gathered is when the Black Panther decided to go ahead and share the resources rather than sharing it with his own continent and his own people.
Yep.
He brought it to Western civilization. And
Yep.
at the end of that movie, what we seen was that same white dude approving, clapping his hands, and smiling, which
And
shows you once again, you're supposed to go ahead and protect Whitey. You
right.
can't do for self. You got to protect us.
And the mere fact that so many black people endorsed this movie. I mean, you were back there just like I was.
Oh, yeah.
They were acting like this movie was the second coming of their Christ. Like this was so pro-black. Really just solidifies to me how lost and how stupid a lot of these niggas really are.
Mm-hmm.
How
Yeah.
the hell are you endorsing a movie which encourages you to basically surrender your resources and your weapons, secrets, and
Yeah.
technology to the white man, allow him to infiltrate you, and then you have a Negro bedouin sneak scene at the very fucking end. Teaches you
Mm-hmm.
not to fight back. That's anti-black. How the hell is that
Exactly.
pro-black?
You're supposed to save him. No, like I said, it's all this programming shit that they've been doing. They've been
Yep.
doing this with us for the longest, and for
Yep.
whatever reason, pro-blacks can't see through this shit.
They can't pick up on it.
They're over there crying when they see this in the movie, bringing bean pies and fried chicken, all kinds of foolishness. I'm saying, what the
I
fuck
remember
is up with you
David
niggas,
Carroll went,
man?
yeah, David Carroll went in on that shit, bro.
Yeah, it was pathetic. That's not black empowerment. This is the reason why you're in the condition that you're in, because you bought into the indoctrination. This
Yep.
is exactly what this is. It's indoctrination to the fullest.
Mm-hmm.
Don't go ahead and do for your own, even though you have a whole continent of people like you who are suffering, who need that. And they're
Yep.
being exploited by the very same people you're fighting to save. This is no
Exactly.
different than what they did in fucking, what is it? In fucking Avatar. And all these other movies where they showcase this. It's all indoctrination. And this is why I say black people, especially black men, need to have good pattern recognizing skills, because when you see this, you're not fooled by it.
Right.
You know exactly what it is. Now, you're not indoctrinating me with that. I know what
Right.
you're doing. The church,
Mm-hmm.
it's indoctrination. This is why the pastor teaches you absolutely fucking nothing, tells you to give him your money. Now, he could go ahead and commit all kinds of fraud against the people in your damn community. Nobody's checking his black ass. Not
Yep.
all these, not the tax agencies. None of them. They ain't going to check him because he's exploiting your black ass. He
Mm-hmm.
can't go over to the white communities and pull that same bullshit, because they'll lock his black ass up in a second. So they
Yep.
have no problem with him committing crime as long as he's doing it in your community.
Right.
It lets you know there's blatant hypocrisy here. And if black men can't recognize these damn patterns,
Mm-hmm.
then we're done as a damn race. If
Absolutely.
black men are sitting around living vicariously through a guy who is browbeating fucking females and not teaching you, and this is why I don't fuck with Kevin Samuels.
Dude,
Because
man.
when I heard him sit back and say, well, why should I pass out anything to the younger generation of black men? Because these are the people who are going to have to carry the torch when we're fucking too old to damn do it.
I'll
So
tell you
what
what
if you get to a point where,
No, go
what
ahead,
happened?
brother. Figure.
So what if you get to a point where you can't hold your own anymore and you need a younger generation of black people and black men to fucking carry the torch for you?
Right.
Now, guess what? You don't have the infrastructure there, so you're fucked. You're banking on somebody else's system to do right by you, which we've seen time and time again will not do right by you. And I'll
Yep.
be damned if these Democrats haven't given black people their asses to kiss once again. And they're being blatantly obvious with it as long as Joe Biden's in the damn White House. This is why I say, no, you have to invest in the youth, because the older generation has failed time and time again. The critical analysis that they were supposed to give the youth, they weren't doing. This is why you have so many black men who are followers. The only power they think is that when they could check another black woman, that's the simplest shit in the world you can do. Now, don't get me wrong. Some of them need to be checked.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not saying the same or holding the same energy when it comes down to other races of women. You only want to be able to reserve this when it comes down to black women. That lets me know that you're a fucking coward. The same thing with Black Women's Sphere. You're a fucking coward. You waited till the man passed away. You knew years of him before he passed away, and you could have said something then. And the only bit of credit that I'll give these niggas who are out here talking shit, some of them were actually talking shit damn near 10 years ago about us. So this
Right.
is a consistent pattern. But for those of you who kept your fucking mouth shut because you were too goddamn scared to say something to this man because you were afraid he would respond to your ass and hurt your fucking feelings, you're a goddamn
Mhm.
coward.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, you know, and what I was going to say, going back to what you said about Kevin Samuels, you know what Kevin Samuels actually is? He's like the crystalline kerosene equivalent,
Of
okay,
course.
to black men. I mean, here's a guy who started off lighting fucking candles in a little tight ass room that looked like it was
Oh
so
my
small
god.
you had to go outside of it just to change your fucking mind, and had a little cheap suit on, right? And he's just mesmerized. You know, I say this: a lot of these snake oil salesman type niggas like him and Crystal and Kerosene, or the Black Pastor,
Oh my
they have learned.
god.
They have learned off of the white supremacist system how to confuse and finagle shit out of these niggas. They've
Yeah.
learned how to manipulate these niggas to the point where they siphon that money and that time and effort out of these niggas like a damn, like when they hook a one of them gas tank pumps up to a up to somebody's car, and somehow they can reverse. I don't know how that works, but like you can actually, some people know how to reverse suck the fuel out of somebody's car. It's called
Oh yeah,
fuel
yeah.
theft. Yeah, they've learned how to do that, and they do it very well. you know Kevin Samuels, I mean, what is he really doing that would justify these Negroes making him rich? He's saying the same thing that me, you in the past, and yeah, even now, David Carroll, Tommy's goofy ass, he's saying the same thing we've all been saying about black women. I mean,
Kevin
what
Samuels
makes
knows
them
about
seem
David Carroll.
special? Huh?
Kevin Samuels knows about David Carroll. I went to his channel to see if he actually made a video just simply saying RIP. I didn't
Mm-hmm.
see nothing. He was
Mm-hmm.
inspired by men like myself, you, David Carroll, because we've been on YouTube for a while now.
Mm-hmm.
But yet you won't even give a simple RIP. Hey man, hey brother, we
Right.
appreciate your work.
Right.
They classified him, and listen, according to Obsidian, they classified David Carroll as the patriarch of the manosphere. Okay, fine,
Right.
but the guy that y'all praise right now in the manosphere won't even give a simple acknowledgement that this man passed away.
Yep.
What is that telling people, man? What is that saying?
Well, this guy, I mean, he's basically the equivalent of a black pastor. He's in it for himself, and that's all well and good. The problem that I have with Kevin Samuels is that these Negroes are upholding him like he's some type of second
Some
coming
of
of
God,
Christ, when it's
and
obvious
he's
he don't
not.
give a fuck about these niggas. He
Yeah,
don't give a damn about. See, I tell these niggas, I will tell them, I'll give them the raw truth. I don't care whether I'm talking about black women or black men. I will give them the raw truth, whether they want to hear it or not. I'm not
exactly.
trying to benefit off of them. I mean, look at how many subs I got on my channel, how many views I normally have. I'm not asking for super chat. You know how these stupid ass niggas in these live streams, oh, bro, hit that
Yeah,
super chat, hit that super chat, hit that super
yeah.
chat, hit that super chat. I'm not
Hit the
doing that.
likes
Man,
up.
we've been talking shit for 5 fucking hours or whatever it is. How many times have you heard me say hit that super chat, hit that super chat, hit that super chat? I'm not benefiting off of this hardly at all. Okay.
Yeah,
But these niggas will literally sit here and let these goofy ass motherfuckers milk them, both male and female. Even that
yeah,
Zaza Ali chick back in 2018, they will let these con artists milk them, just like the black pastor, just like the white liberal. Tell them, hit talking points, hit feel good talking points,
yeah.
and make these motherfuckers rich. And in the meantime, what are they getting out of that? What
Not
are
a
they getting out of that
goddamn
in
thing.
exchange? Not a goddamn fucking thing.
And the
But
thing is,
you had these stupid ass niggas talking about the thing. I like to fell out and died. I don't know if you heard it, but I think somebody has spoken about it. When somebody said that Kevin Samuels had came down like an angel of the Lord to
Jesus
save
Christ.
Black America. Dude,
Jesus Christ.
I contemplated killing myself
In
when I
what
heard that,
way?
bro. I
In
literally
what way?
contemplated shooting myself. I said I'm connected to a group of human beings that are actually this fucking stupid. That somebody would say, I said, you're
Oh
trolling.
my God.
I'm
You
gonna
know
have to
something?
I'm gonna have to step out in front of traffic, bro. I can't be associated with this group of people anymore. When I heard that shit, an angel of the fucking Lord.
See, the thing is, the Black Authority actually addressed him in one of his what was it, the business channel, and wow, I just said wow. Because and he proved what I already knew about Kevin Samuels. And he was like, listen, when somebody called Kevin Samuels, asked him, hey, how can I become a high value man? What did Kevin Samuels tell you? Book a session. Because he
Right,
can't give you no fucking advice on how to do what the fuck he's doing. He doesn't care to. The only thing he cares to be about is that Negro sitting in a space by himself
mm-hmm.
and to himself. So
Right,
therefore, when you got a bunch of black men following this guy around, first of all, I've never seen a man who sits around in a YouTube video, lighting candles, putting on soft music. I mean, some of that I mean, come on, he's got some of this faggoty ass music playing. I'm like, guy, what the fuck is this?
you
I
gonna
mean,
get me
Jesus
flagged down?
Christ.
Don't say faggot, please. You go.
I'm listening to some of this shit. Like,
Boy,
dude, what the fuck
we
is
getting it
this?
in tonight, y'all. We getting it
Get the
in.
lights up, y'all. Get the lights up. Oh, y'all ain't got the lights up? I'm gonna play this
Hell
song
no.
if y'all. I'm like, dude, are you serious? You see, any information I've ever passed down, I ain't asked nobody saying, hey man, you gotta fucking donate before I can give you this or that. I'm giving y'all the information for free. I leave the link for those in the description
Right,
box if they would like to donate, but it's not a requirement. It's not a requirement. At the end
right,
of the day, as I've been saying, these people don't give a fuck nothing about black men. They
right,
couldn't tell you how to become no high value black men. They couldn't tell you shit about shit. They're
right.
living comfortable because they got a bunch of y'all to finance and fund their lifestyle.
Dude, if me and you were in, if we were certain of these niggas, male and female, on on this live stream, we've been on about 5 hours.
Yeah.
Every other fucking word that came out of my or your mouth would be hit that super chat, hit that super chat,
Yeah,
hit that
no,
super chat.
no,
You know,
no.
like and subscribe.
Come on, are you serious? Oh
Right. It's like, damn. Do you have
my
anything to say,
God.
sir, other than hit that super chat?
Yeah.
Like you gotta put a sentence together before you can say hit that super chat. At least complete a fucking paragraph, nigga. Damn.
And like I said, the fact that he won't even give this man a shout out, an RIP, but you know who he is. Y'all classify David Carroll as the patriarch of the manosphere, but you can't even get your funny looking ass on a goddamn video and say, hey man, I want to dedicate this to David Carroll.
Right.
I think what the fuck is wrong with you? That right there proves that he has no problem being on an island to himself. As long as I'm comfortable over here, I'm good. He's like one of these goofy ass fucking pastors
Yep. And
who's
see,
sitting around here, and I don't know how many black he can actually give you relationship advice. Are y'all serious?
right.
Y'all
It's
listening to this fucking clown on relationship advice?
right.
Get the fuck out of here with that shit, man.
And
No,
he's not even
no,
in
I'm
a
fired
relationship
up.
himself.
Yeah, yeah, I'm fired up because listen, I don't really say much about him, but just the
Mhm.
fact that when I went through his channel, you ain't done
Right.
nothing, and contribute to this man, nothing. But
Right.
you sitting here living comfortable, and you got a bunch of black men running around. Hey, he's the truth, man. He's the truth. Okay, so how is he helping you?
Right.
He don't give a fuck about no black empowerment. You ask if you bring him into this conversation. I don't see why white supremacy that don't exist. What? Are you
Yeah.
serious?
It's like
Listen, oh my God. Go
these
ahead, man.
Negroes
Sorry.
act like he's handing out like $500 gift cards or something. I mean, what is this nigga doing for you?
Nothing.
What is he
He's
doing? You guys
browbeating.
give
He's
him
browbeating low vibrational females, and they're
right.
happy with that because
Low
these
level
black men don't care to check the source of the problem. The
right.
source of the problem is not women. The
Right.
women respond to the environment around them.
That's
When
true.
you create the environment around them, they will respond to you. And just as
Right.
an example of this, not even to cut you off, but I got to
No,
make
go
this
ahead, bro.
example. Oh my God. Okay. I want y'all to pay attention, and I honed in on this years ago, damn near 5 years ago. I told y'all about Kendall St. Charles, also known as Brooklyn Blue. This is
That,
one of Crystal and Karazin's mentors. A lot of these divesting heifers get their advice from her. This dark wisdom bullshit. This is where that comes from. Now, she's gotten online and talking about aborting black male babies. She's done this shit. But the fact of the matter is, shortly after that damn Black Panther movie came out, she said, listen, we're going to go to where the resources are at. If the brothers got themselves on point, I'm going to be checking for the brothers to see what y'all got, what you got. But since y'all ain't got nothing, we're going to be over here trying to get with the people who have the most resources. What's the cause of that problem? What's the source, better yet? Black man, if you don't have your economy together, if you are being led by a dude that does not give a fuck about passing down information to you that can actually benefit you, if every time you say, hey, how can you help me out with this? Well, book a session. That ain't somebody that you need to be listening to. It's just that goddamn simple. It's a waste of your fucking time. But a lot of these damn Negroes are sitting there finding themselves in stupid shit. Can you still hear me, brother? I guess you must have done fade off. But let me keep on rambling on as I got a chance. Because I don't pass the knowledge of let me isolate myself into a corner and be comfortable. If the group is not comfortable, then that's a serious problem. And if you find yourself isolated in the corner by yourself, guess what? When they decide to pull the rug on you, you ain't got nobody to back you up. And as an example of this, I give you Bill Cosby. I've been using this as an example for years. When I've seen that they literally changed laws around, just came up with fabrications to get this man locked up. If this is not an example to you brothers of what can happen to you out here when you don't have a strong tribe. And when I say tribe, I'm talking about black people. But you don't have intelligent brothers that can back you and get your back. Yeah, you're a sitting fucking duck. You're at somebody else's mercy. My question to you, brothers, is when do you get tired of being at the mercy of somebody else? Because I can tell you, I sure as hell am. I'm in tune with the reality. As much as I don't like it, I acknowledge it.
mm-hmm.
Because by that logic, you're easy pickings. What happened?
Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I lost the when you had me falling out laughing. I pulled the damn thing out the damn socket and I had to switch headsets. But no, brother, yeah, you ain't telling nothing but the truth. It's just people.
So I'm going to respond to one dude. What's it? Saxitude Pool? How can you save? But how? Yeah. How can you save those? What does it say? But how can you save those who don't want to be saved? You don't save those who don't want to be saved. It's that simple.
Right.
You don't listen. Like I told y'all.
Yeah.
You don't save those who don't want to be saved. Mm-hmm. And as I stated in the beginning of the broadcast, I will work with pretty much anybody if you're redeemable, if you have the ability to learn, if you have the capacity to think. But once I deem you as somebody who doesn't want to be, listen, I told y'all before, I've been giving y'all these gems for years now. I told y'all in previous videos, I've cut off family members because when I hear certain talking points come out their mouth, it lets me know there's nothing that can be done with you. Nothing. That's how serious I am about this. Yep. I'm not going to have somebody in my circle who wants to undermine my goddamn race. I am a black man. That's the first thing anybody's going to see about y'all. For those of you brothers who love David Carroll, this is what he told Crystal and Karen when he ripped her a new asshole 6 years ago on the Chad Factor radio show. Anywhere you enter, your race and gender enter with you. Yep. These are facts. Now, you can try to play this game and say, oh, I'm something else. Oh, I don't see myself as this. No. And see, but when David Carroll ripped her a new asshole that day, my intellect was not where it is now. And that was something that I should have called her out on, but I failed to do that because I didn't see it that same way. But as time went on, I picked up on that shit. Right. And I understand, no, I am a black man. That's the first thing you're going to notice. When you see a fucking 6 foot, 220 pound, big ass Negro, yeah, you know it's a black man. There ain't no denying this shit.
Right.
Undeniably.
Like Tiger Woods, dumbass.
when he won his first PGA tournament. Talking about
Yeah.
when the reporter asked him, "How do you feel being the first African American?" And I'm sorry, can people hear me in the chat room? Just tell me. But a white reporter asked him, "How do you feel being the first African American to win a PGA tournament?" And this dumbass nigga gonna say, "I'm not black. I'm Kabbalah Asian." Okay, well
Wow.
you can say that, but then he was reminded of how much a nigga white folks thought he was when that who was that made the fried chicken joke that
Hmm.
like when he got in trouble. Tiger was at some function and some dude was talking shit talking about how Tiger Woods likes fried chicken. You know,
Hmm.
you may think you Kaplan Asian motherfucker, but you in our territory we don't like it, and we just gonna remind you right here right now that you a
Yeah.
nigger.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So what's it? Chicago Gaming asked me if I am a black nationalist. I don't give myself titles and classifications. Anybody who's been watching my content knows I've never ran in groups, none of the above. But I am 100% for a black agenda. I guess you could say,
Hello,
well, I wouldn't classify myself. Yeah, can you hear me?
Lord, we didn't talk so much shit. Thing is
Can you hear
dying
me?
on us, bro.
Oh
Hello,
shit. Yeah,
does
yeah, I'm here.
anybody hear Brother Equates?
They should hear
Oh
me.
shit.
Unless my mic is showing that I'm talking. Give me a one if y'all can hear me in the chat.
I don't
Anybody
hear
can hear me? Give me a
anything.
one in the chat. Give me a one in the chat if you can hear me. I'm here seeing a bunch of people saying yes. Give me a one. Give me a one if you can hear me. Okay, they hear us.
Okay,
Okay,
I,
yeah,
I I
people are
hear you
giving the
now,
ones.
brother. I'm
Yep.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay. So, um, no, but I was responding to one of these brothers. He was asking if I consider myself a black nationalist. I wouldn't put a title on myself. Um, all I can really say is I stand for a black agenda. I stand for black empowerment. I don't know if that answers your question or not, but I stand for black empowerment, 100%, because there's no other way around this. The fact of the matter is, like I said, we as black men, we don't have anybody that gives a fuck enough about us. And with everything that I've been seeing taking place within the past 2 years, it lets me know right now, especially with all the mandates going on and all this other crazy shit. And this is, I mean, we can't sit here and play as if this is not as if this isn't 100% dead serious. You still there, brother? Guess you must be getting your mic together.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I hear
Hello?
you. Hold on, I'm gonna put in the chat. I'm gonna type something in the chat.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, sorry. I'm having a lot of audio trouble. But yeah,
Oh, okay.
okay. Yeah.
But no, I mean, like I said, that's where I stand.
Continue with
I'm all
what you were saying.
yeah, I'm all about black empowerment because at some point as black men, we have to get serious. Sitting around browbeating females online, that's not going to get us nowhere. That doesn't get no empowerment. Listening to Kevin Samuels, if he's not talking about black empowerment, then no, that's not going to get you nowhere. If he's the only one comfortable being in a nice, living a lavish life, making money off of those who are donating to him, but won't show you how he got there, that's an issue to me. That's an issue. So I want brothers to start thinking like that. I want brothers to stop looking at one person as a leader. That's not the way we need to be thinking. There needs to be a set agenda that we follow. And it doesn't matter who the hell is pushing that agenda. Anybody can run and carry that torch and pass it to the next person. And that's because that's the way every other group functions. This is why when you talk about white supremacy, you can't go to one leader and say, "Oh, we're gonna knock him off, and that's gonna be the end of it." It doesn't work that way. It's far more complicated than that. And this is what brothers need to understand. This is where my message has gone, I would say, within the past 5 years, damn near 6 years. Let me see if I can read some of these chats. You still hear me, Brian, or what? Yeah, that's right, Chicago gaming. No chasing after females. No chasing after females. I'm one who more or less lays back. I don't chase after nobody. That's not what I do. Being on code, yep. Okay, I see you, that you're still here, Brian. If you got a wireless or Bluetooth headset, that might not be. Oh, you're trying to fix the audio. Okay, hold on. Let me read these chats. Yeah, society is benefiting from us being at the bottom. Well, in order to take over a society and an economy, there's a couple of key ingredients that you need to have. I don't know if I should go ahead and say it on this platform. Um, so, a couple of key ingredients you would need in order to. Well, I'm going to say this much. In order to sustain your community, let me say this much. Your peace that you have is based off of your ability to inflict pain on your opposer. As long as y'all understand that by large, your peace is based off of your ability to inflict pain onto your opposer. It doesn't mean that you have to actually do anything to your opposer, but as long as they know that you have the capability of doing this, then guess what? That alone can help sustain your peace. Because people respond to what the consequences are
Hello.
going to be. Yeah. Can you hear me? You there? I don't know what's going on with his brother's mic.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, brother. I had to switch mic headsets again.
Oh, no problem. That's right. Consequences for your
So there's a
opponent if
lag
needed.
time now because for some
Uh,
reason my stupid computer is
mm.
uh,
But wasn't there supposed to be some other brothers that were supposed to get onto the live?
it's not connecting to the audio. Yeah, there were supposed to be some other people coming onto the live, but they never came on. I
I
sent
don't
them
know
the
what's up with
link,
that.
and they just never came on. Because I sent them the same link that I sent you. I actually copy and pasted the link that
Yeah.
I sent you and sent to them, but I haven't heard from them. And we've been on for like 5, if not 6
Yeah.
hours. So
Yeah, we're going
I
on
don't know
five
what happened
hours.
with that. But
At least it's saying a
yeah,
minus
I sure
4 hours
wish I
and
could get my
46 minutes.
audio back going. But we've touched on a lot of really um, good stuff,
Yeah.
and I'm sure Brother David Carroll would appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm probably going to end up trying to do a separate video. I don't know
Hmm.
when I might do it. You know, I'm always fucking behind when it comes down to shit. But I'll probably try to get something done within the next week or so. I was thinking maybe tomorrow, but I don't know. It all depends on how I feel. Sometimes when I wake up in the morning, I got a whole lot of shit in my head, but I don't even have time to sit down and do anything because I'm ripping and running all the time. So I might try to do something tomorrow if I can have some time off. But we'll see.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No. That sounds good, brother.
Yeah,
Yeah. Like I said, there's a lag time now because I have to put an earbud in my ear so I can hear what you're saying, and then I got to use these
yeah,
other headphones to talk. Unfortunately, but yeah, brother. So yeah, for everybody that has been listening, we've been on fire tonight, celebrating the life of our brother and comrade in arms, Michael David Carroll. This is a farewell to the intellectual juggernaut, and I'm actually happy that this wasn't just a somber thing. I was thinking, well, maybe we should focus more on Brother Carroll, but I realized this is what he would have wanted. He would have wanted us to carry on the torch like a lot of people were telling us and continue to tell these goofy ass niggas that they need to wake up and smell the fucking coffee, smell the roses, smell the ash, smell something, because clearly shit is not going right in Black America. And this is what, if he was here, this is what he would be right here laughing, chuckling, and talking about the problems right along with us. And one of the last things I want to say, because I'm going to give Brother Quasi the last word here, um, is that for people who probably have only heard about, us, but, you know, and only heard negative things, or heard negative things about David Carroll, about how, he hates women, or, he hates black people, or we hate women, hate black people. I hope that tonight's stream have given you more in-depth um, view and understanding of where we are actually coming from, where Brother Carroll was coming from. You know, maybe the way we express it is confusing to some people, especially those with a lower IQ, but we do really care about the black community. This is one of the reasons why I'm not shaking y'all down for money. This is one of the reasons why in the description box, instead of any fundraising, you see links to David Carroll's rabbit hole and links to his main channel. Okay, and this is the reason why me and Brother Quasi have been up here discussing and breaking down the issues that have been plaguing Black America since damn near, after we stepped off the damn slave ships. Definitely after, the so-called slavery ended. We know psychologically and socially and economically it never really ended, but that's a subject for another video. So yeah, I want to, like I said, I want Brother Quasi to get the last word in here. I'd probably let it go on a little bit longer if I could actually, communicate properly, but I'm having some technical issues here. But yeah, I want to thank everybody for coming to the live stream. This has been a absolute masterpiece, and I can just imagine Brother Carroll up, where he is, smoking cigars and, just laughing it up and just, just looking at us two brothers, just carrying on the torch of telling these goofy ass niggas what they need to fucking know. This is the type of celebration that I think David Carroll would have wanted. This is the party that I think he would have wanted. And so, Brother Quasi, I'm gonna let you go ahead and just continue to school these niggas. Just get a last word. Just tell us what you think Brother Carroll would want for Black America as we go into the year 2022 and beyond, with this brother taking his rest and being able to retire in peace.
Well, I have no problem definitely laying that out. Brother David Carroll gave teachings for roughly around 8.5, 9 years. I believe he got online sometime in 2012. Many of you have received a lot of knowledge from him. Many of you who classify yourself as students from his class, 8 years worth of knowledge, you should be a veteran at that class. It's a matter of using critical thinking skills, basic common sense on a basic level. As I've added in time and time again, understanding your surroundings and also being able to recognize patterns. Overall, we know that David Carroll wanted to see the race get itself together. Now, many people have said that, well, he's told me directly, I don't think we're going to come out of this. I'm hoping that he's wrong. I believe that this is where he wants to be wrong. And it's up to us as a race to actually prove him wrong, because I believe that's what he would want. I know damn sure that's what I want. But overall, like I said before, all the knowledge that y'all have received, the manuals that he has left y'all, the rabbit holes, I'll probably get around to watching some of the rabbit holes. I pretty much have an idea of what's in there because me and him had these conversations. So I didn't necessarily need to watch the rabbit holes, but I did watch his content on YouTube. But y'all got the manuals. You know what you can expect when it comes down to women. You know what to avoid. You don't need somebody to keep teaching you this. We've been explaining this for over a decade now. You have tons of knowledge. You got stuff in his arsenal. His body of work shows for itself. And back to what I was saying as far as what I ultimately want to see, especially when it comes down to black men. And I also believe that, well, I know that this is what David Carroll wanted as well, because he also mentioned that he was harder on black men than he was on the women. And the reason being for this is because at the end of the day, you're going to need the men to build a society. You're going to need the men to set the trends. The men are going to be the builders. And we have to understand as men that women will respond to the environment that men create. So when you see the women responding the way they are responding, the first thing I want y'all to know is they're not responding to our environment because we did not create that environment. So how is it that black men are going to create the environments in which women are going to respond to? And even for some of you brothers who say, nah, you know what, I'd rather not deal with that piece, I'd rather be by myself, that's perfectly fine. I'm not shaming nobody for what they choose to do. But overall, what's most important when it comes down to this is especially empowering black men. It's up to us. Either we're going to make this happen or we're going to sink. For me, sinking is not an option. I just hope you brothers feel the same way. I'd like to thank Brother Brian Solange for having me on here. This is a brother that is, you know, who needs to be recognized more than what it is. This is an intelligent brother. This is a brother that I respect deeply. And it's an honor for me to be on this panel with you. And hopefully, well, I definitely know we're going to do a lot more. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah. With that being stated,
yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think we should definitely do. You know, I wish I wasn't so busy. I know both of us are always busy. Both of us are real busy. But yeah, some people in the live stream were suggesting that we should do live streams more because we were really on fire tonight.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, you lit it up, brother. You really lit it up. And it's
just, I get those motives.
I think when we get together and we talk about this, we're very passionate about it. We have slightly different perspectives, but for the most part, we really want the same thing and we really feel the same way. And that's why, when we get together and do these rare streams, it's just like, we click. It's like Batman and Batman,
Of course. Hell yeah. And the thing is, as Brother David Carroll always taught, you can agree to disagree. You don't have to see eye to eye on everything. And that's one thing I know how to do. And that's the one thing that you know how to do. So this is why it's just like it flows the way it's supposed to. And we're both passionate about what we speak on. And of course, it would be remiss if I did not light some fire in this live stream. I got to bring that out every now and then, even if it's just for a little bit. I got to bring that out.
Yeah, absolutely.
But brother, it was a pleasure being on. I'm about to go get something.
Yeah, I know you were saying, brother,
starving.
you were saying that your prime years had passed. But I don't know, bro, man. You sound like you ready to get after it again and lay them sticks of dynamite, man, underneath them rocks and blow the hole in that fucking rock quarry, man. You still got it, man. I know you trying to turn on a new leaf, man, but man, it might be time for you to go back to 2015 because you still got that energy, bro.
Yeah, I might have to go ahead and go for another stretch, man. That was a good stretch. I might have to go for that again, man. Oh man. Anyway, man, thanks for having me. I'm about to get off. I gotta go get something to eat because I'm starving.
Yeah. All right.
All right, man. I'll talk with you.
Yep.
Later.
Absolutely, brother. Well, thank you so much. All right. I'll talk with you later, brother. Okay. So, Brother Equazi has left. Huge shout out to Brother Equazi. I don't know what happened to the other brothers. There were supposed to be two other brothers that were supposed to come on and pay homage to our dear friend and comrade in arms, David Carroll, who has finally been able to retire and take his well-deserved rest. But those brothers never showed up. I don't know if it was a breakdown of communication or what. But we had a very good stream here, remembering our friend Michael David Carroll, a farewell to the intellectual juggernaut. To be honest with you, because some people may say, well, we didn't focus enough on Brother Carroll, but to be honest with you, I think we did. And actually, I think he would have, in his memory, I think he would have wanted us to focus on the topic that me, David Carroll, and Akwesi, and a few others have been talking about really for the past 7, 8, 9 years, which is the dysfunction in Black society and why nothing is ever going to change until we find solutions to that dysfunction in our society. So, thank everyone. I see we got over 200 people in the stream. That's a first for me in the history of time that I've been on YouTube or any type of social media. So yeah, guys, just in memory of our brother David Carroll, and thank you. Another thing, huge shout out to the mods. I made some more of you guys mods. That Nick Pookie Jenkins, Melicondic Tigger. Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your screen name. There was a couple of you new brothers. I even made Sean James. He came to the stream. I made him a mod. I know he's a very good, intelligent brother that has his own channel over there on YouTube. But thank all of you for coming here. I did not expect that we would get this many people in this stream to remember our dear brother, David Carroll. But yeah, I don't think we should be sad. I think we should be motivated, okay? Because he was trying to tell us, exactly what we reiterated in the stream, that Black people need to put down the traditionalist, tired ass, victim way of thinking and wake the fuck up and do what needs to be done. Or otherwise, it's like the brother said, we're just going to go over a freaking waterfall into the abyss. So, again, thank all of you guys for coming here. Rest in peace, Brother Michael David Carroll. And I'll see you guys on the other side. I got a bunch of videos coming out. Yes, I'm still working on climbing Mount Dusty. Looks like it's going to carry on in the next year, but trust and believe we're going to get it done. And yeah, guys, take care of yourselves. And thank all of you for showing up. Take care.